I haven't even done it yet. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Don Traver will lead us.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
Hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving and welcome to the second regular meeting of the month of November 2023 of the Village of Ballston Spa Board of Trustees. We are going to start with a local law public hearing, and I will read this on behalf of our clerk here. It says Village of Ballston Spa notice of public hearing, consider adoption of local law. Notice is hereby given pursuant to Section 20 of the Municipal Home Rule Law of the State of New York that a public hearing will be held by the Board of Trustees of the Village of Ballston Spa on November 27, 2023 at 7:01 p.m. at the Ballston Spa Public Library located at 21 Milton Avenue, Ballston Spa, New York, for the purpose of considering the adoption of local law number 3 of 2023. If adopted, local law number 3 of 2023 would add Chapter 15 committees to the code of the Village of Ballston Spa. Written comments on local law number 3 of 2023 can be submitted to the village clerk up and through the time of the public hearing. A copy of proposed local law number 3 of 2023 can be obtained at the village offices and on the village's website. And Jen, make sure all of our microphones are up to max. Cool. Thank you very much. Sorry, I meant to suggest it earlier. Okay, we're going to open this at 7:01 p.m. as scheduled. And if you would like to speak, please raise your hand and we will ask you to come up. Maximum 5 minutes. And also, if we get the hands up there as well for Zoom, if anybody on Zoom would like to chime in on this as well, please raise your hand at this time. Yes.
Carolyn Stevenson, 45 West High Street. Could you hit the button to turn it on? It will light up. You have to hold it there. There's a number. That
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Marilyn Stevenson, 45 West High Street. I applaud the trustees for proposing this law to standardize a procedure for membership and appointments to village committees. Believe it or not, this topic was discussed during the comprehensive planning steering committee meetings that we had over the last 2 years. During our monthly topical discussions and during the discussion of social needs, we discussed the need for village residents to know about ways they can serve their community for the benefit of the entire community, strategies for getting the next generation of village residents involved in the community, and ways that the village could interact and partner with community organizations to accomplish village goals and objectives. So my comments on subsection 15-4, which is the topic of recruiting members. Paragraph A says the village administrator will publicize the committee's openings via official village email. So my question is, does the village have an official email listing for every village resident? And if not, why not? It's so important to inform everyone in the village about the opportunities to serve on a committee. We no longer have a village newspaper. Most of the communication happening by the village is through social media. The Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee understood that your website, your village computer software, and your IT person at the time could allow you to create this village email list for the residents interested in any notification for that matter, but that this feature of the software had not been activated or deployed yet. So I'd encourage you to deploy that, to create that communication link for village residents. Additions that I have, I'd like to suggest for paragraph A. The village needs to really develop an outreach plan to disseminate this information, and that is the availability of opportunities to serve on village committees. The plan should also include print media outlets, nonprofits, service organizations, etc., operating within the village. The village administrator should be sending out press releases to print media and these other organizations and partners to let people and organizations in the village know that there are opportunities to serve. As an example, BSBPA does a fine job of reaching out to their members and the community. The village should be partnering with them to get the word out about these committee opportunities. They should be part of the outreach plan prepared by the village for this committee project. And my final comments are on subsection 15-6, committee responsibilities, paragraph B, posting meeting notifications. You really need to specify in that paragraph who should be responsible for posting notifications of committee meetings. Is it the committee chair? Is it the village administrator? Specify that in that section. Paragraph C, meeting requirements. I would encourage you to make all village meetings for committees and all public meetings for that matter, available as a Zoom option, not an either or at the discretion of the village or the chair of any committee. I think it's really important. I would also ask that all official village meetings must be held in physical meeting locations that are fully accessible, including locations with accessible accommodations, and that if an attendee for a village committee needs an accessibility accommodation and requests one in advance of the meeting, the village should accommodate that request. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Jared?
Jared Icalucci, 24 Chapman Street. I also want to applaud the board for seeking to codify this policy. I think it has served us well. Marilyn didn't mention about the comprehensive plan committee, but several of our members only learned about it through public releases related to committee membership. So without that public availability, we would not have had the full committee that we did that enabled us to produce the comprehensive plan. I echo what Marilyn also said about Zoom. I think it's invaluable to include meetings on Zoom, both for recordings and for the public to be able to review them from their homes if they're unable to attend in person. I did have one question about subsection 15.5, paragraph C. It's a little unclear to me about odd number, even number. And if we're selecting folks for committees, I think we're seeking to fill them with odd numbers. So I just want to make sure that the language there is clear to ensure that we don't have confusion about how many folks should serve on committees in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? You could just list like doesn't want to stay. But we have a re-velcroed temporarily until we see how these work. Anybody else? Seeing nobody in the room, seeing nobody on Zoom, can I get a motion to close the public hearing at 7:09 PM? Trustee Fandesa, trustee Cormos, discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries to close the public hearing at 7:09 PM. There are no minutes to approve. We have a new grandma is the reason why. Our clerk is a first-time grandmother. Terry, congratulations to you, to Keegan and EJ, and baby Quinn. Best excuse for not having minutes ever. I gotta be honest with you. But if with the board's approval, I would like to allow our presentation to occur. So the folks here for that can go live their lives, even if we can't for the rest of the evening. Is that okay by everybody?
Works for me.
Chris Round from Labella is going to join us at the dais here, and go right ahead.
Thank you. Hear me okay?
Yep.
Have a presentation. Apologize, it's at my back. With me today is representative from the Capital Region Transportation Council, Carrie Ward, senior planner, and overseeing all the ADA transition projects in the region that have been funded.
You want me to just move you forward?
Yeah, why don't you I'll give you the cue.
Why don't you turn, you can turn the platform so that microphone's in front of you. We want to make sure everybody hears you.
Great.
It went 242.
Did it?
You want me to go back one?
Please.
There you go.
Somebody's paying attention.
You good? There you go.
Appreciate it. So what we're here to talk about tonight is an ADA transition plan. We've been working with the village and village representatives and volunteers for the last several months.
Sorry to interrupt. Do we feel that his mic is close enough to?
Hey, I'm not actually worried about that. Are you actually in share mode? Because I'm not seeing it in mine. Yeah, hit the green share screen. Yep. And then, yep, you got it. Much better.
I guess
Sorry about that, Chris.
people should raise
No worries.
hands.
Thank you.
Raise hands if you can't hear.
We're good. We're good. So a transition plan is a requirement of the American with Disabilities Act to recognizing barriers in the public realm. And in this instance, we're talking about the village's public streets. And specifically applies, it's a requirement, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that. The Capital District Region Transportation Council funded, I struggle with that, they've renamed themselves. I'm still 20 years of programming.
No longer CDTC,
Yeah,
correct?
correct. So if you would go ahead. They took applications from a variety of municipalities, and Ballston Spot was awarded funding to undertake this exercise.
I didn't do it. It just went.
It's, yeah.
I'm stopping right.
And so what a transition plan, and it's rather unique terminology, but what we've been undertaking is a identification of the barriers that exist on the public streets. And that evaluation included an evaluation of sidewalks, ped crossings, curb ramps, pedestrian signals, and crosswalks. And this plan, we conducted an inventory of that, lists all of those public elements. It identifies a schedule and a method to address those barriers. And then there's a public grievance process that's required, a public notification process, and there's some open items on respect to the draft plan. We need to name an ADA coordinator or official who's responsible for receiving notifications of complaints, et cetera. So that in a nutshell was what the transition plan includes, and you'll hear more about that. So the village provided volunteers for data collection, and some of that data collection was occurred during the summer. We were very pleased to have that. We had a series of meetings where village representatives advised us of concerns, particular nuances of the city, or excuse me, of the village. Labella provided at the very end staff to do some of the data collection to close the data collection process out. We used GIS technology we'll talk about. And in the plan, we provided cost estimates and technical mapping that you'll see examples of. So like I mentioned, we started this in spring of this year. Data collection just wrapped up late October. And then we met just several weeks ago with the advisory committee and shared the results of that information. They have not yet seen, we're shared with you tonight, the cost estimates and schedule and a draft plan. I have copies of the draft plan without the appendices, but we will, at the conclusion of tonight's meeting, we'll email you the full document and that you can share that. And then ideally, we've set you up so that you could adopt this plan in December, but we'll talk about that. So there's no obligation to conclude that. That was a goal that we set when we started the process. So what we did is we trained volunteers, we trained our own staff in how to evaluate the pedestrian network. And what we're looking at is sidewalks, I mentioned, ramps, ped signals. And then also we looked at what they call transit landing zones, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. So we use this mobile technology that you saw. People could use their phone, download an application that folks had access to, or our staff had mobile tablets, and you can do all this data collection. And the state established this methodology to rank sidewalks specifically. And there's a document out there called ProWag, which also provided guidance on. It's now going to become law, or just recently became law in November, October. I'm getting close. But it's, any barrier or any fault or any deficiency in the system creates a barrier for the entire system, right? So one heaving panel renders a whole sidewalk length inaccessible, and that's a problem. The system in the methodology we looked at is like a scoring of 4: fully accessible, mostly accessible, which are passable conditions, and then partially accessible and non-accessible, which are fail conditions. It's really a pass-fail with a little bit of nuance in there. And if you would go to the next slide, we have some images of what that looks like from the sidewalk network. Hard to see some of the nuance there, but you see on the left, pristine, clean sidewalk without any heaves. And on the far right, you see examples of some of the barriers that we see out there. There's an example of a missing panel. This is the results in a graphic form of just the sidewalks. There are a series of maps and scoring mechanisms. I'm not going to present the raw results to you tonight, all right? But the color coding, those red areas are the failed, the not accessible locations. Green and yellow are passable, and then the magenta. And you can see, this map splits the village in two. In the northern portion is on the right-hand side of the screen. You can see the prevalence of failing sidewalk conditions in the northern reaches of the residential community. So I mentioned there's maps of all the elements: sidewalks, pedestrian signals, curb ramps, and a scoring of those. There's results are in there. Sidewalks, I think approximately 45% of the sidewalks did not meet standard, and more often than not, the reason they failed are heaving panels. So you've seen when you've walked a street and you've seen a panel lift, tree root or other forces in play, and really easy to see how that represents a barrier. So there's scoring of all those things, and at the end of the day, there's a significant amount of work. The village of Ballston Spot is not different than the other communities we've worked in. We worked in Saratoga, Albany, we're working in Guilderland, we're working in Troy. And the law and the statute requires you prioritize how you address these remedies, so because you can't tackle them all at once. And the law also says we've got to first handle government facilities because we need access to operate and exercise our civic duties, right, and gain access. The committee has some influence over these and provide some additional nuance in there. And then also a survey was distributed electronically. And what this plan is not is a pedestrian plan. Where should sidewalks go? It's a plan that identifies where are the failures in the system, then how do we remedy those? And so the plan presents the priorities, and these are pretty conventional and uniform across our geographies that we operate in. The priority one is improving access to government facilities, transit, and downtown, your central business district, because that's where most of the activities take place. You get the highest value, if you remedy those things, you open up the greatest number of services, et cetera. Second are schools and community centers. Ballston Spa is a little unique. You get central school districts, but you also do have some local walkable schools. And then last but not least are residential facilities. So that was the overall scheme of priorities. Good. And so this map presents those in a graphic form, just for sidewalks. Again, there's at the end of the day, the product that you'll see these series of maps, but you also see an inventory of those streets and which failed and which did not fail. And then you'll see a listing of those streets and which fall at the top priority. So we have a listing of the streets that have deficiencies. Those red areas aren't all failed areas, but those are the priority areas. Okay, so you see that the ring that's around the village center in the central business district equates to a quarter-mile walk, which is a conventional distance that most people will walk in or mobilize to. So there's a map of those priorities. And so if you would go to the next slide, the plan depicts costs and the cost can be overwhelming. This is not an engineering evaluation of your sidewalk system. It's a planning evaluation. And so we don't have the luxury of identifying every panel that needs replacement in this work, but a representative number of deficiencies. And because if one flaw exists, the whole system fails. And so we use this cost estimator from the Department of Transportation. It has some pretty significant costs. Sometimes we find that they don't necessarily match up with the local cost, but it's a great way to put something on the table and establish a baseline. And you see, and I see people take issue with this $189 for a linear foot of replacing a sidewalk. We find that that cost can vary by geography. We've seen it lower, we've seen it higher. We had a series of cost estimates from actual work, and we've seen the number lower. We've had a series of cost estimates higher. It's a pretty volatile construction cost climate right now, and we have other unit rates. And so it'll depend on whether the village undertakes these activities and has to pay a prevailing wage, whether it's contracted. I know the village has a policy where the homeowner or the residential property owner is responsible for making those repairs. And so this will vary, and I know that process or that policy is evolving as we speak. And so if you go to the next slide, we came up, this is the sum total, where we have approximately 1,900 feet of sidewalks that don't pass muster. All right.
19,000, I think you mean, right?
Pardon?
19,000.
Yeah, I'm adding 16,000 and 3,000, so I got 19,000.
You said 100. Yeah.
Thank you. And then curb ramps. There were something like 154 curb ramps that need replacement. We know that the village is undertaking replacement. Anytime you have a construction project that passes a curb ramp, they need to be remedied, and you need to provide that. And so, $1.9 million. That's a scary number. We know sidewalks have been underrepresented in our transportation system for decades. And the idea here is to get a schedule and affect improvements to remove barriers. The village needs to set a goal. What can you accommodate, and what can you accomplish in a time frame? In our exercise, we used if the village could replace 3/4 of a mile of sidewalk a year, that sounded like a reasonable number. We don't know. We don't have a great history of how much you've been replacing each year. But if you replace a mile and we have, it could be accomplished in a 15 or 20-year window. That sounds like a long time, and things can happen more rapidly. We see, you're going to have a utility project on the street. A sidewalk will get replaced because the utility project is disrupted. So there's things that influence the schedule, but at the end of the day, the village needs to adopt a goal and a schedule, at least for the first year. And if you would go to the next. So that's the crux of my presentation tonight. What we want to do is we want to give you this draft plan. We suggest that you post it on the village website and that you solicit, provide it for a comment period. There's no magic number, 10 days, 30 days, you can find out what works for you. And then if there are comments, we can help address those and then provide a final plan to you for adoption. Happy to answer any questions.
And Chris, for full transparency, Bernadette and I spoke with you, was it last week? The weeks are blending now, recently.
Probably before the holiday.
And we had expressed concerns about the time frame because it looked like, just from what we knew, there was going to be a heavy lift coming with respect to, once you hand it off, that was going to be a lot. And I asked you the question about whether or not the former CDTC, because I don't have the, what's the new acronym?
There you go.
Them. No, but the Transportation Council would be willing, or historically willing, to extend some time in the situation, because 30 days on a website sounds like actually what I was thinking myself. So it sounds like you're not completely
I
out of
think
sync on that.
Our conversation and the council, we want to see this completed, right? But we also want to make sure that you have ample opportunity for public comment. The funding program does have some time frames associated with it, and we spoke, and that should not present a problem if it takes you, that time to close the process out.
Thank you.
So we've been told that December is the deadline. So what is the deadline?
I think that was the goal, right? I think do you have a contract?
I mean, I think it included 30 days from today, and then if Chris had a week to edit comments, that would be correct.
And that doesn't present problems on your end? If you need me to sign off on something, for instance, should I ask for authority to do it, or?
I believe that would be.
We have one more meeting in December. If something changes, or if you feel that's not the case in between now and December 11th, I think it is, just let us know and we'll add you to the agenda to have that happen then, if that's the case. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as Chris said, next steps will be to take the plan, post it to the website, et cetera, and solicit comments from the public at that point in time. Thanks so much for the work. Okay. Mayor's announcements. Not too much besides thank you to everybody that helped organize and work at the community Thanksgiving dinner, both the prep night on Wednesday and the dinner itself on Thursday. It was, what was it, 400? I think I saw you post ultimately, Ray? 425 meals. And we had deliveries going out all over this county. Yep, in either direction, north and south of here. And we had some great volunteers that were willing to make that trek in each direction, came back for more all afternoon long. So the kitchen staff and people that provided breaks along the way and everything else, it was just an incredible situation and effort there. One thing I'll say I found interesting, I noticed less eat-ins and a lot more takeouts and deliveries this year, it seemed like. And I'm not sure if that's just the changing nature of things or what caused that, but still over 400 meals is an incredible service. And thank you again to everybody that took part in that and donated food and supplies and everything else. It was tremendous. Otherwise, let's go to liaison reports. Start with Liz. Hold on. Yeah, get used to the new ones, but get it close to you. Okay. There you go.
Do they really work?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
And we tested before.
For the library, coming up on December 7th at 6 p.m. Is an art exhibit called Messages from Survivors. And it's will be given by, it's an art exhibit, but there'll be a presentation by a Holocaust survivor, Ivan Vamush. He will recount his experiences as a child, and there'll be a Q&A period afterwards. So I think this will be a very, very worthwhile exhibit and talk to go to. Otherwise, the regular Wednesday story time, 10 a.m. for 18 months. Gotta wait a little while. To 5 years old will happen every Wednesday. And the next library board meeting is December 12th, 7 p.m. at the library conference room. Thank you.
And just to buttress that discussion about the Holocaust speaker and discussion that night, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, corrected already, 7:15 p.m. In Wiswell Park will be the lighting of the menorah that night to celebrate Hanukkah. So kind of great timing with that. And I know that the Events Task Force is working with the library to coordinate that. So thank you to everybody for that coordination. Bernadette.
Yes, so just some feedback on the Small Business Saturday. I hope everybody had a chance to shop downtown. It was very festive. The BSBPA had a stopping location in Wiswell Park for people to stop by and children to say hi to Santa. It's always good to have Santa come by early. But talking to the BSBPA, the small businesses had a really good day, and which is what we want to see in Ballston Spa. We are a unique community that we have so many independent small businesses. So it's just a real blessing that they're doing well. And I hope that for many of these businesses, they make up their entire, sales pretty much in a few days in the holiday season. So for them to have a good start to the season is just great. I hope to get some data or some more feedback as far as who might have been shopping. They did try that app thing that I forget what it's called. It has a name, but it was to try to get some feedback as to who's shopping in the area. And, hopefully I'll get some information in the future. The holiday parade is coming up and they are still looking for volunteers to help with crowd control and just keep everybody safe. So people that are interested in volunteering this Friday, please email dana@ballston.org. I know that for us on the board, that is one thing we get to look forward to is marching in that parade and seeing like so many happy faces. So that's it, at least for my things, but more to come hopefully in the future.
We will do the anti-rain prayers and everything else for Friday night because again, a BSBPA event has a threat of showers, but it does, but we will hope that it does not. Also moving down the line here, this is not Carla Bittner. Thanksgiving did not change her that much. This is Alex, who's been with us a couple of other times. Different last name. Congratulations on getting married. A lot of life changes going on at these tables here, but Alex also has been helping us with 78 Thompson Street, the purchase of Community Emergency Corps. So thank you for her work on that contract and getting that worked on over the last few months. Sean.
Okay, so.
Over here,
Oops,
just to help you. Yep, sorry.
So DPW's been pretty busy. Jeff wanted me to let everybody know that the last day anyone can put out leaves or brush will be December 3rd. That's a Sunday, this coming Sunday. After he's going to go through and pick up whatever's out, probably Monday or Tuesday, and he will be done. So that if you leave something out, it won't get picked up unless somebody notifies us. So Just want to make that clear to everybody. This week has been busy because obviously the first is our holiday parade. And they've been busy getting the tree up, getting the lights on the tree and the decorations. That's 2 men for a couple of days. And was, getting decorations in Wiswall Park. The Kelly Park courts, the binder is down, but they still, when they get a chance, they need to get back and core holes for the net pole and the bases. They're set in concrete. And they have one more day left, probably tomorrow, of hydrant winterizing. And they've installed the storm structure on Dublin Drive. But they need to get back there. Obviously, a lot of things going on. And they need to prep snow equipment. They got through this last little incident. It melted pretty quickly, but
It's a little pain in the butt, wasn't it?
Yeah, they need to get set up for when a serious storm shows up. And they will be installing Colonial Hill signs on Greenfield Ave sometime this week. And that's all I have.
That's like, and 2 things. I'm glad you said that. We are aware that the trees at the Greenfield side are dead, basically at the entry point, and also that the field area past those trees is a little bit a lot to deal with. And so we're rethinking, what we're doing there to maybe make it just a mowable area and put in some new alive trees and tend to those as well. But we are not blind to that fact that if they are definitely an issue there, and maintaining that area has been a challenge because of all the things that are mixed into that area. So we are looking at that for those that were wondering. Also, you mentioned the tree. Thank you to Jim and Kathy Ebert for donating the holiday tree, and Treetop Text for helping us move it and install it as well. Jennifer made sure I said that tonight. And so Jennifer, I kept my word to you on that one, but thank you very much to them for their donations and helping us with all of that. Ben.
All right, Caitlin, the chair of the Park and Tree Board, sent me a little blurb that she'd like me to read as a summary. The Park and Tree Board would like to say how excited they are about the newly planted street trees on Low Street. The Park and Tree was consulted a few months back about what tree varieties might be best for planting in that space, and using the recommended tree list for the village and examining the planting location, several options were presented. In the end, they were thrilled to see that the 2 ginkgos and 2 oak trees have been planted, and believe the trees will be a lovely addition to the street and an asset to the village for generations to come. Park and Tree would also like to thank DPW for doing such a nice job planting and spacing the trees. Some Park and Tree members will take time soon to do light tree maintenance, such as wrapping the trunks and light mulching around the trees, and help ensure their survival through the winter. And they'll prune them in the spring. The board would also like, the Park and Tree Board would also like to remind residents that should anyone be interested in planting any street trees, the village does have a recommended tree list. And Park and Tree would be more than happy to assist in helping people figure out which trees might be best for their planting sites. Also, just like to remind people that if you have a tree between your sidewalk and the street, that's a village tree, and you should not be cutting it down without first checking with the village. Or if you have concerns about it, you should check with the village. The Park and Tree Board can check it out and talk to you about your concerns. Also, the Park and Tree Board met with Studio A Landscape Architecture and Engineering to discuss some possible layouts and designs for Wiswall Park. They are still in discussion on the topic and will continue to communicate with Studio in the coming weeks. So we were very excited by what we saw, that they do need some tweaks, and the Park and Tree Board is working on that and is eager to share that with the community as well, get feedback. So that's Park and Tree. And
if I can, just for a second, for those wondering about that whole, asking us permission to take trees down, we're not unsympathetic to the idea that there may be a danger in certain cases with dead trees, but it's for us to declare them dead and then to take an emergency action to take them down if they are declared as dead, and if they're sick and probably beyond getting back to health, we'll usually get the Park and Tree Board involved to just declare what to do in that situation. So just notify us. We will move quickly to identify it because we don't want anybody to have a risk of bodily injury or property damage or something along those lines. But again, as Ben stated and Caitlin through her message, please let us know. Street trees are village trees, and so we want to make sure that we're handling them correctly.
Thank you. All right, Saratoga, the Committee on the Arts. They are working on their essay re-grant projects. They're all approved by the village trustees. There's 5 projects. The Committee on the Arts on its own behalf is applying for a digital art map, sort of map where the art is in this community for people. The string quartet last November 18th, there must have been like 70 people there. It's a huge success.
81, she said.
81. Oh,
Yep.
awesome. And the next concert, Sounds of Winters, is December 30th at 3 p.m. So right before New Year's. It's called the Lark Trio, string and piano. It's going to be at the museum, and it should be great. So hope to see you there. They're in the middle of many different projects. Maybe a little premature. I'm just looking at them over. Maybe a little premature to announce them at this point. So I'll just say that their next meeting, everyone is welcome to attend, is December 6th at 7 p.m. in the library.
Which is next Wednesday.
Just wanted to touch on Saratoga Arts. Sorry. Our applicants are finalizing their applications tomorrow. They thank you to Carla and also Jen for helping make sure that we got all the applicants to come in, sign, and get scanned copies of their their memorandum of understanding and whatnot. So just thank you to everybody involved as far as staff and consultants, etc., to help in that process.
Okay. Treasurer's report. Meter cards will be mailed out at the end of the month. They'll be arriving around December 1st. Please make sure you fill them out, return them within 30 days to avoid a $50 fee for no read on your meter. Bob Fox from LGSS, which is the successor EFPR for us, is still compiling our AUD for fiscal year 2023. We hope to finish this up in the very near future. And one thing I'll explain with respect to that, we've been noting some legacy issues, things like when the towns pay us for certain things or provide money for certain things has been inconsistent. And so what it'll do is create a bunch of money in one fiscal year and not in another, because our fiscal year and their fiscal years are different. And so we're trying to catch those and decide how to handle them appropriately from an accounting point of view from now and into the future, because you don't want to have these anomalies in your AUD of this going on in your funds. So we've been working hard with him to identify them, and thanks to Melissa, our treasurer, for doing so. A little bit of baptism by fire, because a lot of these things were well before her time, but she's recreating history to help Bob Fox out to identify these issues along the way. And I think it's going to be good for us to be able to compare numbers year over year moving forward. Our new deputy treasurer is expected to start with the village on or around December 18th, 2023. And Melissa Colombo at LGSS offered any online training for her to bring her up to speed with the village in regards to AccuFunds. So that's what our treasurer's report has for now. And let us move to our old business. We'll start with the BOA consultant selection, and Liz.
Well, I realize that we can't discuss the actual consultants.
We check the audience signs at
Yeah.
this point for her.
Yeah. But what I would like to discuss with the board is what is our procedure going forward. We had Bernadette did a great job of getting some reference checks, and we asked a number of questions, which they answered. I put together some comparative information. But according to the BOA work plan, I believe we need to do interviews as well, right? And so since, I know the BOA process is it's important to get it going, to get a consultant on board. So, later on, I was proposing I put it in the motions, or I'll put it under other business, that, we schedule interviews potentially next week. And that way, at our next meeting, we can come to some sort of consensus on which consultant the village would like to contract with to get that process started, so it could get started in January. So just want to discuss that. If we want to talk about the actual consultants, we probably should do an executive session. I don't know if you want to do it tonight, but we should save it for the end, since there won't be any action and we don't want to keep these people waiting for us to discuss anything.
Okay, and Bernadette should get an opportunity to speak since she's been the one that's been
So-
ushering this. Go ahead.
Sorry, so since some of this is statutory, I have another question to Matt about the time clock and what we should be doing. Regardless of when we schedule the interviews, I want to make sure Matt's involved. He can sit in on those interviews with us. And so a lot of scheduling, I think, is going to be dependent on everyone's availability. I think next week is going to be a challenge. Next week, is that the dates you were saying?
Yeah. 4, 5, 6, I think she said something like
Yeah,
that.
so I don't know that I can commit to any of those days or anything, and I can't commit anyone else to those days. Sorry, I'm looking at the calendar. So I think further discussion, certainly. Like I said, I have a question into Matt, another one came up, so I think at this rate, yes, I hear you, and thank you for compiling that information. But at this point, I can't answer to that week or not.
One suggestion I had is that, we potentially hold a special meeting, so all the board members and Matt can also, be there while the interviews, but I think it would be acceptable if the interviewees could do it by Zoom, and even maybe Matt could, and that would mean more flexibility on scheduling, because I think we have consultants that have to come from some distance. So that's just my suggestion on the BOA issues.
Don't we have one in Rochester? They can bring us a garbage plate or something if they make the travel out here.
None of that sounds appetizing.
Oh, it's good. It's good. About 3 hours later, it ain't so good, but it's good.
Especially about 2 a.m.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nick Tahoe's at 2 a.m. used to be the standard out there.
It's just fries and mac and cheese and hamburgers. None of that sounds good.
Or hot dog. Yeah. Yeah. It's for those that don't understand, look up garbage plate Rochester. You'll understand what we're talking about a lot better. Tap CMAC. Bernadette, I'll let you start this one. How's that?
Well, just to update the community, last week we voted to potentially hire a consultant to prepare a TAP CMAC grant, which would have been due at the end of the year. And so kind of chatting with Jay Grasso, who was suggested by Liz. He's great, by the way. He's actually fantastic. Chris Round, who was actually here earlier in our meeting, giving the presentation. And then Julie Berline, who is also our, she does our grants for the fire department. There was a lot of discussion about kind of how do we go about doing this within the short time frame that we would have had. It would have been 6 weeks from whenever we called 2 weeks ago. And the general answer I got from everybody was the concern was that we do not have our rights of way sorted out. And that is a big indicator or a trigger or red flag, we'll say red flag for the TAP CMAC grant, that they will often not award a village or municipality the grant. And last time, looked over the last grant, and they had Jay Grasso had his staffer, I believe it was Heather. Also, she was going to work on this and look at it. And that was a major concern for her. So either if we went with the old objective as to what it was a 2000, apologize, was it 2019 or
No, it was 2000, it was 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
This grant is
Yeah.
on a 2-year cycle.
Whatever the last year would have, so 2021, excuse me. That was a concern because it was relating to the railroads, and right-of-way issues are a big issue. It's hard to get those, and there's a lot of process that goes involved with it. So it's not like a ready-to-go thing. The additional one that was proposed by Liz was for sidewalks. And again, our village, what we have learned in the past year, maybe year and a half, was, Frank, correct me, when we start going down that route, for everything from putting in a crosswalk on Church and then looking at Front Street. We have some serious rights of way issues. We don't know where our rights of way are. So the general conversation I had with essentially all three of them is that they didn't think it was the right time to apply. What I would eventually like to do and figure out ways, and haven't really gotten too far into it, but figure out a way to maybe find grants to help pay for that, because that's a big undertaking to try to figure out what your rights of ways are. So at least from that perspective, we did some legwork, and that's what was found. At this point, no action has been taken, because if we are ineligible for a grant, and as much as Jay's pricing was very good, he was doing it to, keep a good relationship with our village. It was not something that made sense to spend money on at the time if we were not going to be eligible for it. So that's my part in this, and I can hand it to Liz.
Okay. Unfortunately, it was not included in a lot of those conversations that they had because of because it was the mayor and Bernadette, and then you add another person, you're dealing with open meeting law. In the interim time, and as as recently as this weekend, I have been gathering right-of-way data. And I believe at this point, we have sufficient data to apply for this grant. I covered most of the areas that have where we would put sidewalks. Where there's an existing sidewalk, we may be able to get funds to replace those level 1 sidewalks because they're completely inaccessible. Maybe even the level 2 sidewalks could be included in this grant for the area that we're proposing.
So DPW doesn't know where our rights of way are, but you do.
I have maps, survey maps,
Of
the area.
from
So I have them
From-
here. I'll send them out to everybody.
Mhm.
So we actually, I think, have enough to make a go of this. It is a resubmittal of an existing application, updating it, so it's not starting from scratch. It is a fair amount of work to get it all together. I would recommend having someone like Jay, work on it, because then he can, continue it, past, my time on the board.
he withdrew his offer, though. So
Huh?
he withdrew his offer
And can you tell me why he did that?
because of the idea that we weren't ready. In his estimation, he spoke with what was her name? Was it Heather in the house?
Yeah.
And they decided to withdraw.
Grant from the last time. That's just.
Yeah, but I had not, at that point, shared this right-of-way information with any of those consultants, because I didn't know, I was still gathering it, for one, because I also knew this was an issue that we needed right-of-way information. But I was under the impression that we were going to decide on a consultant in this interim period. I did not, and I don't believe there was the authority to, kill the project at this point. As I understand it, Jay was a little bit taken aback by the request to withdraw. Because normally if a consultant puts out a proposal, the client just doesn't sign it. Consultants, I've never as a consultant withdrew a proposal. That's not heard of. The client picks somebody else, they just don't sign my proposal. So anyways, if the board decides that spending $3,000 is too much on a grant that may or may not go forward, because there's no guarantees on grants. I think it's worth going after with the data that we now have. Frankly, I'm willing to do the work. We need a little bit of money to pay an engineer to do a certification of the application. That's probably about, I don't know, $500, maybe $1,000. I'd like authority to, spend that. But otherwise, I'm willing to do the work if Jay, actually is not willing to do it.
So my question is, 2 years ago, where were the rights of way at that point when you did this work?
I didn't know they existed. I've done more work this time around to find them. I wasn't as aware that was a red flag. That's what we found out afterwards. Also, just for your information, I did talk to the county. I talked to Jason Kemper and asked them. They're the ones who actually got in this area. They got that grant the last time around. They got it for the extension of the Zim Smith Trail. And when they applied, they did not have right-of-way data. So it's not an absolute that if you don't have your right-of-way data, you're going to not get a grant.
So the other, excuse me for 1 second, the other lacking thing that was caught was that you needed materials costs for, so this was being sold at the last meeting, and this is where my issue really exists with you, Liz, on this. This was being sold as connectivity of sidewalks, especially around schools issues. This grant proposal from last time, and it seems like a continuation based on an email that had bounced back around from Chris Round and you, was that this is actually just an extension of the Zim Smith Trail into the village that you're trying to get the money for, and it's not really focused on the sidewalk issues this was being sold on in the first place. So I guess I'll ask you publicly here, since I never really got a great answer on this. My confusion exists. What is this grant for in your mind now?
It's for both.
Okay, so
It's for a complete circuit such that you can get from downtown Ballston Spa back through where Pine Street is to the Malta Avenue School.
so it's got nothing to do with the north section of the village or anything like that, and their sidewalks, which are noted to be the worst
No,
condition?
it does not, because it's centered on the areas which the pedestrian and bicycle plan stated were the problem areas, and it reflects very much what Chris Round put. It deals with the downtown, access to that, access to the school, access to Kelly Park and the pool, access to the soccer field, and access to the Zim Smith Trail. It fills in the sidewalk gaps on East High, on Malta, on Grove, on Hyde. It creates traffic calming measures on these streets. And
How much will that connection from the Zim Smith Trail cost?
we had an estimate last time. The whole project was 1.1 million. The cost now, working with our engineers, we can come up with costs. We might modify the plan depending on right-of-way issues, but it's $1 million plus.
The last
Right.
time you applied for this, you had drawn a line from the Zim Smith Trail to the village with nothing more to identify costs for rights of way, sidewalk issues, and any other connectivity issues that might exist. And that was one of the glaring concerns for Jay Grasso's firm and Chris Round, was that there was no realistic valuation going on of the cost to do it. in any
Well,
way,
that-
shape, or form. Now, you were sending Chris Round out kind of behind our backs to go
I
and
was not
evaluate.
behind your back.
It was because it was about the Zim Smith Trail and it wasn't about the sidewalks, which this was
It's-
about. And that's, luckily, we ended up with that email to see that this was about the Zim Smith Trail.
It is
settlement.
not about just the Zim Smith, but
But if you don't know what it
connection
costs, then how do you
to
know
the
that?
Zim Smith is an important factor. Discussions with the county, are they are very interested in having a connection to the village. If
I
you
have,
look at
I
the
have
trail-
discussions with Jason
Could you
Kemper
let me
frequently.
please finish?
I have a
Stop
comment
interrupting.
too, or three.
Yeah, so it's an overall plan that will provide connectivity, will deal with two very critical intersections for our school children, particularly the Malta Ave Hyde intersection and the ability to get down to the rec fields. It deals with all of those. It will, if successful, provide a major shot in the arm towards, improving our sidewalk network.
In
I think
in one general section of the village.
Yes, of course, we can't do the whole village, and we're concentrating on an area that was identified in our plan as needing improvements. Everybody agrees that filling in the sidewalks on Malta Ave and doing a safe crossing down to the rec fields was one of the top, if not the top, request.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you, Liz, for
You
your
don't have to eat that microphone, you're gonna limit out.
Okay, for your endless dedication to this village and willingness to continually contribute and put a lot of hours and time in despite obstacles being constantly thrown in your way. You were the one, Liz, who started this whole process. You knew the grant. You got in touch with Jay Grasso and G&G. You were the one who should have been in the conversations around this, not Frank and Bernadette in your absence. You should have been there. And it
I'm
wasn't.
the
it
mayor last
wasn't-
time I checked there.
Just
It
to
Ben.
wasn't-
clarify.
I'm the mayor last
Jay
time I checked.
Grasso
Well, then
offered to
Bernadette
have a
should not have
meeting
been
with Liz
involved.
and-
It should have
Jay
been Liz.
Grasso had offered a meeting between me and Liz, which I had presented
It-
to her, and I heard nothing on it. so.
You and Frank had a meeting and canceled this project before Liz even knew that you had talked to him. So what you offered was after the fact. You, Frank, did not have authority to cancel this program. At the last meeting, the amended motion that you suggested was that you would have the authority to choose between consultants, not to cancel the project. So you did something that you were not authorized to
He
do.
withdrew his
No,
offer.
You told him to withdraw.
I did not tell him to do anything.
The first thing you said here was you did not tell him to withdraw it, but in fact you did.
I
We
did
found
not.
that out.
I did not tell him to withdraw. I said, do what you want to do, but if we don't have the rights of way, what do you want to do?
Mhm.
And he said he would withdraw and send an email to that
In
effect.
addition, if you had included Liz in the conversation before concluding that you were going to cancel unilaterally this
I
project
did not
without board
cancel
approval.
anything.
Yes, you did. You put in an email, I am not signing this contract, we're canceling this. Then you had Jay remove, just for good measure, remove his proposal, which is never done. Liz happened to have right of way information that you and Bernadette did not
Really,
have.
because she was on
Secondly,
emails from Bernadette, Ben, that
secondly-
they identified the issue, and this is the first we're
Secondly,
hearing of it
she-
2 weeks later, Ben.
Secondly, Liz knew that the county did not have right-of-way information. They still got the grant. So
So
you
you're
should
telling us
not
that
have
the three,
unilaterally
you're telling us the three
canceled this.
consultants that know this and do these applications, who all said you are red
We
flagged
don't
out.
know what they said because Liz was not on
So
there.
call them, Ben.
I think
Do you have
you
a
and
phone? Do you have a
Bernadette
phone?
are putting your political interests above the
So
good
either-
of the village.
Guys,
That's what I
before we
think.
start getting
And if
into
you weren't doing
yelling
that, you
match,
would have included Liz in those conversations
You
instead of
can't do
Bernadette.
it with
Guys,
three, Ben.
Bernadette
Please.
did not have to be, you put Bernadette
Please.
involved in everything. She did not have to be. Liz was
Guys.
the appropriate person for this conversation, obviously, because she had made the initial contact with Jay Grasso. She knew, she wrote the original grant. It's outrageous, frankly, that you didn't include her in that conversation before you concluded to cancel this project, which you didn't have authority to do.
Okay, Ben.
So
You're
can
gonna-
I
you're
May I
step
make a
in?
suggestion?
I'm
Yes,
gonna
go ahead.
step- oh.
Okay. So in light of new right-of-way mapping, wouldn't it make sense to send this over to Jay Grasso and say, in light of this, do we have a viable?
Would it make sense to send it to our attorney to evaluate the viability of that right-of-way mapping?
I I don't know why an attorney would know, a surveyor would know.
Because it comes down to land descriptions, doesn't it?
It comes down to a survey, and a survey
I'm always
is
involved
tied
in the
into
survey
a
process as a
benchmark.
lawyer.
And I know you do
do
have
it.
to read the deeds,
Yes.
but for an application for a grant, you don't have to go into that depth, and you know that, Frank. And you're just basically creating a
I
false
just had
narrative
three
in this public meeting.
I just had 3 people tell me otherwise.
Okay.
So here's where we are. For 2 weeks, Liz, you haven't told us that you have right-of-way information that could have been evaluated in the meantime. So I'm not sure why that is. We have information from 3 different engineers or consultants rather, that say that you're dead in the water if you don't have it. So turn over the information so it can be evaluated.
Well, she's been collecting it over time and she's not dead in the water.
And it's still collecting it.
And
We
she,
still have time to collect data.
and she's willing to do this without Jay Grasso, which I think is extraordinarily commendable, not charging the village anything. So this is just
all-
incredible that you would cancel
So
this.
I've got this, the following streets are here. Eastern Avenue, Hyde Boulevard, East High Street, Hyde Boulevard, Milton Ave, Malta Ave, Hamilton to a degree. Eastern Ave,
Frank, it's
Pine, no,
ridiculous
excuse
to
me,
go over
Malta
this in a
Avenue.
meeting.
No, I, Okay.
Grove Street, the 3.
You gotta be
4
kidding.
Streets. sidewalk
Columbia,
gaps.
Chapman,
The streets that have sidewalk.
these look like the same streets with no
In-
names.
into
on
your-
them.
I'm
it's your
sorry, this
microphone.
has left the realm of logic
No,
and reason.
you're
and
absolutely right. it
Feels
has.
like a vendetta,
It
Frank.
absolutely
Hey,
It
has.
feels like a vendetta,
Guys.
No,
Frank.
it absolutely has,
Yeah.
Sean, because
Guys,
now I was just told we have rights
That
of way
county didn't
information.
even have right of
Well, no,
way,
no,
and they got
I
the
was told we have
grant.
rights of way information for the
We
streets
have
of the village of Ballston
far
Spa. I have
more than
5
that.
streets here.
And
guys,
you want to
can
kill it
we
just because of
lower it?
Liz. You
It's not about
want to
Liz.
make the people suffer for your own personal
No,
vendetta.
I want to succeed at a grant.
It
Finally,
is really disappointing that you're being so purely partisan and
your
political.
flow disgust is what's disappointing right now.
Hey, guys, so
It's just-
let us
wow.
let's get back
I
on focus.
cannot believe.
Guys.
I can't either because I was just told we
Hey,
have
the
rights of
two
way
of
for all.
you.
Excuse me. I was just told we had the rights of way of all the village streets. I have 5 streets.
Not all
Right,
the
so
village
hand it over to the
streets.
consultant and see
microphone.
what he thinks.
So, well, I've been trying to speak for the last.
Take
few
Terry's, take the microphone in front of
so
Terry
to
and
give
use it, Liz. You need to have
Get
a
away from the
microphone.
microphone. You're not going to be heard that way. You'll cancel
To
yourself.
give clarification, if I may. So in discussions with Jay, he flat out said, as much of other grant consultants, if they didn't think they were gonna have a good shot, it's also not good for them. So that's in part why he didn't really want to move forward with it. He didn't think we had a good shot. So that, honestly, that was what happened in discussion. And again,
He provided a proposal.
hold on. I offered for you to be in a call with the 2 of us.
When
we
was
can get
that?
this-
Afterwards.
No,
Right immediately
before.
after the
No,
call.
I tried
After-
reaching both of you on Wednesday. When we
When?
made the decision on Monday, it was said that we'd get done within the end of the day. I got
Okay.
a late on.
You, did Jay not offer for him to sit with you and I, Zoom or however?
After you
to
made
get-
your conclusion,
Then I'm
Bernadette.
asking Liz a question.
After you already
I
talked to
don't
him
know.
and
it's going to be one
included.
at a time.
I tried all day Wednesday to get a hold of you and to get a
Alan?
hold of,
You'll be
Called me
asleep
once.
if you don't
I
control
know,
your
and I
emotions.
picked up the phone. So again,
no,
and then
Look,
immediately
this is-
after it, I was
this is-
able to share that information. Then I
willing-
had a
okay.
conversation with Jay Grasso, and he himself had said he didn't think it was a good idea to move
okay,
forward.
he
Okay.
did
So,
not
and then I
have. full
offered.
We are
and
going
then I
into-
offered-
We're going to take a break, folks. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
You're cutting me off.
Yeah. 5-minute break.
So it goes back.
Go for it. So as I was just saying, two issues from that discussion. I still only have about 5 streets with a couple minor streets in between. And what we're noticing is the map itself does not show right of way. It's showing center line, but that doesn't explain where a right of way is on any given street. Right of way basically is an explanation or description of from center line, X number of feet belongs to the municipality, the government, et cetera. So it's great to have a center line to know it's not offset one way or the other, but it doesn't answer the question of what a right of way is or isn't on that given street. And in the Village of Ballston Spa, what we know of what we have, the center line to the edge of the right of way is different in every street because of the legacy streets that we have. So that's where the challenge comes, Liz, in this whole thing. You've got subdivision maps here. You don't have right of way maps, I can tell, or at least the descriptions to justify what they are or aren't.
The
in
right
these
of way
streets.
can be calculated from those maps.
They can
Take
be-
my word for it.
You have to have deed, I would think. to-
Yes, you
to
do.
know.
You do. You need deeds and evaluate deeds.
You
So
need
when
a
we did-
survey.
When we did Front Street,
You need a
when-
survey,
when we
don't
did-
you?
when we did Front Street, we literally had to go into the deeds on each property to understand that we actually had a right-of-way mistake all along Front Street. That actually, the right-of-way scenario is out into the street instead of into the sidewalk, basically. And we have to basically clear up deed issues as a result on Front Street and still have that legacy.
So how do you
issue.
get around the fact that the county got this grant without having right of ways when they wrote the
Because
application?
there's Saratoga County is one thing.
The
So
thing
what-
is I'm willing to do the work. I'm willing to get this application in. I'd like the cooperation of our engineer to help us get the dollars. And cooperation of the staff.
Our engineer won't do it because if you were ever awarded it, they want to be able to do the
No.
actual valuable work. They've told us this.
Yes. But
Well, they can evaluate whether this is sufficient.
Oh,
for right of way.
evaluate it,
I-
yes.
That I
They
think
did say
yes,
evaluate.
but it- But
So
the
they
next
can
steps of
all-
the issue.
yeah, they can
So you still have to
also
come up with the
assist.
numbers. The question, though, that I still have, and I appreciate that you want to do this, but part of the question I had to each of those consultants is like, should we just go for it? Anyway, knowing these things. And part of the concern was kind of, I don't know if the word is a cooling effect or not a cooling effect. What am I trying to think of? It's like, it doesn't look good that we don't have our ducks in a row. It doesn't look good to the people that are reviewing our grant application. And that was just a concern of mine. And listen, I did genuinely try to get you to see that Jay was willing to sit down and talk with us. And you did not take him up on that. And that's okay. That was a choice you made. And
She
that's
was
fine.
not given
And
the
you made a
opportunity to
choice
speak
I-
with Jay
not
Not
in
to
an
Grasso.
email. What
include
is-
me in
it
the
was-
it was
in
discussion.
an
You
email.
made
been
the
you voted
choice
that.
not to answer
Oh,
my,
Lord.
my trying to reach you and
You
Frank
called
all
me
day
once.
Wednesday.
You called me once and I picked up. You were asking for Frank. You go, where's Frank? And I go, I'll try to find him.
This should have been a
So-
conversation with Liz.
So
not you,
again, I
Bernadette.
cannot tell you how many times you guys go through the effort and do the due diligence to follow up with other consultants and other people from NISAC to other attorneys, I don't know. But to follow up and do due diligence, and that is what I did. And at one point, even Sean said, thank you. It changed
No,
very quickly.
I have no problem with you doing due
and-
diligence.
but
I have
apparently
a
you
problem
do.
with the mayor deciding unilaterally that we don't apply for this. That's what I have a problem.
I have 0 active offers at this point.
You asked him to
I did
withdraw
not
his
ask
offer.
Jay to withdraw. I gave him the opportunity to withdraw because I said, if we don't have the
You
right
gave
of
him
way,
the
are you gonna have a
opportunity.
problem with
You
it?
gave
Well-
him the opportunity.
Well,
Yes.
now we have potentially the opportunity to calculate right of way. So your main argument.
Oh, wait a minute. So now we're calculating right of way. We don't actually have the right of way. You're admitting.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion to allow trustee Cormos to write this application
Well, hold on.
and enlist.
Hold on.
Him-
Here's a
enlist
question. Here's a
Labella.
question that you haven't answered yet. Are we doing sidewalk connectivity for the village Or are we doing a Zim Smith Trail and a few streets near the Zim Smith Trail?
I've seen her proposal.
It's not what I'm asking.
It's both. It's what she just described. It was a
That's not-
huge,
That's not what
beautiful
we-
list of improvements.
That's
that
not what
she
we were
just-
talking about 2 weeks ago. So
Yes,
let's-
it was,
No, it was
Frank.
not.
Yes,
So-
it was.
Show me where
Yes,
in the
it was.
transcript Zim Smith Trail was.
A full description of the grant proposal was not provided at that meeting. It was
So we voted on
so it was-
mystery. Ben, we
it
have
was-
to give 20% as a match. That's
Yes,
$200,000
I
up
read
to
the
$400,000.
previous proposal. This is building on that. And I think it's a great project for this town that would
It's a
improve
village.
Thank you. That would, yeah, that's what you're resorting to, is these little things instead of the big picture issue and the point that we're trying to make here. So it would be a great improvement to this village on multiple levels, both for neighborhoods and the Zim Smith connection. And it's ridiculous as part, which is it? It's all of those. Liz can recite them again right now if you'd like her to. It's a great list of improvements. Why wouldn't we go after that? She's offering her services for free. What's the problem?
Because I was told that we have an existing sidewalk network problem, not a Zim Smith Trail problem, when we were going through this 2 weeks
It's a
ago.
connectivity issue from, yes, part of the grant proposal is to connect Zim Smith better to the downtown area so that all the people using Zim Smith can be navigated towards the town to help our downtown businesses to get some of that business. So that makes sense to me.
Can I ask a quick question, of Liz? Does part of this grant fill in sidewalk gaps? Yes or no? Okay,
Yes.
yes? All right, so
It-
it fills in sidewalk gaps,
Is that why your
which we
property on
can't-
High Boulevard is one of the maps you handed me?
which means gaps we can't deal with because of right-of-way issue with any conventional thing we do. And the ADA plan we just saw today is about existing sidewalks. Sounds like this is going to fill a void that we can't do anyways because of uncertainty of right-of-way. Of course, now, if we have mapping, maybe we have certainty, but
You work for DOT? Tell me where the right of way is on that map. That's her house.
So I'd like to make a motion.
right-of-way is right there.
So
High
you said
Boulevard.
this would
Okay.
be an adjustment of
scale.
the previous
Sure. And that's how many feet?
application.
Well, I
Yeah,
don't
that's-
have a
that's-
scale
How
with me.
how is it not
This is
entirely
printed on
different
8.5 by
application? I
11.
guess,
It's
in
actually
various-
11 by 17 and a half
It's-
size.
I've
So it's not
written
gonna
most of
happen.
it, and it's
Probably won't.
basically,
But it would be considered a new
No,
application.
No, they do it
Yeah.
usually.
Oh,
house
well,
scale.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion to allow or enable Liz, trustee Cormos, to write this grant proposal and to ask Labella and village staff for assistance as needed. And is there a price that we shouldn't go over for Labella service or any services or no?
no.
No cost at all?
Well, the only cost would be to contract with a separate engineer just to verify. You get extra points for them to review the application.
Do you want that in the motion and do you know
Yeah,
how
I
much
have
that
a
costs?
motion here, which I can make later.
You're gonna make a
So we're-
motion later.
so
Why
we're
don't you
gonna-
make it now,
we're
since
gonna-
we're talking about
We're
this?
gonna preempt, well, you're gonna open up a public comment about it if you do it, just so you know.
That's fine.
Okay.
Well, I
but-
have a motion here, since you seem so reluctant to potentially go back to Jay.
Nobody said we wouldn't go back to Jay.
All right,
We
just
said
what's
we
the
don't have
motion?
a current offer from Jay. That's the difference.
Well,
All
I'm
right.
sure he would resubmit his offer once if, you know,
Oh.
the board wanted to go.
Can you just
forward.
read your motion? We'll see what it
Well, the
is.
one I have here is motion by, seconded by, to have trustee Cormos prepare a 2023 TAP CMAC grant application. And for the board to authorize the mayor to execute any necessary documents associated with grant, including commitment to contribute 20% of the total grant amount, spend up to $1,000 for an engineer to provide quality assurance level of review of application, and authorize village staff and vendors to provide any requested information, including cost estimates.
I'll second.
Okay. First, public comment for 90 seconds. I want to raise your hand first so that we,
Oh.
yeah, thank you. Keith.
Keith Lewis, 38 East High Street, Ballston Spa. So in watching this, I'm reminded of the gentleman's talk about the 7th grade, argument that goes on in the boardroom. It's unfortunate to see it disintegrate. We just heard one of the trustees offer to do this at no expense. We know that we've put in grants before that have been looked at poorly, including the New York Forward grant. When I spoke to people about that grant, we lost that grant. And that was something that happened. Putting in a grant that is not approved does not in fact prevent you from putting in a grant later that will be approved. Learning experience goes on in every municipality, every municipality. The fact that a trustee would make this commitment at no expense, and we would argue against it. And then you, Mayor, would hold up a map and show her house and say, this isn't punitive. This isn't punitive. It sure looks punitive. It sure looks partisan, and it sure looks immature for this board to act in this way. I'm really, really disappointed.
Who'd you speak with her here for? Just so
You know what? I don't give you information so that you can go out and then harass people
Oh, so I
the
can't do
way
my due
that you
diligence?
do.
I can't do my due diligence then.
That your due diligence should have been on this work
It's bad.
and not
I was
trying
just
to
called out
undermine it.
for I
You
was just
should have
called
been
out.
working to get the information about the right of way, not putting up the
It
roadblock.
will take 18 months to do it. Thank you.
She said it would. I think she has a lot more experience at grant writing and getting grants approved than you do.
100 million approved grants for my clients.
Next. Mike.
Thank you. Mike Iacolucci, 9 Russell Street. Just very quickly, the process that the board as a whole has followed over the last couple of weeks with respect to this issue is atrocious. You all should have and could have done better. Having said that, just a reminder, 2 weeks ago, the board voted to approve expenditure up to $3,000.
Five.
Up to $5,000 in order to go forward with the grant application. Now, it appears to me you have the opportunity to be able to proceed at a much lower cost, if any cost at all. So I certainly hope you will pursue this opportunity. Thank you.
Just to clarify, the assumption was we had a right of way for the pricing that was presented before. Mike, just to be honest with you, that was what the assumption was. Anybody else? Zoom hand.
Anna?
Anna, unmute and go ahead.
Hi. I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but just because you have a survey on one property on one side of the street or 6 properties on one side of the street does not establish a right of way. If you are going to have the entire right of way, you are going to need to have another surveyor out there that surveys both sides of the streets with the right of ways. That's just the way it is. So, and it's, I don't have any grant experience, but I have a hell of a lot of experience with maps and surveys.
Yep, got both sides.
You got the center line wrote down, you got the entire street on both sides, Liz, surveyed. Impossible, because we don't have them at Saratoga County. So where did you get them?
I got some of them at Saratoga County. Clerk's
Some of
office.
them, where are the rest of them? You have both sides of the street. Impossible. I've already looked. They aren't there. That's my business. That's my office where those maps are kept. You don't have them because we don't have them.
Anna, it's showing a subdivision basically with a front of a lot and a number of that lot in front of it, what I'm seeing here, or what I can make out from the shrink version of it. And what I've tried to explain is that that doesn't mean the right of way ends at that line. The right of way goes beyond that line because obviously the lot and the right of way have an overlap. Is that not accurate?
The lot.
I would
line.
say that
Surveyed
depends.
property line is
Did she
at
ask you,
the
Liz? Is he
edge.
talking to me or you, Liz?
Okay,
I thought that was my question.
sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, it depends on the surveyor. Some surveyors do their survey to the center line of the right of way. Most of them do their survey to the edge of the right of way. Again, having surveys on this side of the street and that side of the street does not, who is going to compilate that center line of the street? I don't believe that Liz has an engineering or a surveyor degree. Sean has an engineering degree, but he is not a surveyor. That means you would have to hire a licensed surveyor to find the actual center line if you're going to lay down any sidewalks. That's the way it is. That's just it. And I am positive that you do not have surveys on every side, up and down Hyde Boulevard on both sides, or Eastern Avenue or Columbia, because they aren't there.
I don't think, Anna, respectfully, I don't think it's necessary for a grant application. I think if you
And
were actually
maybe.
doing the work, yes, I agree with you, you need a survey. And maybe that's something that's done as part of our 20% contribution is we provide a survey. Again, those are things to discuss maybe with Jay or our village engineer
Well, it's
as
the
to how
chicken
we'd
or egg-
handle that.
It's the chicken or egg issue that we've been told, and Bernadette, correct me if I'm wrong. The answer here was essentially, look, if you don't have your right of way, then the state can't tell what you're investing in exactly or what work you're actually doing with the money. And as such, you don't know as the state if we have the ability even to utilize the grant money. Is that not what was?
My general. That's generally my understanding. Really, it's all because of not having information. There's so many there's questions left unanswered that the state will, choose a municipality that does have more information provided and has more of that in order. So again, several people had said to us, Heather, Jay, Julie, and Chris had indicated that is a problem. So
Have any of them seen the mapping that we were just given?
we were just given it, so no.
Okay, so that sounds like they need to see this and then give us another determination.
Anna, would you be willing to look at it as well to identify?
I sure can. And I can't speak to whether it is sufficient information for a grant. The beginning of this conversation came out with Liz saying she had the right of way information. I just don't believe that is an accurate representation of what she has. She has surveys showing one side of the right of way for properties. Surveyors don't show the other side of the right of way. They don't show the right of way on the other side of the street.
She's got one map here
Anna,
that's the school district's land, which is not supposed to be used beyond the school district in the notes, for instance.
So it's clear the right of way may still be a work in progress. It's also clear that Liz, in a very short amount of time, obtained a lot of information to apply to this grant. It's also clear that if there are gaps in the right of way, that will not necessarily obstruct this application based on the county's experience. So for all those reasons, we should move forward.
Your name and address and role in terms of why you're able to provide this information as well, just for the record.
I'm sorry, Anna Stanko, 32 Kent Street. I am the Director of Real Property Tax Services for Saratoga County, and I have been in this department since 1988 and in this role since 2019. And I do have a civil engineering degree as well.
1988, really?
I'm old, Frank.
Started when you were 4 years old, right?
Yep. Thank
you
you.
Thank you. Discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, right? Yeah, absolutely. Somebody cleared that alley. Thank you. Why don't you just hold on to that mic if you can, because it is a little bit different.
Creoton, 16 Middlebrook Avenue. I just wish there was more honesty coming out of folks at this table. Liz, I worked on that CDTC or whatever report it was.
Transportation
And
Council,
from the get-go, it was all about that side of town. We have the presentation tonight, which showed where the sidewalks are needed most. And well, we can't do it all. We only can do one section. And you're not being honest. You're pandering to that side of town so that those sidewalks in the more affluent area of town get completed. And it's including sidewalks that are going right up past people's properties that, if it were me and I was on the town or the village board, I would put the sidewalks in front of my house and say, thank you very much, and just move on. But that's not going to happen. I just wish you were being more honest about it. It's been about your area of town since the get-go.
Yeah,
It has.
I admit that.
And
I admit that. That's the
it's
area
not
of town.
it has not been about the betterment for the kids. How many kids live on your end of that street that go to the school that you're so concerned about? It's the only place in this town where there's the signs to slow down. Thank you. Village. Who said that?
Alan.
What are you? Oh, excuse me. I didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt me.
I was interrupted when I said.
I don't care.
Everybody's been interrupted here.
I don't,
Alan. Please.
Alan. As I was saying, it's not about the kids in that area.
It is.
There's nothing about those green signs to slow traffic down. Go up in front of Dunkin' Donuts. You're about to get killed going across that street. Let's get a sign there where people cross all the time. Ride one of these around. You want to see where the sidewalks are needed. All right. Don't tell me about, oh, it's for the betterment of the school children. Yada, yada, yada. The
Right.
kids at the BACC.
Time, right.
Kids at BACC go down there every year down at Kelly Park. They take the main street and go over.
There's
So
no
don't say
sidewalk.
It's about that.
There's no sidewalk. There's a sidewalk gap
This
on,
would fix
on
that.
Milton. There's
They
an
should fix the fact
unsafe
that they go down the
crossing.
Main street of our village to go over to Kelly Park.
How do
They
you,
should fix that.
This would fix the Malta Ave gap.
the Malta Ave gap, the intersection, and the intersection with Ralph Street. And getting
I
across,
agree with that 100%.
well, that's part of this project.
Good
But
discussion.
the connection to the Zim Smith is also part of it. And yes, that happens to go by my house. That's why I see all the cyclists going back and forth and all the walkers going in front of, going down high. That's what they do. They come off the Zim Smith Trail and they go down high.
Go ahead. Kristen.
Good afternoon, evening, whatever it is. Kristen Nicolucci, 24 Chapman Street. I just want to try to ask for all of the members of the board to come together and work together to try to move forward with this grant to bring money into our community to help connect the trails that a lot of people outside of our community use. And it would be great if the Zim Smith Trail would connect to Ballston Spa to help connect our community to more businesses that would come into our community through those cyclists and through people that use that trail. It's really sad seeing all of this pettiness and calls for your side of town versus my side of town, and the kids being thrown in as, I don't even know what that last comment was. There's kids on this side of town, but ultimately I think we need to just step back from the pettiness here and think about the broader picture, which is the future of our village, and connecting all of us and working together to connect our village using grants to connect our sidewalks, to help our businesses, to help people safely get around our village. That's our ultimate goal here. So I would hope that we could all just come together and work together to get money to do that for our village. Thank you.
Discussion. One thing, just to fly off of what Chris just said, you did this job long enough and you realize what Ray is saying is not incorrect about the level of skewering you will take in this role. If you try to focus on one side of town more than another for any prolonged period of time, because for me, my side of town is every side of town at this point in time. And so this is why I'm a little bit irritated about this whole TAP CMAQ grant being sold as one thing and then finding out it was a whole nother thing. Especially when we have hundreds of thousands of dollars to have to match in this thing. So it's not just state money, it's money from us, our coffers. The work that's got to be done, just to address the concerns or thoughts out there, actually is engineering costs, manpower costs for our village, because DPW is going to have to get involved as well. And that's going to take away time for other things that have to get done. And so if you're not in a position to be successful in this, you've wasted time and resources that we really don't have right now. And the whole idea of this was make sure you get the village in a position to be successful, because as Bernadette suggested, a grant writer wants to succeed. They do not make money off failure ultimately. And so that was the biggest concern. I'm happy to show these to whoever, because I know what they're going to say at this point. These aren't rights of way maps. These are subdivision maps. They give no idea of what the actual right of way is without looking at the deeds to confirm ultimately. And so I will happily show to Anna, to anybody else that wants to see them, to the degree that you can even read them, because they are in the shrunken version. So Liz, if you have full sizes, please do pass them on, because reading some of these notes is almost impossible at this point. But the maps themselves are showing numbers which are property numbers, i.e. mailing numbers, like 63 Ballston Avenue, something like that. It's not showing an actual footage or anything like that in these details that I can see. Maybe I'm wrong. Full size might help me.
You are wrong there. They do show dimensions. They are surveyed maps. They are surveyed maps. The date, some of them 100 years ago, when the Stanford Insurance Company surveyed all the properties in the then existing village. And that's what they're from. They are actual surveyed maps. Some of them are the old maps in.
But there's no scale on this map. This is one that you're talking about. Show me the scale.
Oh, that one? No, but that one has a scale. This one has a scale.
Well, we're talking about 100-year-old maps.
You know what?
It's called HID.
We're not going to nail down. We're not going to nail down the right of way issue in this meeting. We guarantee failure if we don't try. There's no guarantee we're going to succeed, but we will fail if we don't try.
No, you actually may succeed if you take your time and get it right in 2 years when this thing comes back up.
And we can do that as well. There's no reason we can't reapply and reapply and reapply and reapply. There is absolutely no logical or rational reason for not trying. Period.
I agree. Can we vote?
Any other comments? Okay, roll call. You're on already. Here.
I'm always on. Trustee Baskin?
Yes.
Trustee Raymond?
Yes.
Trustee Von Denza?
Vote no. I am inclined to listen to the three experts that we spoke with. And again, I'd rather take the time to sort out our information and make sure we know our rights of way. So, well, yes, I appreciate that we want to do this, and I look forward to doing it in the future. We just need to get more information sorted out first.
Trustee Cormos?
Yes.
Mayor Rossi?
No, because based on, as Bernadette said, the advice of 3 trusted individuals in the field, we don't have enough information. If we hand these over and at that time they say we have enough information, I might say differently, but I'm looking at this and Anna's correct. There's no known right of way mapping in the county. We've asked. And so this isn't what you think it is apparently, or at least what you're selling it to be. And I don't see how this changes anything.
I'm not selling. Would you stop using words?
This is my vote and my time. So the answer is no, but again, I will give this over to multiple people. I'll scan it first thing in the morning and send it around and see what they have to say.
If you had digital files, Liz, that might be better so they can print it to scale.
No, these are all photocopies. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not,
Some of them are, some are actually photographs of
I can tell you.
plans at the Saratoga County Clerk's
That's not a
Office.
scale. It must have been.
Yeah, this is newer. This is absolutely newer. Some of these older ones, like the High Boulevard. as well.
Yeah.
All right, so the motion carried, right?
Yes, the motion carries 3-2. I am the presiding officer. I'll let you know. I'm having a conversation with Sean respectfully over here for half a second.
Frank, can you please convey whatever information you get back to me, since I am going to be working on this? And I, frankly, if I find out in the next week or two that, you know, we don't have enough information to, you know, make a good go of it, I won't go forward.
Well, the one thing that wasn't answered in this motion, and I might want to make a motion actually here, is what are we applying for? Because again, 2 weeks ago versus now seem to be two different things entirely.
No, it's the same thing.
Well,
You have been interpreting.
You
I
keep
don't know
saying
where
that
you
for
got
some
the
reason.
feeling that I was selling one thing and another thing. It is everything.
Can you,
that
can you
is-
send out what was the last
Yeah.
2 years
Well,
ago?
I
Send
did
that out
send it to
again?
everybody.
All right, okay, send it again, because
you,
hasn't read it.
well, excuse me, when we had this discussion, she bashed me for not being concerned about the connectivity of sidewalks issue in the village, that we were passing up that opportunity. Nowhere did it state anything about the connectivity to the Zim Smith Trail. That was what she bashed me on after the fact, until we found the
I
email
didn't
going around.
bash you
Yes,
on
you did.
anything.
Yes, you
Also
did.
doesn't mean the other was hidden. It's just she was focusing on one point, not the other point.
When's the
There's
due date for
nothing
this?
devious that happened.
When's the due date for this, Liz?
January 9th. Tomorrow I will file a pre-application, which will probably give us some indication if this is enough material to satisfy them.
You're gonna file a pre-application with this
Yes, and
before we even show it to people that we're.
well,
attempting
it's
to learn
due
from.
tomorrow. The
Yeah,
pre-application.
if we
which
hadn't
is-
had the hiccup last meeting with the cancellation.
No, if
she'd
she had
be
actually
ahead.
provided these 2 weeks ago when this came up, we would have
She
actually
didn't
had
have
that
it 2
solved by
weeks
now.
ago. When she
Oh,
found
she didn't
out,
have it 2 weeks ago?
when she found out that your right of way was the excuse for not going
It's not an
forward,
excuse,
she went
Ben.
ahead and got these things.
It's not an excuse.
All
These
right.
are licensed
Motion is passed. We
individuals.
can move forward.
I'd like to make a motion that the TAP CMAQ grant application to be done by trustee Cormos is focused on sidewalk connectivity and only sidewalk connectivity in the village of Ballston Spa.
I'll make a motion.
I made it, so you second.
Oh, second, sorry.
Discussion, actually, public. 90 seconds if you want to speak. Okay. Yeah, you did.
Gina Morosi, 10 Old Glory Lane. If I recall back when the connectivity to the Zim Smith Trail was discussed, there were a bunch of residents in that area that were up in arms and didn't want that to happen. Has that changed?
The county is going forward with a plan to extend the Zim Smith Trail past the ending down on Oak Street, all the way up to Malta Ave. That's the next phase, and then the following phase is going all the way up to the state park.
Okay, that didn't answer my question.
So it will actually take the burden off the end of the trail being at Oak Street where neighbors are.
They may have
Well,
objected
just-
to the Oak Street Zim Smith Trail, but not to this grant.
Just to clarify, Supervisor Connolly attempted to suggest that we should be putting a parking lot for the trail in the High Boulevard, High Street juncture near where the school property is, or in the school property, if the school would participate. I stated to him that no way in hell we're doing that in our R1, which is our pure R1 section. That's just not an appropriate use as a glorified parking lot for a Zim Smith Trail. And since that point, it hasn't been brought up by the county.
Now, the county is going to put the parking lot at the end of Oak Street.
No, that their concern was that there's not sufficient parking for there and they wanted more parking. That's why Supervisor Connolly suggested in our village to put it in that spot where the school fields are, a parking lot for a trail.
But that's not part of this grant application.
Well, I don't know. Is it or isn't it?
It is.
Is it?
If it's part of connectivity and usage of the trail, it could be.
Excuse me,
Yes, hi, how are you?
is this not public comment? Just checking.
Yeah.
You keep asking questions, so we. keep
No,
answering
you've
them.
gone way off no one has answered my question yet. My question was, the residents in the Oak Street area, were they not against extending the Zim Smith Trail into the village by them? That's the question.
Not that I'm aware of.
My,
last time
my
around?
understanding is
that I'm aware of.
some object to the Simpson Trail going through their neighborhood. That's totally external to this grant application. There's been no public opposition to what this application has proposed, which is some sidewalks and pathways into the village. There's been no.
Do they know about it?
2 years ago, yes, they knew about it.
Do they know about this grant application?
I don't know.
No. So
Well,
you're
this
speaking for
grant
them and you don't
application's
know.
been canceled until 2 minutes ago.
No, you're willing to go ahead with it 2 weeks ago. Did anybody consult with these people?
They're the people in the neighborhood who know about it.
And
Can I have names so we can clarify?
are they for or against it?
This is be a,
I guess I'm not really sure because I think what was going to happen is it was going to go in the street right away and it actually has nothing to do with that.
But we just determined that we may not know the
Wait,
right
wait,
of ways.
wait a minute. It's gonna go in the street right of way, so it has nothing to do with them as property owners that will have to maintain ultimately too.
I have an
I give
idea.
up.
Why don't, Gina, why
It
don't
was
you
a
finish your
path.
5
They wouldn't
minutes
have-
and at the
It's
end.
90
First of all, it's
seconds.
90 seconds.
Otherwise, you're gonna be going back and forth with us for 10 minutes, won't you? Why don't you just make your statement? We'll answer afterwards.
How about I preside and you continue? You have
Yeah,
about
you're
40
not the
seconds
mayor,
left.
Ben. Thank you, though.
That
I
is
would
the
like an
rules and
answer to my
procedure.
question, whether or not, and let me repeat it one more time for the people in the back. The residents that live where you propose extending the Zim Smith Trail into the village. I don't care about the park. I don't care about Malta. I'm talking about into the village. Do they know about this? Do they approve or disapprove of it? That's the question. Thank you.
Keith?
Keith Lewis, 38 East High Street. Liz, in your experience, the pre-application that is due tomorrow, would it require the village to then put in the application and the matching money?
No,
Okay. So what you're asking for and what was approved is to be able to put in something that will have no impact on whether it moves forward and you discover later that there is not enough information for you to respectfully put in a fleshed out proposal.
No, we approved an application, not just a pre-application
Correct.
application. Well, that's, you're
But-
focusing on the pre-application, Keith. It's not
But
just
Liz,
that.
if you found the information was contradictory and would in fact not fulfill the requirements of the application, would you still in fact be putting in an application?
no.
Okay. So what I'm to understand is in your experience as a grant writer of millions of dollars of grants, that you have had situations where you put in certain amount of information, it is then moved through the process, you require additional information, that additional information is then used and it is put in as well.
Well, you've got a deadline, so you've got to get
Right, and you've got the
everything
deadlines.
Christine's clock says you're done.
Even if you don't meet a deadline, doesn't that in fact have the grant application kicked out? If you were not to get it in time, many people apply for grants, they miss a deadline and then they're no longer in the running.
in. Right.
Okay. So
Yeah, you do have this wrap.
in my estimation, there's very little to gain from not doing this, but there's much to gain. And the fact of changing it, she didn't offer to do your version. She offered to do her version on her time. If it was you doing the work, then you should be able to choose, but you're not. Thank you. I watch you all the time.
You're not
You're really
special.
good.
Okay, folks.
You're not keeping that.
None of you are special. We're all special in our own ways.
Yeah, you betcha.
You too, Jared, you're special.
Jared Eclucci, 24 Chapman Street. I'm not really sure where the,
Jared, I'm not gonna take time away. Folks, we will clear at this point. Okay, everybody stop. Okay, let's listen. We'll have a discussion in a little bit. Okay, Al. Jared, go ahead.
thank you. As I understand it, this newly proposed motion, it seems that the only thing we're excluding is the possibility of a Zim Smith connection here. I just want to point out that the comprehensive plan that this board adopted encouraged exploring a Zim Smith connection due to numerous factors, including the benefit it can bring to the businesses in our village, as well as all the residents in our village with access to all of our parks and a long trail for bicycle riders and pedestrians to take advantage of. Thank you.
Okay, we have hands. Go ahead, Alex. Alex, go ahead. You unmuted too, I think, right? Yeah, we'll put it back in queue and we'll go to next.
All right, Kristen.
Go ahead, Kristen.
Kristen Nicolucci, 24 Chapman Street. I just want to echo, I think it was Trustee Raymond or Trustee Baskins that said, we won't know until we try. Like there's nothing wrong with trying. So again, this is an application for a grant. It's not a guarantee that we're going to get this grant money or that we would be required to, like you said, Mayor Rossi, submit, hundreds of thousands of dollars or DPW hours. So again, I would just ask us to take a step back and maybe, curb the fear mongering of, has everybody been informed and is this moving forward? And there's parking lots happening in R1 zones. We are just applying for a grant, and Trustee Cormos is offering her time, her experience in grant writing to try to get us this grant money. So then we can continue to have these conversations on residential impact and, getting our businesses involved to see how that would also benefit them and, doing all of these additional details. So again, I would just please encourage, let's not put limits on what Trustee Cormos is doing with her free time to try to apply to get this grant money. Let's just try. There's no harm in trying. Thank you.
And again, the motion is based on the question of keeping it confined to sidewalk connectivity in the village of Ballston Spa. That's what the current motion is about, just to clarify. Go on.
Cleared out Alex and now he's back.
Okay. Alex, take two, action.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Alex Funicello, 60 Hyde Boulevard. So the current motion is just basically an argument over whether, or is to clarify that there's basically a block of sidewalk that's not going to be considered?
No, it is to make sure that the focus of the TAP CMAQ grant is sidewalk connectivity and only that, because of the limited amount of resources ultimately we would get from the grant, and that we'd have to also put forward it from our own money ultimately. Because as I've sat here and heard multiple times, we have a sidewalk issue in the village of Ballston Spa that we need to resolve, and it's going to cost a lot of money. And this was supposed to be the way to rectify that from what we were talking about 2 weeks ago. So I'm trying to clarify that and focus it.
Yeah, I guess I don't have any objection to that. I think that it should definitely be a priority to have that connection to the Zim Smith, because honestly, the Zim Smith is like, as a cyclist and runner in town, the Zim Smith is like a huge reason that I love it here. So, and that was really a deciding factor when I moved to Hyde, why I chose to be over here, is because of that easy access. But am disappointed that there isn't sidewalk access out that way. But I think it's reasonable to say that for this grant, stick to the in-village sidewalks. But I'm also confused because from prior meetings, it seemed like everybody's been on board that we need to find as much money as we can to help out with the sidewalk situation. And now that the work's being done to trying to get funding from outside sources, now everyone's split on that. And it just seems like, why would we possibly not pursue contribution to the improvement of our village? So that's all I have.
Thank you. And that's that for that, or do we have one more? All good? Okay, discussion. Just to answer Alex's point there. Again, what we were told a couple weeks ago and what this ended up being is different. And that's what I'm trying to reposition this as, is a sidewalk-centric grant for the connectivity issues in the village of Ballston Spa. That's why I've made this motion, because again, it sounds like from the limited amount that Chris Brown told Bernadette and I, it's a huge amount of money, most likely, for the materials or right-of-way control that would be necessary for the Zim Smith Trail. So it would eat up a good amount of this. And Liz, you're shaking your head. You're actually going to have Chris go out and do an evaluation. And as he said, all there was a line drawn in 2 years ago and no identification of costs and materials and right-of-way costs for that connection at that point in time. So you can shake your head, but again, there's a limited amount of resources from a grant and the amount of money that we're gonna have to put toward it, or in-kind money toward it. And that's where I'm trying to kind of push us away from, to say, we have enough problems with our connectivity issues with sidewalks in the village. Focus it on there. It sounds like we would actually win it if we focused it on what we know, if we do have rights of way, as you're contending here.
I don't really understand where you're coming from. So
The sidewalks in the village of
Let her
Ballston Spa,
finish.
that's where.
well, this project is primarily the sidewalks in the village of Ballston Spa. There's already a sidewalk from Ballston Spa to Oak Street on both sides of the streets. It's already there. Now that connectivity could be improved, and the county is very interested in making a link to the village. But as soon as you get to the corner of Hyde and East High, there's no sidewalk. There's no sidewalk that continues up to Eastern Ave. And it's a very dangerous place to try to walk up there because you walk in the road. So all those kids in Kayleen Drive, you know, I don't know if it was Chris or one of the folks there told me that when they moved in there, they said, oh, your kids can walk to school. And the parents said, no, they can't. There's no way. There's not a crossing, a protected crossing. There's nothing there. There's no sidewalk to get them up to Eastern and over to the school. So this project is primarily about sidewalks, and then also it's about traffic calming on streets, which is something that's desired in this neighborhood. You know, it answers a lot of questions. I think the connecting, you know, where the emphasis is, frankly, on getting state grants, there's a lot of interest from state agencies on connecting villages, towns to trails. Saratoga County is going north, but they're going north on the eastern side of the tracks. So they just go north and we don't have some way for folks to get into the village. That's what the plan is, to get into the village, safely go down Grove Street and get right downtown. That's part of the plan.
So the reason why I think we should focus only on sidewalks is literally the first thing that Heather raised concerns over, Heather from with Jay, was G&G, sorry, thank you, was the fact that the Zim Smith Trail connectivity, I use that, I would like that too, but the concern is it's very difficult to get over that hurdle of rights of way with rail. Taking that problem out, if we're closer to maybe correcting the rights of way stuff regarding the connectivity of the sidewalks solely, I think it might just improve our chances. So that was one of the first concerns raised by Heather, and then also reflected on or repeated also by Jay, that is a big concern. So
I'm going to vote no on this motion because we have a well thought out proposal that includes sidewalk gaps and a very important comprehensive plan goal of connecting with Zim Smith, which would be excellent for this community. Also, because of the inexcusable delay of a few weeks, there's no time to redo this application in a major way. Liz has to get this in tomorrow. It's a good application. It will do a lot for this village, and it needs to be done as is.
I didn't get the answer to my question.
Need an answer. I need a response.
I actually, excuse me, as somebody that's talking to people back there, maybe you do over a response. Have you checked with people about the Zim Smith Trail over there with respect to, have you told them this was your intent to dedicate village money and or resources and actually the placement of it over there? It's a valid question.
You know what? I personally have not, and I'm not worried about it one bit. We are going to improve life for the people in that area. We are, I know, he keeps adding another motion. We are going to make life better for the people over there. So I am not worried about some protest movement that we're putting in sidewalks and connectivity and making life better for them. I'm just not worried about that.
I don't see how it even affects the Oak Street people. What the county is doing affects the Oak Street.
Right, exactly. It's the Zim Smith Trail that
We are
riles
just
them up.
a spur, a connection off of that.
As I stated, the anticipated idea by a member of the county's board of supervisors was to place a parking lot in the school.
We're not
property.
talking about that.
Well,
that is not Liz's proposal, Frank. Why are you bringing that up?
Oh, it's very germane, gentlemen. Oh, it is.
No interest in that.
Oh, it is. It's about safety of a neighborhood, don't you know?
Well, the county can put in
We're
a
not
parking
doing
lot
that.
wherever it wants if it's on its property. We don't have anything to say about it.
We're not
we don't?
doing it. We're not doing it. We have no interest. Nobody's saying to do that,
There's
Frank.
nothing, there's
That's
no
not an argument.
parking lots in this plan. There are none.
So where are people that are going to use it going to park? Because they said flat out, there's not a
That's not our
parking.
To the
problem.
county to determine. It's not our problem.
That's not this grant, Frank. Let's get back.
Excuse me, Keith. Keith, there's a motion.
He made
oh,
another
okay.
motion.
There's a motion to
He made
focus on
another
sidewalk
motion
connectivity.
To restrict this
Right.
and not include the connection. to
Right.
the Zim
So I'm
Smith.
voting.
who's writing it?
Aren't you the one that's supposed to be quiet right now while we discuss?
Right. So I know I'm voting against this, and anytime you want to hold the vote.
Yeah, let's vote.
I think it's extremely difficult for Liz to have to basically rewrite this thing when all she would have to do is update it, particularly since the pre-application is tomorrow. She's not going to rewrite it by tomorrow. So it should, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to vote no to this because it should just stand as it is. If it's unsuccessful, you can relish in being right, Frank.
It's not relishing in being right, and it's not
Try
funny.
again in 2 weeks.
Sean, that's not funny. It's a flat out question of, for how many weeks we've been talking about sidewalk connectivity issues in the village of Ballston Spa.
This will improve it.
How do you know? How much
This
is
grant's
Zim Smith
been
Trail
around
gonna
for 2
cost you?
years. You mean you didn't read it? Wow.
Tell me about it.
All right. Let's
No.
We know what the vote is. Let's call
Excuse
it.
me. Tell me about it.
I know.
Tell me about it.
Because it
Frank,
goes
tell me
to
about
the
it.
bicycle plan.
Tell me about it.
Frank, let's
No.
call the
Let's
vote.
take a
Ben?
vote,
Call the vote.
please. We're
Ben?
wasting
Call the
the
vote.
public's time.
Tell me about it.
We're wasting the public's time.
about
Let's,
you
I
go
call
read
for
it?
a vote.
I
Stop
read it.
bullying.
Okay,
Frank.
tell me
Do
about
your
it.
due diligence,
I
Frank.
am. I'm asking you
Do
to tell
your
me about it.
homework.
Tell me about it.
You tell us about it, Frank. You
I
want to
don't
change
need to be your
it?
teacher.
It's your motion, Frank. You're the one who wanted to change it. You
Yeah.
tell us about it.
No,
You
I think
tell
this
us.
has
about it.
gone
It's your
on.
motion,
I was just
Frank.
told how great it is. Tell me
It's
about
you-
the plan.
It's your
Well,
motion.
you tell me
Guys,
why it's so bad. because
Guys, this
obviously
has gone off the
research-
rails.
It's your
I
motion,
did.
Frank.
And the person at G&G that evaluated it stated flat out that it has deficiencies because of the Zim Smith Trail.
Oh,
addition.
that's the new deficiency of the day.
Okay,
All right.
and then
Let's
we won't
call
get
the
it,
vote.
just like we didn't get the New York Forward
But-
because it had deficiencies. So
All right. All right. Call the
that's
vote.
what happens.
It's getting late. We got more stuff to do.
Tell me about the grant
Oh,
application.
Jesus.
You open your mouth, you now stick your foot in it or tell me about it, one or the other.
You're a bully, Frank. You're a bully and you're wasting everyone's time, Frank.
Frank, I'm not going to tell you something that you should have read and know. So if you didn't read it,
So
Sean, if
so
he
Sean-
says something, you're gonna say, that's not right, or you're gonna
So
say,
Ben?
oh, what you said last month
Ben?
isn't right.
guess what? We had to send people the grant application and find it in the first place because they didn't have it to evaluate. Okay, nobody had it.
If we had moved forward last meeting, we would have it before
No,
this
no.
meeting.
We're talking about the one from 2 years ago to be updated, yada, 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 yada. That had to be
Yes.
sent around. We had to go find it.
You could have asked Liz very easily.
We did. She didn't provide it.
No, I was about to provide it until you said you.
No, you weren't in the office, you said, for 2 straight
All right,
days.
can we just
Yeah.
move on? This is ridiculous. This is why meetings go forever, because you won't do.
Not for
a
long.
vote. You're the reason this is going forever. This is your motion, Frank, and your discussion.
Yep.
All right, let's go.
Everybody calm down in the room.
Call the vote. Let's go.
That's fine.
So tell me about the.
Just, oh my
Oh,
God.
no.
All right, I vote against the motion. Liz, what do you
No,
vote?
excuse me, you're not the presiding
You
officer.
need to move forward,
Well,
Frank.
you know what? Run for mayor.
You do not get to hold us all hostage here all night.
I'm asking him to tell me about the grant I'm supposed to know
He's
about.
obviously not going to
I'm not going to tell
cater
you
to your
because you should
needs.
know it.
Tell
And
me.
you should know where the origins of it were, you know, the pedestrian bicycle plan.
I'm well aware.
Okay, well then we don't have anything to talk about.
So tell me more about it.
No, you're just hectoring and pestering and.
Tell me what
harassing.
streets it's
You're
focused
harassing,
on.
Frank.
Frank,
I never thought that applying for money to help the village would be this controversial.
free of charge, by the way.
No, it's not free of charge.
Liz,
For her to fill out the application, she's not charging them.
Liz, Frank wants to know what's in the application. Can you please go over this again for everybody?
You gotta vote to pass.
All right,
already passed that I'm going to do the application.
all right. So now we have this other vote.
To amend that, let's vote on your amendment and move on.
So you don't care about sidewalk connectivity where our village.
Oh.
That's actually quoting her email to me.
I did not.
Yes, you
ever
did.
Say that I do not care about sidewalk connectivity.
Keep,
I have
Just
devoted
call the
4.5
vote.
years of my life to this village. And one of the main things I've worked on is sidewalk.
That's true. Call the vote. You're looking, the longer you take, Frank, the worse you look,
Really want me
in
to go
case
there?
you're wondering.
you haven't done your own sidewalks, Liz. My God. Roll call.
Thank you.
Thank you.
$20,000 in sidewalks right here. Thank 12 over here.
12, 5 panels.
Yours or mine? Mine.
All right, let's just call the vote. Here we
What's going
go.
on here?
Frank, you gonna be in charge here this?
Well, your neighbors won't shut up, so unfortunately, it's open opportunity,
Oh,
Martha.
Come on, Frank.
Oh, Martha, come on. Why don't you talk to them too?
I put 20,000.
All right.
Okay,
Knock,
I'm glad.
knock. Hello?
Ben?
Hey, guys, 4 more years.
4 more years. Yeah, that'll be fun.
Guys,
Let's go, Frank.
everyone,
Two more,
this is out of hand now.
2 more years.
Stop, let's move forward. You called the vote. Terry should have the floor, guys.
Trustee Baskin,
No.
trustee Raymond,
No.
trustee Van Denza,
Yes, because several, well, I should say Heather
Excuse
specifically.
me. She has the right to give her explanation without interruption.
Go right ahead.
As indicated earlier in discussion, I had said that we were told that this is a specifically rights of way with railroad or even bigger issue than with sidewalks. So taking that out would help us focus our grant. I don't see how that would create extensive work for Liz, but so I vote yes on this.
trustee Cormos,
No.
Mayor Rossi.
Yes, because in 2 days during a special meeting that supposedly is going to happen about sidewalks, we're going to be told left and right how we need to start banking all this money to take care of the sidewalk network in the village of Ballston Spa. And now we're going to basically be pilfering out of that for the Zim Smith Trail that we can't even identify what it's going to cost at this point because nobody seems to have an idea. On a map, it was just a straight line with no detail and no explanation as to what those costs would be. It could be $1 million, and that could be the entirety of the grant, and would do nothing for the sidewalk connectivity in the Village of Ballston Spa if this is approved and that was pursued. So the vote is, excuse me, the vote is yes for me because of the need for sidewalk connectivity, period. The vote, though, is 2-3, and the motion fails.
I'd like to address Bernadette's concern. When I discussed this railroad issue, that was a potential that we would leave that link out if it looked like that was going to be a problem. I have contacted the rail company that owns the line. The crossing is an at-grade crossing. From what I've seen in the maps, it's in our right-of-way. We need to see if they have jurisdiction over rails crossing in our right-of-way. If it's in our right-of-way and there are rails and it's just at level, we're not making any modifications.
Federal sovereignty, yes,
Yeah.
they do.
Then that's a potential to leave out of the grant if the opinion is that would, be a red flag.
Just as an FYI, we've had a resident with issues, and I'm sure the folks at Kayleen can vouch for this because it was on Kayleen, that trains are idling over there and with engine on and causing noise issues. And there's nothing I can do to reach out. The people I reach out to, and thanks to them for getting into action on this, is Congressman Taco's office, because it's a federal issue, or at best state, but likely federal, and federal will trump us on this stuff
Yeah, well,
every time.
I'd like to discuss this issue, with some experts who have done these, who have gone across and see what the issues are.
Yeah.
So I'm not, this grant may change somewhat, based on the research that is going to be done in the next couple of weeks.
You realize that the Zim Smith Trail, the reason why it doesn't go in certain places behind the Rossi property, for instance, where there's basically a gap with that railroad area, is that same issue. The same issue of you can't cross in any way, shape, or form, regardless of who owns that land. The federal
Well, there's a
ownership.
street crossing that rail. That's a spur. It's not an active rail line.
No, but the Zim Smith Trail's placement is there for a reason, and
I
it can't
understand
crisscross
that.
it because of the sovereignty of it. So just
Right.
understand that. I'm just trying to give you the information because you're asked for experts. We've actually lived this. I can tell you that flat out.
There's an article in the Times Union recently about how different towns have managed railroad crossings so that people have access to the other side. So that
Right.
there
You
must be
usually have
some
to
mechanism.
You have to either bridge it or give them something in return for it. Those
Well,
are the
there-
answers
there's-
usually.
They have to be obviously safety mechanisms.
Well, I do know when the State Trail was created, basically bike and pedestrian trail, especially up in the northern areas, there's a ton of at-grade railroad crossings when they made the trail. It's just a matter of, negotiating a crossing. Now, it doesn't mean that they're willing to do it, but
Keith, do you have somewhere to be?
Pardon me?
Do you have somewhere to be?
I think everyone does.
You had wanted to talk Wiswall. Did you want to rescind that, or?
Oh, I was gonna do it under other business.
I was gonna
Just-
put it to new business only because.
Okay.
That was unintentional, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I figured that. Just wanted to announce and make sure people knew that and Caitlin mentioned this, there's a diagram. One thing that was new information, and she does want to share that with people. They do have some tweaking they want to do to it, so the diagram is not final by any means. But one thing that Studio A mentioned is that it would cost another $1,500, $2,000 to create a 3D diagram.
And this is what I had requested back when.
I know, and I'd be interested in that. And I was disappointed it wasn't in the scope, but it's not. And
But we did put away funds or side funds for that level of, so
Additional funds?
what they're charging was after we had already budgeted. We budgeted in excess of what they're charging us because we assumed that to do renderings like that would go into a 5-figure scenario. So it's there.
All right.
If you
so
want to
we're-
pursue it.
That's why I wanted to ask the board if we're open to this idea of spending some more dollars for a 3D rendering. The sketch he shared is actually difficult to read. It's
Well
very
aware,
small.
yeah. And again, not ready for prime time for those
Right,
wondering. It's
right.
not ready for prime time.
Right.
Yeah, again, it's not on, it's a, full plan set, so that's. why
Like he's got it on a full plan, but it's still, to
It's very hard.
visualize it is really tough.
Alright.
I'm not gonna lie. It's bad in that respect. It's not bad
Alright.
design per se. It's just bad to try to
Should
visualize
we
it.
do a motion now for that or wait till the next meeting or some future meeting?
Design needs to be.
Finalize. All right, yeah, that's fine.
One design.
Yeah, all right, finalize design first.
Why don't we go to December 11th meeting, see if we're in that
Yeah.
position to have an actual price tag on it at that
Yeah.
point. How's that?
That's fine.
I had a feeling that's where you want to go with that, but I just want to make
Yeah.
sure.
No, thanks.
Public comment. I thought you had places to be.
I do, and then we get through this.
There he goes. Gotta try to make you laugh a little bit, Keith. Come on.
I need it. Hit the age when I can't get away with glasses.
Well, no, we're gonna get Velcro for the other side of it.
We've been waiting for 2 years for the release of the feasibility report that will determine the fate of Saratoga County buildings in the village. Recently, I learned that the Saratoga County Board of Supervisors authorized the board administration to negotiate a price on the State Farm Complex in Malta several months ago. At the November 21st meeting, the county board unanimously approved a projected $19 million to be transferred from the Saratoga County fund balance, the capital reserve account, making the funds accessible and bringing the county closer to closing offices and relocating employees from Ballston Spa. Many people in our community agreed that this is not a good move, as it will have a negative impact on our businesses and property values. The village board started discussing the issue 18 months ago, but no contingency plan has been created, and there has been no discussions on how to pressure the county board of supervisors to invest in Ballston Spa by upgrading buildings instead of abandoning them during a tumultuous time in the real estate market. Out of the last 5 mayors, our current mayor is arguably the most politically connected, which gives him the ability to influence and potentially stop what seems to now be an inevitable outcome. However, after posting a letter from the county promising to keep us informed, he never provided any updates. We had to find out all of this on our own. His influence could be used for good, but in this case, it seems to have been used to help the County Board of Supervisors bury a key report that's been out for almost 2 years, authorize negotiations, and allocate funds through backdoor channels that will ultimately harm Ballston Spa. Why would a mayor withhold information or allow the county to leave without a fight when he consistently allows our board meetings to become so chaotic? Obviously, it's not because of an aversion to conflict or a fear of fighting. While it may seem that all the trustees are equally to blame, our mayor enforces the rules and he enforces those against those who oppose him, while ignoring any and all bad behavior of those who support him and his agenda. One plausible reason for the mayor's behavior can be found in the November 13th village meeting, which is posted on YouTube at 2:10 mark.
You're gonna hear somebody doing something that don't do yourself, okay? those relies to the public in the newspaper. Thank you. Are you a developer, Rosie? I wish I was. You know he's not. You know he's not. I'm speaking.
So at that meeting, the exchange focused on whether or not you are a land developer. The mayor denies being a land developer, and his sister called another trustee a liar for saying he was a land developer. However, on his verified, active social media accounts, two of which are here, and he describes himself in highlight as a land developer on his own publicly accessible social media pages. Yet during the last meeting, he led us to believe otherwise. And he allowed a trustee to be accused of lying by saying so. These are your words. They were written by you, posted publicly for everyone to see, available to anyone on those apps.
5 minutes, Keith.
I believe the reason our mayor provided only lip service on the county's pending move when he could have applied real public pressure is because his plan involves land
Keith,
development
5 minutes.
and that he hasn't shared with the public and
Keith,
certainly
5
not
minutes.
with the trustees. Can I pass this over to someone to finish the last two paragraphs? Melissa?
So Keith, as you know, or should know, no. Yeah. As you know, I took a course, a program in 2008 to 2009 at University of Miami Law School called Real Property Development and Law. In fact, I teach in that program to this day. And by qualification of graduation of that, I am technically a skill set of a land developer. Unfortunately, I own no land. So I don't know what I'm developing. So hate to break the news to you, I am not a land developer here. Furthermore, okay, and yes, I am. Furthermore, Trustee Baskin made a statement, multiple statements last time, that I was involved in the mid-2000s with a Walmart proposal.
That's splitting hairs.
No, it's not.
Writing you're a land developer
No.
is different.
I would like
Go
to.
ahead.
No, I will go ahead. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Furthermore, he stated I was deeply involved with the Walmart plans from the mid-2000s for my family. So, excuse me.
That you work.
Yes. Yes.
That happened.
Yes, Keith, I am in fact. In every meeting, you'll see I'm not in attendance because I'll tell you a little story. Back in 2000, whatever it was, 3-ish, 4-ish, I can't remember which. Hi, Alan. I got the gavel and I've got the clock and everything. We'll be okay. You don't have to run the meeting for us. In 2003, 2004, my father told me about this idea. I was working in New York City at the time in law firms. And I told my father two things. First, I'm not getting involved because I work for law firms in New York City. And so I don't know who the clients are or aren't, but I don't want to be caught in a conflict of interest scenario by working for a large law firm in New York City at the time. And so I didn't, because that was my obligation by being employed by a law firm in New York City at the time. Number two, I broke the news to my father because he didn't have necessarily the wherewithal with social media and all that even existed back in 2000 to understand flat out, it wouldn't be clear sailing or smooth sailing. That would be a tough thing for maybe the area to swallow at the time for the 200,000+ square foot version of a Walmart in that position. And I was cognizant of it, and I wasn't going to get behind that scenario at that point in time because I didn't necessarily love it myself. Okay. Just because my name's Rossi doesn't mean I love everything my family does at any given time. So you can sit there, or Ben can sit there and cast all this BS at me on video and everything else you've tried to do, but you've never asked me myself what my feelings on any topic are that you just go on and on and on about like you know who I am. You don't have one damn idea who I am because you just sit there and pontificate and don't ask a damn question. And neither does
Frank.
Melissa, honestly. Go ahead, Melissa, your turn.
I got a question for you after Melissa's done.
Melissa Taylor, 4 Creek View Court, Ballston Spa. I will continue.
Town of Milton.
this. Yes,
Yes, it is.
in the town of Milton.
Yep, just to let you know.
Right. I'll add to my time here.
It's a town of Ballston issue we're just talking about, just so you know.
The 20 years that I have devoted to the village as a scout leader or youth group leader, worked in a food pantry. I could go on.
That's all right. His sister doesn't live in the village either.
I know, of course. We know. Thank you. I believe the reason our mayor provided only lip service on the county's pending move when he could have applied real public pressure is because he has a plan involving land development that he hasn't shared with the public, and certainly not with trustees he considers his opponents. This is why he doesn't want to be identified as a land developer. In my ethical world, honesty is straightforward.
Whose ethical world, his or yours?
You're either honest or dishonest. Land developer, are you or aren't you? If a lie is repeated often enough, people will eventually believe it. This highlights the power of propaganda and the potential for manipulation that shapes public opinion. Frank, you have effectively harnessed divisive tribalism even before becoming mayor. And now that you are mayor, you have done it from a position of authority that is assumed to be credible. However, you have withheld information, possibly engaged in self-dealing, and unquestionably betrayed our trust by lying about who you are at a critical point. This places you at the center of what happens to Ballston Spa, and it is disheartening for all of us in the village.
You're not in the village.
Excuse me?
You're not in the village. You don't speak for me.
Excuse me?
You're not in the village.
You're not in the village.
What is
You're
that?
not all
Yeah.
in the village. You don't speak for me.
What's going on here?
She's reading Keith's statement.
All in the village.
I spend money, I've donated money to my church for
All right, you are out of
18
line, Frank.
years
There
to
seem to be people out of
benefit
line.
This village. To benefit this
Where
village.
Keith goes, this follows. So let
Village of Friends.
Keith's chaos follow.
Village of Friends.
It's your chaos, Frank.
Yes.
You're supposed to be in charge of this meeting.
Hey, Melissa, quick question for you, Melissa.
You don't pay taxes.
Melissa, quick question for you.
Daddy does.
Could you identify something I developed?
Daddy does.
Frank doesn't pay taxes.
Hey, Melissa, could you
I know, look
identify?
at this. Sit down. Oh, she just threatened somebody. What are you gonna do about that, Frank? Your sister just threatened somebody. Oh, he's not doing anything because it's his sister.
Oh,
Different.
Keith is doing. You just. All right, I'm done.
Good.
Gina
Make
Morosi,
sure you
10
time
Old
it.
Can
Glory Lane.
I had asked a question and no one answered. Melissa, could you name a piece of property I have developed? Excuse me. Oh, no.
Don't confuse her with facts, Frank. That's the
I
issue.
Are you lying on here or are you lying?
just told you what the situation is. I took a program at University of Miami Law.
Frank, you represent your family with the whole second Walmart effort.
As a lawyer,
As their your
As a
parents
lawyer.
and sister, you're a member of their family and as their lawyer. That's right. And
All right, so
that
I'm
makes you
going with
basically a land
that,
developer.
excuse me, it's
And you
public
claim you're a land
comment.
developer on your own social
Oh,
website.
for the love of God. So going with
you
that,
can't be a grant writer either, apparently.
so going with Ben's theory, you represented a hairdresser friend of mine.
Yeah,
Can I make an appointment? I need a trim.
I don't think you want that.
Mhm. That's how stupid that theory is. Now, I want to tell you all something, a little story. I was talking to a couple people the other day after the election. And believe it or not, party affiliation was mixed. And I was told by them that
Are you addressing the
you
board? Are
people,
you addressing the board?
these people don't get it.
Alan,
That-
please don't hit the camera.
The election was a mandate, a clean sweep. We got 3 people elected. People are tired of the nastiness. They're tired of the Rossi obsession. And I mean, it's gone beyond an obsession. These people eat, drink, live, breathe, attacking Rossi. Cool, whatever. Okay, we're used to it. We're used to you. We're used to them. But what you're not seeing is the forest for the trees, because the nastier you become and the meaner you become, and the more you try to take down the mayor and the village because of your obsessive hatred for the Rossis.
Is this to
There-
the board? Because
I'm
you've
actually
corrected
looking
me-
at the wall.
You've corrected me so many times to address the board. And I would address to the attorney to say equal treatment.
She
is
doesn't
required.
work for you. She works for the board.
Yeah, and I'd like.
But I'm gonna make a complaint to the ethics
Say-
board. It's written in the ethics law.
My mistake, and I will correct that right now. My apologies. My apologies, Keith. The Lord knows. I don't want to upset you. Where was I? The people.
Getting your hair done.
No, I was trying to. But that's okay, right, Alan? That's acceptable.
Walking out right now, it's the epitome of cowardice, Alan.
Now it's not, now it's, I got standing up over here, Frank.
Oh, my God. How you doing?
You're calling someone a coward, Frank? Really?
Yeah, walking away for when they're trying to address the response is usually cowardice.
All right, so getting back to what I was saying.
We were talking about obsession.
Yes, the obsession with the Rossi family, yes, and the nastiness and how that spilled over into the election. And that's why people are sick of it. They're sick and tired of the attacks and the lies and the bitterness and the videos and the comments on Facebook, which they don't have the courage to make to our face, but whatever. But there's also something else I noticed tonight, Sean, and I got to call this to your attention. A while back, I witnessed when you used to sit next to Bernadette, I witnessed you putting your hand in her face when she was trying to talk. Tonight, I just witnessed you do it to my brother, to the mayor. That's really rude. To put your hand in somebody's face when they're talking is a very rude gesture, and you might want to try to control that.
Certainly, I didn't even know he did it.
You did.
It was during when I was asking you to tell me about
That's
the
why
prank.
my daughter came flying in here, because she was so upset that you did that.
Yeah.
Oh, when he was berating me. I
Yes.
got it.
He didn't put his hand in
Yeah,
your
so he
face,
was
though.
berating me.
But he didn't put
I
his
kept
hand
asking
in
the
your face.
question
Oh, my
That
God.
I don't have to answer, but acting as if I am compelled to answer. So that particular.
I think his point was, he wanted to know if you actually read it. That was the point, Sean. Didn't you
And I
get it?
told him yes.
And he told you he read it.
Okay.
So
And I
that should have
said, I
stopped
wanted to
there.
Drop it. I didn't say the question 27 times. So I
Anyhow,
do not really
people
feel supported.
don't like the nastiness.
Oh, don't they? You're
The
right. they don't. They
nastiness.
don't.
I agree.
The
That physical gesture
nastiness,
was
the
inappropriate.
posts, the anger, the threats.
I
Me,
can't create it.
you and your brother towards me, towards.
Wait a minute,
Keith,
stop,
towards
time out.
Ben.
First of all, it's public comment. Second of all,
Well,
you blocked me on Facebook. You blocked me everywhere. Where am I commenting at you? That's a lie, Liz. That's a
oh,
lie.
I've got a file.
Oh, yeah, you and Keith both have a file.
Yeah.
Yeah,
of
it's this
your-
thick, whatever.
How about when? I won't even go into it.
Hey, don't we
Yeah,
don't we
don't
have
go
a
there.
board response period and we keep cutting
Yeah,
into her time?
that's
Thank
true.
you, Sean. That's right. This is my time. It's public comment. But I just wanted to call that to your attention.
10 minutes.
And
No, actually, I'm keeping track with all the interruptions since she has a minute left.
And I get my tail torn up for making comments from the audience. Yet Alan and Keith and anybody else can interrupt, and that's fine. So you want to talk about equal treatment? Let's do equal treatment. If you're going to tear my butt up, sorry, where's the dollar jar? You're gonna tear my butt up, and you better tear their butts up too. Equal. Oh, you were correct. I'm not correct. I got it.
We were corrected. We also.
Uh-huh. How many times have I been gavelled, Mayor?
I don't know.
Okay, peanut gallery.
Really? Again, I know you only have one more meeting left, Liz, but a little decorum, a little decorum. Great, sit right next to me, please. Sit right next to me. See, she's burning it down on her way out. That's how unprofessional. That's unprofessional. Thank you. You going?
While Ray's getting up there, I just want to interject. Go ahead, Ray. This will be real quick.
But I still have time left.
You have like 10 seconds.
Oh, shoot.
Okay.
Number one, Breakfast with Santa, St. Mary's Church, Saturday, December 2nd, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., sorry, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Please come. We're gonna have Santa, we're gonna have music, we're gonna have food, we're gonna have crafts, we're gonna have all kinds of stuff, pictures with Santa. And hopefully upon board approval tonight, December 7th, 7:15, as the mayor said, in conjunction with the library's presentation with the
Holocaust
survivor
figure.
of the Holocaust. Immediately following at 7:15, we're going to have a lighting of the menorah. We're going to have a rabbi, thanks to the Bukes, putting me in touch. Thank you very much. There's going to be hot chocolate. There's going to be toys and candy for the kids. And we hope you can all join us. Last but not least, McBoston 18 truck is selling wreaths again for Wreaths Across America. They've gone up $2. They're $17 a piece. I am taking the collection on behalf of the group. If anybody's interested, the laying of the wreaths will be December 16th. If you can attend, it's an amazing ceremony. If not, and you'd like to purchase a wreath, please reach out to me. Thank you.
5 Grace.
You want 5? You got it.
Jared.
Thanks for doing that, Tina.
Jared Eglucci, 24 Chapman Street. I just have two things. First, I think that this past interchange here was absolutely disgusting. The behavior of folks in the crowd here, egged on by folks up front, specifically, Mr. Mayor, not using your authority to preside over this meeting and stop this from devolving into a literal shouting match where someone's being threatened. That's a little disappointing and quite disturbing. Secondly, sorry, my point is lost, as I think it is for many of you, but that whole interchange disguised a real issue here. And that's that the county is talking about leaving our village. 700 potential employees no longer here to help support our businesses and to help give our community additional respect throughout our county and additional tax dollars to provide for the things that we do need in our village. That's being lost in all of this. This has been going on now for several years. And as a previous commenter mentioned, there's already discussions occurring with the County Board of Supervisors that nobody here in this room was privy to, I assume, until we had to learn this through other sources. So we can't lose track of that key fact here, regardless of whether or not the mayor is a land developer, as his profiles may claim, or not, as he claims here, is not the key point. The key point is that the county may be leaving our village, and we may be losing that. And nobody here is aware of what's going on there. We need to understand that in order to make a better argument for ourselves here in the village. Thank you.
So Jared, just to alleviate your fear, Liz, you're the one before I even took office last year that brought it to the board and then accused me of hiding the information. I have the email to show it. We keep the receipts around here. That said, Jared, to address your concern, I'm in constant contact with the county about this subject because it is important. Absolutely. And I also watched the meeting that Keith had brought up, and they also didn't pass their budget because it is still unsure exactly what they're doing. They may move some fund balance around, but as I've been told, it's still undetermined what they're exactly doing. They're trying to get a plan together if it's going to affect next year's budget at all. And so there's questions as to what is going on still, just like last year with respect to this. The county has assured us, and this was in the letters that he also alluded to, that they're going to keep a county seat presence in the village of Ballston Spa. What we do know about the county is this: they have outgrown the facilities here. The justice aspects of it, you have modular, vehicles, whatever you want to call it, or offices that the court administration will not allow them to maintain permanently. And they need more space. And so part of what they're trying to do is assess what to do when you can't necessarily create more space in the village, and where to put it, and how to make sure your functions where you need them to be in certain areas are located in those areas. And so there's that discussion. The discussion has been consistent between the village and the county on if something does happen, and there's only so much we're going to be able to do to stop the county from doing it. If they have a space issue here, and they do, what are you going to do for the village? Because they understand the importance of making sure that Ballston Spa thrives. They're impressed by where we are right now. We are basically the envy of the entire county right now because of our growth going on here in the last couple of years, especially. And so they don't want to mess with that. And so there are ongoing discussions constantly when any decision is made to let us know and to discuss what's next with respect to what the county is going to do to ensure that the village doesn't suffer from this decision in any way, shape, or form. This has been consistent over the last year and a half. There's been no definitive change that I am aware of, that I've been told of, and I've asked in that respect.
And I hear you, Frank, if I may, just a moment.
Sure.
The County Board of Supervisors did resolve to move 19 million.
Correct. Correct.
So I hear you, but that's a large amount of money. Now, we are, as you say, if we're the envy of the county, surely
They
we
need
have an opportunity.
They need more justice space. Okay, $19 million is pretty much a building for justice for them.
Do I have an opportunity to finish my thought?
I just want you to understand though, 19 million that's a more than $19 million project. If they ever were to move everything, that's tens of millions of dollars.
So again, $19 million right now has been resolved with the potential to
Correct.
use that towards the State Farm purchase. If we are the envy of the county, surely we have an opportunity as the envy of the county to use some leverage in order to maintain the presence here that we feel we want. I understand what you're saying about maintaining a county seat presence, but a county seat does not mean we keep 700 jobs.
Again, they're going to maintain a presence.
Social services.
Yes.
Some
Social services would need to be on a bus line, wouldn't it? Right?
Well, they said
We have it.
they said we'd remain the county seat in name. That doesn't mean
No,
anything.
they didn't. No, they didn't say that.
Well, they
Quote
said-
me where that's set.
They said.
No,
they
no, no,
would
excuse
keep
me,
us the
excuse me,
county
excuse me,
seat.
excuse me.
answering the
That's all
question.
No,
they
no,
said.
no, she's not. Because she doesn't know, and they don't talk to her up there
No.
because she's done this constantly to them, and it's been wrong. So
I-
tell me where that was said, that it was county seat in name only, because that's never, ever been
Well,
stated by the
that's what
county.
it could be.
Right.
There's a big difference between could be and is.
All I'm saying is they said,
Agreed. I
yeah,
totally agree. And part of the concern I see here is just that we're not hearing the full picture. If the county's already making steps that could potentially lead to the county.
They've been in these same steps for a year and a half to 2 years, Jared. Nothing's changed in that respect.
This just changed last week, right?
They haven't passed their budget yet because they don't know what direction they're going in.
well, 19 million is a lot of money.
They've moved the money into the funds.
Okay, and there was no authorization for a purchase.
Correct. But there's
Not yet.
authorizations for Bolger to negotiate.
And that's going to, again, Keith, you're not understanding. The county has outgrown its presence in the village. And so it does need more space somewhere at this point. There is no doubt about it.
Frank,
Just
are
look
you
outside.
saying that they're going to not leave anything here and just build another building or acquire another building for the growth that they need? That would be one scenario, which I think we would be fine with if they kept everything they've got here, 500 employees, and They hire another 200 employees because they're growing and are over at State Farm. But what could happen is that they empty out some of these buildings because these buildings have problems. We've heard it from employees.
And Liz, this has been the discussion again, since you were trustee and I wasn't mayor. Okay, this hasn't changed this discussion. It's still a panoply of possibilities. And where the difference is that we've inserted ourselves constantly into the discussion. I'm constantly discussing this with Steve Baldwin.
And what is he saying?
That no determination has been made. That basically last year on Labor Day, give or take, the report was supposed to be due. That report basically never saw the light of day publicly because it wasn't fit for prime time at all. The answers were inconclusive at that point in time. It's taken a full another year to year and a half here to even go any further to start even that discussion. Some things up in Malta were, I don't think, even available, and some things have become available over time. And so they're exploring their options again up there because there's not certainty of what the State Farm complex
Has
can
the
do.
study been released yet?
Yet it's not is still, and that's the whole thing. It's still not there. What, 15
Yeah,
months later?
But the move to
We move money all the time. Doesn't mean we are doing anything.
I think we have to be concerned about the $19 million.
May I, this question?
Go on. Yeah, you started it, so go ahead.
My question is, if they are making progress in that direction, can't we safely assume that the report is telling them that they have outgrown Ballston spot and that they're going to need to take that other space?
I think I just clearly stated.
And those are the white collar jobs. And that is a majority of what supports the businesses, from what I'm told. What I'm told is that our social services building doesn't bring in the same level of support to the businesses.
I take umbrage with the idea that white collar jobs at the county are the only thing at the county that's driving the economic influence
They're
here.
coming in for lunches with lawyers that they're meeting.
And so do our blue collar workers throughout this community.
Blue collar as well, I'm not disputing.
But that's the thing,
But I'm
you're
not
suggesting that there's like. some kind of
There will be
tiering
a
system
loss
here.
of people in the village. That's clear. That's the bottom line. Blue or white.
And it could potentially have that kind of impact on business.
I just wish a contingency plan was discussed.
And what contingency plan is that, Keith? Please enlighten us.
Well, in most crisis situations, which this would be, this is the most pressing issue that I've seen in the village in the 30 years.
What
I've been.
contingency plan, Keith?
I think that there needs to be some discussions of what will occur. and
What
we will
contingency plan, Keith?
ask
You just stated a specific contingency plan exists. What is it?
Yes.
No, I'm saying, I'd like
Create
to
one.
see you take the time to
We've,
develop that. We've been talking about this and you promised. to
no,
update us.
you sit here and accuse me of having nefarious reasons for discussing with the county here. That's what you've been doing, okay? Now I'm having this conversation with you out of respect, and Jared at least took it at a much more calm and dignified level. Thank you for that and not going there. But the point being, if that's your concern, go with that concern. Don't attack me as a nefarious land developer on my Instagram page that has a shirtless picture of me that I haven't changed in 5 years as my profile photo. And you sit there and act like that's the end all be all of who I am and what I am. Yes, you, Keith, stop. The point being, if the concern is that, the answer is, again, they have outgrown aspects of the village, and so they are determining what to do as a result. But they have stated multiple times that they are going to remain in the village. Now,
We don't know how much they're gonna. That's going to do what they want. They're gonna do what they want. Yes, we know they're going to do what they
Thank
want,
you.
but they have to do something for us.
and okay, and tell me how you impose that.
No, they don't.
No. Tell me how you're going to oppose that
We
exactly.
don't
I'm
impose
curious.
it, but we should be,
No.
we should,
Excuse me.
we should be crafting
Excuse
some.
me. I'd like to talk. I'd like to talk with Liz on her way out here.
What Ben just said, we should be putting a plan together to say,
if the worst case happens, what are we going to do? What are we going to do to help our businesses?
And that's the conversation we're having with the county. What are you going to do if you do that? And the answer is they are going to ensure that the Village of Ballston Spa does not have no safety net underneath it from these moves.
Well, you know, a safety net is only we go down this far instead of all the way down to the bottom and empty out all our.
So Liz, what's the answer?
The answer is, one of the things that I would like to see, if they vacate a building, they take that building down so that we have developable property.
And that's always been stated. This has always been stated. If they vacate a building, it will be taken down for development purposes. The likely answer, however, is probably not going to happen. The only thing that may be vacated, if anything, is my understanding from talking to various supervisors over time who don't have the authority to represent positions per se, is maybe 50 West High Street empties out and we end up with that building. Maybe that would be.
We want that building. That should be a discussion because of.
Why wouldn't you want the building? You could sell it.
Well, is anyone going to buy it?
You
Remember,
can
that
use it
building-
as a courthouse, which you want to put into the county facility that they don't have room for in the first place.
That
You can put your
sounds
village,
very good,
you can
but
put your
what-
village offices in there, technically.
It depends on at what cost. If the building is
Of-
not good enough for the county to stay in it, is it worthwhile? for
It's not a
us?
question of the county not wanting to be in the building per se like that. They're consolidating perhaps into a different area, certain services. That's the way it would work. And so they would basically be able to consolidate
I've
out.
talked to the people that work in that building, and they say there are major issues, and there's major issues.
In that building, and that doesn't even have an elevator.
The solar building?
Yeah.
The
Doesn't
solar
even,
building is the newest building. If you go to the planning side of that building, it's in great shape. Maryland, yes.
We were in there with the comprehensive plan steering committee.
That's not the planning side of the building, Marilyn.
She's trying to say.
The planning side is
bad.
on the other side of the hallway.
The roof is bad.
Okay.
And we sat there for several meetings with buckets, you know, because they were catching the drips.
yeah.
It's been a disaster since the 70s.
Okay, and have you seen our current courthouse and what we're gonna have to sink into that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to speak to that, I don't know if I'll ever get to the podium.
Well, come on up if you like. How about that? I'm here for you.
Marilyn Stevenson, 45 West High Street, right behind the damn red trailer that they put up there,
Mhm.
right behind my backyard.
Mhm.
You know, I was heartsick about that. And I'm not pretending that we have any answers for that. But to see the county take down a mature sugar maple with a huge piece of equipment and to erect temporary court space, office space with that red trailer, it's nothing more than a mobile home, and it wasn't even skirted the first time we had it. That really made me very upset.
That's why OCA won't let them
The county
keep that,
used
you know
to
that.
be a good neighbor. They are not a good neighbor. And that parking lot is a next brownfield. If indeed you're going to do anything with it, you need to understand, having lived there for almost 40 years, that has a problem there. You only have to stand on top of the drop inlets in the parking lot to know there was heating fuel that was leaking for years down that parking lot and probably down the hill, going into surface water, going into groundwater. I live next door. I had my oil tank removed many, many years ago. And they all know about it, but you know, this is a unit of government that none of you really have any control over. And let me remind you, I mean, when they put the trailer up, did the village issue a building permit for that trailer? Of course not, because you're a lower level of government. And the last thing I just want to mention about this topic, that county property is in the heart of the historic district. So we all, as a village, have an investment in the integrity of the historic district, because our comprehensive plan, which basically was developed by a group of interested village volunteers, said that that's really the driving force that's keeping this village relevant. The historic charm of the village is very important to the public and the people that spend their money here. So we got to understand if, and I have no answers for you, but I have concern that if we don't have the information coming to village residents about what the county is doing, then we're just going to be bulldozed over. I don't mean that physically. I'm just saying we have no control. There's nothing we can do within the village to stop them doing what they want to do. It may not be in line with our comprehensive plan, our needs, our wants, and it may do damage to the village. So that's my little 25 cents on that topic. I'm really here tonight to really just remind everybody that the Ballston Spa House and Garden Club has a tradition every year around the holidays. We hold a wreath ceremony right outside here at the Veterans Memorial. We will be doing that this Friday, December 1st at 12 noon. We open this up to the public, the community at large. We're inviting the public to attend the solemn event. It's very brief, but we do this at a time to honor deceased veterans when everybody's so focused on the commercialization of the holiday and all of the celebrations that are happening in the village that night. So we just ask that you join us Friday, 12 noon. We, as a garden club, are responsible for all of the public gardens in the village of Ballston Spa. But this is one of the traditions that we do this time of year, and we invite everybody to attend. If anybody has any questions, let me know. It will probably be a 10 or 15-minute ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine. Yeah, I know. Finish out here. Be okay from that position, Christine. Just be a little bit loud and you're good.
Christine Fitzpatrick, 31 Chapman Street, Ballston Spa. Pay attention, Ballston Spa. 1, you have been repeatedly lied to by those who represent you. 2, the Saratoga County Board of Supervisors has officially begun the process of moving county offices out of Ballston Spa. This move, whether how far off we put it with a don't worry, be happy attitude, will negatively impact village businesses and our real estate values. I first heard of a report being prepared by Saratoga County while I was mayor, November 2021 to April 2022. I contacted the county when Sean, Liz, Ben, and I were investigating a possible new location for our DPW. I contacted Steve Bulger to ask if there was any potential to share county land or purchase some for our use. I was told that the county was doing a thorough, professional assessment of all its holdings, would produce a report, and only then could the future of county holdings and buildings be discussed. I shared this status report with Mayor Rossi when we did our transition meeting. We waited for the report, asked questions, followed up. I attended a county board of supervisors meeting after I left office to share my continued concerns about a county exit, as I know others did. As the importance of this issue became clearer, Mayor Rossi contacted the county and got what I call a political get out of jail free card in the form of a letter from the county saying he was doing a fine job representing our interests in this matter. He in turn said he would keep us informed. We waited. We talked about what could be done, a broader discussion, yet another public workshop. What did we have to go on? Should we sound a huge alarm? We waited for the report that would make the county's intentions clear. By this summer, we were sure this report would not come out until after Election Day this month. Why give the Republican County Board of Supervisors any election concerns by making this an issue? Wouldn't it be easier to jettison the Democratic majority on the Village of Ballston Spa Board of Trustees if a county exit was not top of mind? Lo and behold, as they say in Fairy Tale Village, action on November 21st. No report, we haven't seen, but actions as described by Keith Lewis and others. I am wildly angry, not surprised, but angry. I would like all of us to show up at the next County Board of Supervisors meetings with pitchforks and torches, as seen in the movie Young Frankenstein. But this is reality, not a comedy. Questions abound. What did our mayor know about the county exit, and when did he know it? Where is the report we were all promised that would make all clear? What's the plan? Clearly, our mayor hasn't shared any plan for the village in this regard with the public or with trustees he considers opponents, those annoying Democrats who want to solve pesky, long-standing problems that others have not had the intestinal fortitude to address. Those obnoxious Dems who know how county moving out is a big problem. Has he shared any plans, background information with Trustee Vandenay Perez? In my heart, I must believe the answer to that question is no. I say that because I believe Trustee Vandenay Perez is an honest person who has the good of the village residents and businesses at heart. But it begs the question, if the mayor knew and didn't share all he knew of the report, the findings, the plan with Trustee Vandenay Perez, how does it feel to be relegated to the same uninformed space as Lynn, Liz, Ben, and Sean, where you were deliberately placed in the dark? How does this square with the respect a colleague should be shown? Has the mayor shared how big a problem this exit may be with newly elected trustee Price Bush as part of a transition plan? If not, why not? If the answer to the above questions is that nothing has been shared, how do you, Trustee Vandenay Perez, and you, Trustee-elect Price Bush, feel about who you are working with? How will you work forward to represent all of our interests? I predict this county move will be the biggest issue for Ballston Spa over the next 5 years. And as it has been unfolding, the rest of us have been working on a comprehensive plan, examining the water system, and dare I say it, passing an ethics law. Dutifully doing the people's work for sure, but being effectively distracted and sidelined in the process. 2 final points. 1, if I were writing a screenplay involving conspiracy, this is how I would write it. 2, brace yourself, Ballston Spa, you are in for a world of hurt. But the vehicle or weapon of that pain was effectively and even elegantly delivered. So maybe it won't be so bad, right? Thank you. Any comments for the?
I appreciate your comments. Just to clarify again, it's interesting to find out about the movement of the money, and I understand and can appreciate why you're concerned about it. But still, there has not been any report provided, and we can follow up yet again for it, but I don't think they're gonna give that to us at this time. My understanding has been from Steve Bolger, again, some concerns about the court systems. I think, yes, conversations need to continue, and we flat out said in a meeting, if you guys move or do anything, like, you need to make us whole. You can't just leave us in a way that this hurts this community. I mean, small businesses, I love those people, genuinely do, and I don't want to see them hurt. But again, we need more information that they have not yet provided. I think we can continue yet again to reach out, but this assumption that we have a report is incorrect. So I appreciate everyone's concerns, and there's more discussion to be had, certainly, but honestly, we were dumbfounded as to why the report hasn't been released. We did, it was supposed to be last year, and we're like, time's ticking. Where's said report? Because I am nervous. I was nervous, especially when I didn't, this pending report. What were we going to find? I think they found quite honestly, that it's not as simple as they thought it might be. Oh, I'm imagining, do this report, we can find savings and ways to, modernize the way county government runs and how these buildings, what kind of facilities they would need. But I don't think their answer, my only conclusion could be that it wasn't as clear to them even. So, as I said, I think there's more discussion to be had. And certainly continue to, emphasize that Ballston Spa is important to this county, and that regardless of whatever is decided, whether it's a small thing, and I hope it's only a small movement, that they really, pay attention to us. I mean, it is important. So
I guess what I'd ask is that we have more public discussions. I think there have been a number of discussions. They've all been private. Apparently you met with Steve Bolger.
And reported on it each time.
So
yeah, that was reported.
This is a while
to the board
ago.
Meeting.
So maybe we should adopt a public position as a board. If the county does this, then this is what we request of the county. We don't know exactly what they're doing. $19 million is a lot of money to move over. So they're planning something big, and we can probably pretty much count on that. We can articulate a position about what we'd like to see done with those buildings, and how the county can help us. We can brainstorm around that, and we can have public communications with the county and request public communication back from the county. I think one thing you're hearing is that people are frustrated about, private conversations, and people aren't feeling like they know anything, and also not feeling like we're doing anything as a board.
Is there a possibility to have Steve come in and do a little presentation at a board meeting? A Q&A?
Call him and ask him.
All right, I think we should.
Well, no, excuse me for a second. Let me speak now for a second. Everybody sit back from your microphone for half a second, because I'm going to go for a little bit. First off, Christine, I'm really disappointed in you. It should actually, because you know what? You can laugh all you want. I've been nothing but respectful to you as former mayor. Nothing but respectful. When I took office, I had to do a lot of things that weren't correct and fix them for a long period of time for various reasons. And I don't sit here and issue diatribes about the things that you may have done wrong or didn't take care of along the way. And furthermore, there's a kind of this unspoken rule in government, honestly, where predecessors in a position don't do what you just did, which is sit there and scare tactic the living daylights out of people because you didn't win an election or lost a majority or something along those lines. John Romano and Larry Wilbright, tell me how many meetings of yours they attended. They didn't, because they understood this. And they understood, they would have loved to probably say some of the same things about you and scare tactics about them and everything else. They don't do it. You don't do this stuff. And I'll give Benny Zlotnick credit in Milton. He hasn't done it up there to Scott, because he understands that too. He, on the way out, maybe said some things he probably shouldn't have the way he said it. But since that point, he's at least respected that unspoken rule that there's other people in the world that will handle those things ultimately to create the scare tactics, the political BS and all that stuff. I'm really disappointed in you and what you just did there. That's beneath you. I have a lot more respect for you than that. And I wish you hadn't done that, just for that fact. With respect to everything else that's talked about the county, to say that I don't include people in the discussions, we literally report on it on an ongoing basis. We've heard nothing for X number of months. The movement of money, as I said, I also watched, and also they didn't pass their budget. And he asked why, and the answer is we don't know what's going on. As somebody said, it's a negotiation scenario at this point, and that's it. So that's what we all know. We all learned the same thing from the same place, from a meeting that I watched the webcast of myself the other day, and then ask a basic question, does this mean anything? And the answer was honestly, no, it doesn't mean much right now. in terms of change of position. So that's that. And this notion that I don't work with Bernadette, don't work with Mary, don't try to work with these guys on occasion, or at least inform them of what's going on in a timely manner. Liz can sit there and tell me about the Proud Boys Day all she wants. We were literally on the fly trying to figure out if everybody was safe, if every threat was gone, and where to go with this whole thing from an executive point of view, who's in charge of the police, according to 4-400. Those are the only times I could ever tell you there may have been a slight delay in it. However, for a purpose and a reason in that situation. Otherwise, we inform, whether they want to think we don't or not, we do. And to sit there and suggest otherwise, you don't know what the email flow is. It's ugly. It's nonstop. It's at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night and midnight. I'm not joking. And so to suggest or undermine the successor of yours in the way you just did, to assume that we don't work with people, that's not appropriate. It really isn't. I really wish you hadn't.
Do I get to respond? No. Oh, excuse the deputy mayor. Do I get to respond?
The deputy mayor is Bernadette.
Do I get to respond?
At this point, no. Because you wouldn't have let me when you were mayor. So you know what?
I
No.
don't think that
If we're gonna play that scenario.
I just want to say, I did not give up my
Okay. Who? Anybody else in the room want to talk?
free speech when I left office. Yes. Go
Yeah.
go ahead. It's pointless.
You raised your hand, didn't you?
I did.
Yep. Come on up. No, he was pointing at the screen. Sorry.
Thank you. Mike Iacolucci, 9 Russell Street, town of Milton. And I point that out because I guess I have 2 questions.
You have a piece of land in the Village of Ballston Spa, you realize?
I do realize. And I mentioned that because earlier this evening, a speaker who is not a village resident, basically, Mr. Mayor, you effectively disparaged whatever that person was going to say before she had a chance to speak her piece. And in my view, anyone who chooses to attend one of these meetings and is willing to sit here and then come up should be able to speak. Now, if the rules of procedure say only village residents can speak, then you need to enforce that across the board and make it clear. The second rule of procedure that I'm curious about was just demonstrated.
It's been demonstrated all night in both directions, Mike. Don't even try to play
Well,
victim.
Frank, I want to say this, so let me have my word.
Mhm.
Alan spoke several times and you admonished him properly. There were several other people in the room who spoke out many more times than Alan did, and you did not say a word.
I told her to be quiet 5 times.
It doesn't seem to do any good.
Okay, excuse me, but you know what? I didn't have a policeman here until well into this whole thing.
Okay, so just the request I'll make is that if indeed you're going to be silencing people in the crowd, do it across the board. The final thing I'll mention, there's been a lengthy discussion about your profession and your skills and your talents. In a news article, 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago, I can't remember exactly when, with respect to the development.
Yes, I represent my family, Mike. I represent my family, and that
May I
also has
speak?
been, no, actually, it's
Yeah,
been.
let him speak,
No,
Frank.
no.
You don't get to
No,
interrupt.
excuse me.
You don't like what he's gonna say, so you interrupt.
You're violating
That's
rules
out
and
of, you're out of
procedure.
order, Frank.
That's a
You are out of
violation
order.
of our ethics code.
Excuse me.
You
What's the
are out of
violation?
order, Frank. You don't like-
Violating rules of
You don't like what
procedure.
he's gonna say, so you interrupt.
No,
That's
excuse me.
He
crap.
gets his 5 minutes.
Crap.
Then you get to respond. It says it right here.
So you were quoted in the newspaper as a spokesperson for the Rossi Enterprise.
Mhm.
Are you a spokesperson?
I'm a lawyer. Lloyd,
Well, okay,
Mike,
so let
Mike,
me just
no,
offer
no,
my,
no, no, no,
again,
no,
my
no,
time,
no,
my time.
no,
Let
no,
me just offer my comment.
the laugh is unnecessary.
If
It's
you're
not
quote-
funny. I'm a spokesperson. I'm a lawyer. Yes, lawyers are spokespeople.
So-
Ask Alex. It happens all the
I
time.
believe you have stated publicly numerous times that you have no involvement with the company, with the Rossi business.
No, I have not.
You have.
No, I have not.
If you go back and listen to the.
No,
recordings,
Mike, tell
you'll
me
hear
where.
that.
Tell me where.
You want it both ways. I'm
No.
not a developer, but I'm very involved with my family's
Okay.
development.
Oh,
So.
Ben.
Please.
Mike, go finish whatever you guys say at this point.
My point is, there are grounds for people to be confused about just what your roles.
I'm
are.
a lawyer who graduated with a land development and law degree and teach
Great.
it. Okay, we've made this clear
And
many
you
times.
represent your family.
As a lawyer,
It doesn't matter, they're your family.
really? So anything your son does, you're representing basically because you're family?
If I professionally represent him, if I do consulting work for him, yes, I
If-
am working for him for his interest.
So does that make you whatever his profession is? Yes or no? No.
Frank, this,
No.
Is
No,
your-
you started this BS, so let's finish
started this
that.
Careful with the hand. Yeah, oh yeah, be careful with the hand.
It's all right.
So, come on, Frank.
That was-
Everybody knows.
Sometimes that
Everybody
happens.
can hear.
Heavily
All right.
involved. You represented your family in the whole Walmart thing.
No, Liz, not the whole Walmart
Yes,
thing.
the whole
this
second one.
Walmart.
While I lived here.
Yeah, the 137,000 square foot one, not the 200,000+ square foot one, just to be
All
clear.
right, so we should continue public and then we can get into this again,
Hey,
probably.
Charlene,
Can I go?
sure can.
All right. Hello. Is this good?
You're good.
How disappointing. So this is my first time at this meeting, not my first time at other meetings. I've been at lots of school board. I've been at lots of other town meetings. I've been at lots of county meetings. But this is my first time here. And usually Chris comes home on Monday nights and tells me what's going on. And sometimes I tune in and watch if I have time. So I see a little bit of it, but it's a whole other experience, like actually experiencing it and just seeing a lot of bullying going on. And I would actually argue that it is going on both sides. I have to be fair here. But set that aside, I think that's going on because there's a lack of like solutions being offered, right? It's a lot of complaining from the audience, and yet nobody's coming up and like offering solutions. So you can get up here and you can complain about every trustee's idea, the mayor's ideas, everyone's ideas, but yet no one's coming up here with solutions or ideas to combat that. And it's just the same thing. And it's just character assassination over and over again. And it's disgusting. Like I thought about bringing my child tonight, right? Because on the agenda is we're supposed to be talking about a menorah lighting, which is why I'm here. And yet I have to listen to this nonsense. I can tell it's fun to a lot of you, but this is not fun for me. Like I have other things to do. I can go watch trashy TV if I want to, right? Sit in my little recliner, maybe have a cocktail and think about work tomorrow. This is not how I want to spend my time. So hopefully at some point we can get to that, right? Because I think it's at the end of the agenda and I know most of us probably have to work tomorrow. So maybe let's speed this along. And I urge so many in this audience to start coming with solutions, have ideas. All right, maybe you don't like Gina's the way she does stuff, but she's out there doing something, right? I'm trying to get out there and do something a little bit more to give back to my village. So a lot of bullying, a lot of people, especially in the front row, kind of looking behind, laughing, making comments. We were kind of guilty too. At some point, you've had enough and it becomes just funny and you start laughing. But solutions, please, let's just get through this freaking meeting. All right? That's all I'm asking. That's all I want to say. But you should be ashamed of yourselves because children should be able to come here and sit and know what it's like to do their civic engagement, right? And their duty to be part of this process. And I would not bring my kids, my youngest one is 14. I would not bring them here tonight because this is embarrassing. And maybe that's why if the county does want to pull out, you guys ever think it's maybe because of that? Maybe it's embarrassing to like be part of this. So I'm asking you all to maybe like step it up and try to be a leader, right? Because we all elected you all to do that, every one of you. So let's be the boss in the room, the leader in the room, and it starts with every one of us, and it starts with those in the audience too. All right, so let's get through the meeting, please.
Name and address? Oh, yeah, sorry. Charlene Dubuque, 6 Kayleen Drive. So yeah, I do have a little bit of interest in that Zim trail. I think Chris is gonna talk about that.
Up.
I'm Boston, we want Church Ave. Tonight I had drill at the firehouse. I wasn't gonna make it tonight to the meeting because this agenda really isn't that big. It's E. I've seen them like twice the size of this. And it's 25 after 10. I came after drill thinking that I wouldn't even catch public comment. I'll just see how these motions go. But unfortunately, you guys are only on 9B, the sidewalk deal. And I had to sit through this bickering back and forth between all you guys here. How old are you guys? You guys 10? Seriously. You bully, you all you guys are bullying each other up here tonight. It's not just one or the other, it's all of you. Try and get the last word in. Trying to interrupt, trying to maybe move along the meeting. I get that part. But the fact is, we elected you guys up here to represent us. And I gotta be honest with you, I'm ashamed I elected anyone, any of you guys, because this is not what I signed up for. This is not what I wanted to witness. I wanted to get through this agenda, to get solutions of ideas that were presented that you guys have on this agenda, or any agenda, to be honest with you. I've said this numerous times at numerous meetings. Grow up, get this crap done. Stop the bickering back and forth. Who cares if he did the Walmart thing? If he's a lawyer, big freaking deal. That was how many damn years ago? He's the mayor now, guys. You need to work with him. Can't keep throwing his character and trying to attack his character about things. And it goes on both sides with any one of you guys. I just happened to witness it tonight with Frank, the mayor. I do want to mention something about the sidewalks. I kind of lost my train of thought, but only one thing I want to mention was back last winter, one of you guys said you're going to be putting sidewalks in front of your house. It is now wintertime this. You say you're going to do it in the springtime, the summertime. It is now wintertime of the following year. Yet the sidewalk is not there. That is part of the connection, if I'm not mistaken, to Zim Trail, because we do have a sidewalk that goes underneath that overpass into Oak Street. And whoever owns Oak Street, whether it's a county, state, I don't know who it is, I didn't look at the property lines. They can do whatever they want with that property. We have no say in it. Connecting the Zim Trail will attract businesses and so on and so forth. I'm sure it will. But honestly, we have a connection already. Is it safe? No. Do we need to make it safer? Yeah, absolutely agree. We do. But that would have been a great start to have that individual. I'm not going to mention any names because you all know who I'm talking about. Do that would have been a great start, a great show of leadership for this village, for this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the, I think we lost one up there.
Yeah. We'll start with Alex.
Alex, go ahead.
Hi, Alex Quincello again. You guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
It does seem like there needs to be more coordination with multiple issues with the county, because it seems like the issue over Zim Smith, I know you seem to imply that somehow the Zim Smith trailhead there is at all the village's discussion. I believe that's all the county. The county is the one that's in the works of hopefully extending it to the park, because I think that would be amazing for our village. And I don't think, I think if anything, the connection from from the village to the Zim Smith Trail is going to alleviate the neighborhood of Oak Street as far as parking goes, because more people will come from the village itself and go onto the trail rather than having to park on Oak Street. So I don't understand why that's kind of thrown in here as a concern that the village should have about and including that in our plans. I'm also confused because as we have the comprehensive plan. I thought we were all kind of in agreement on that. That's a key objective in that. And after kind of my earlier comment where I said I was fine splitting that from the sidewalk discussion because I thought maybe this connection would hinder the application for that CMAQ funding. It seems like if anything, that offering to connect into the other municipalities through the Zim Smith would probably help our odds of getting that, as long as there weren't any extreme hurdles. I'm not sure why the rail crossing is a concern, because the Zim Smith does cross at Coons Road, and so they somehow figured it out there. And then I also do want to just say that this meeting was incredibly painful to be watching. My wife from the other room was on the phone and multiple times got concerned about what all the yelling from this room was. And I don't want to make this at all political, but I mean, Frank, you run this thing. Everybody has the right to the speech. You've multiple times, I know it's important to you that there's free speech. The way the board meetings work is you have time to public comment. My understanding of how they're supposed to work is the person gets their opportunity to speak. The board listens to them for their full allotted time period. And then at that point, you can choose to respond. You absolutely don't need to respond. So if you have people coming to the meeting that are here all the time to just make a point that doesn't apply to what's the topic of conversation, it's very appropriate for you to choose to not engage with that person and draw out everyone's time. The people that speak, you have to listen to them. That's the rules, but you don't have to answer them. And then I do have to just say that I think everybody on the board right now is kind of guilty of talking out of turn and not following these rules. But I do have to say, Frank, that you're the ultimate one with the gavel. You should bang it as often as you feel fit and no more than appropriate. So that's, like I said, I don't mean these comments to be political in any way. It's 10:30 at night and that's ridiculous. So that's it.
Alex, no offense. I banged the gavel earlier to outrage from the crowd. So it's a no-win situation in that role. It really isn't. And I appreciate the statement, but I did happen, and you can't see the other half of the room right now because of the direction of the camera.
I do also have to just, there's no reason to delay votes as well. That was pretty ridiculous. So.
With respect to the Zim Smith Trail affecting rail spur, you're thinking the Oak Street overpass. What's being discussed is the ground level spur and crossing through that to get to downtown. Essentially, that's why it's impacting a rail line. This actually goes to the discussion earlier of people not understanding what's being proposed in that whole situation and trying to get the information. Ultimately, this is what we're going to be going for a grant for, to people to understand that fact. So that I understand your confusion, and you have a right to be confused under the circumstances.
Can I respond that
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I think the spur line is maintained, I think, begrudgingly by the rail company. So any effort that the village would take on to maintain any of that property, I think, would be well welcomed by them because they're just required to maintain it in service of the government's requirement for refueling.
Not really. It's Kesselring involved with it too. It goes a little bit deeper in that. I can talk to you offline a little bit more about that thing.
Frank, the route to downtown doesn't go on East High. The idea was to connect sidewalks there so people can walk from Kayleen and cross the street.
The idea of the Zim Smith was to go down to that spur.
Excuse me.
That was.
You interrupted me again. Can you let me finish? Okay, please. Okay, I'm saying that is not the path to downtown. The design by VHB was to go on to Hyde and then cut down Grove Street, which does not have the traffic that East High or Malta has, and to go past the school, past the BACC and land downtown there. That's the path that would be directed. The idea was to get a sidewalk on East High because that is a very dangerous area and people do want to get up to the rest of the sidewalks on East High. So I just want to correct that.
I think you need to actually show the map of what you're talking about because it involves a spur. Where everything I've been told and seen involves a spur.
No, just
It involves a spur.
Can I also add that on the discussion of the county offices, I don't know what authority the village would have in the issue, but there's been historically a lot of conversation about some of the blighted properties in the village, such as the Angelica Mills stuff, buildings and property that we're looking to have developed. Is there any way that we can, I don't know, like if we have any authority or way to incentivize that, but if there was any way that we could work, there's certainly a lot of property available in town that would, be helpful in that regard.
Our biggest problem right now, honestly, is the zoning for those blighted properties, at least in infirmary, because the zoning's R1 currently, and zoning hopefully will help resolve that aspect of it. The county buildings are also in either R1 or R2 zone, depending on where you are, and HDC based. And so there's going to be interesting problems if we ever had to go develop those with zoning as well. And so that's got to be looked at in their zoning situation. Jared, take notes because this is a big part of this too, ultimately, as you know. And so if God forbid something were to happen, we also have to make sure zoning is applicable correctly to maximize ultimately. So I get where you're going with that. With respect to Angelica, it's owned by a individual who is marketing the property. And so, he's never reached out to us saying he needs that help. He's still trying to figure it out on his own. And so we'll see where he's going with it.
If I might make a suggestion, since we're about to go into the BOA process, I don't know on the timing of it.
Well, that's part of it.
Huh?
That's part of it, to identify those as possible BOA zones. We know
No,
that.
but to include the county buildings, if that is part of it, because
I
BOA
don't
will-
know if they would accept that because they're not technically a blight or anything of those nature that you.
Well,
look for
they
for
may
BOA
be.
zone.
It will be.
Yeah.
Well, if, well, you can call it blight all you want, but
Well,
it's not a blight in its
it-
current state. And until some of the announcements made, you can't include it as a blight. That's that you will degrade your ability ultimately with the BOA zone. That's the problem.
No,
there. So
but
I get where
it-
you're going, Marilyn. Don't get me
it-
wrong, but it's not there yet. So you
It does
can't.
sound like there may have some contamination, which would make them eligible.
I would really caution against making statements about contaminated land that you don't know for sure if it is or isn't, and stating it as fact for the record. That is not a good idea.
No, but it can be examined in the BOA.
Right, but don't state it as fact.
No, it's not fact. There are indications, that's all. Let's move on.
No, yeah, we still have comments. Go ahead, Anna.
Wow. Wow. That's all I got to say.
Name and address again, just say.
Anna Stanko, 32 Kent Street. Apparently there are many residents of the village that know a hell of a lot more than I do, because as I've stated before, I've worked for the county since 1988, and there has been no concrete plan to move. Because the county moves money, I know that they're looking at things, but nothing has been determined. If anybody were to know about that, it would be the mayor. The employees would know. There would be rumors. The best chance the village has of having a good relationship with the county is the mayor. So for everybody you guys to sit there and say, we all want to have a meeting with the county, that isn't going to work. That isn't how it works. Apparently you guys don't understand the role of the CEO of a municipality. The town council people don't go to the Board of Supervisors meeting. The supervisors go to the Board of Supervisors meeting and represent what their municipalities need. That is our mayor's position. He has the best position to work for the village in this. So don't screw it up, you guys. Really, just stay out of it and let him do the dealing. And I have not seen a report. And again, I know a lot of the supervisors, I know Steve Bolger very well. There is no report released yet, or we would have seen it. I could have seen it. It's not there. The mayor's not lying to you. So please stop accusing him of this. It's nonsense. It's sickening, actually. Marilyn, I agree with you. That red barn, but that was not the county doing. That was the state's doing. I used to have a nice little view out my window of that tree you talked about, and they took the tree down and stuck up that red building. So that was not the county's doing, just so you know. That's New York State court system. Oh, what else did I want to say? I've lost my thought here. Oh yeah. Sean, how would you feel if every single time somebody talked to you, they said, you work for the state. Bernadette, you work for the state. Ben, I don't know what the hell who you work for. What does it matter if Frank is a developer or he's a lawyer or he represents his family? What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? Really? Give it up, you guys. Stop it. Who cares? He's doing a great job as our village. And that was shown by the numbers at the election. So you can all sit there and smirk and laugh, but he got almost 1,000 votes. And you all know what that means. People are happy with what Frank is doing. So you may not like it, but the majority of the people in the village are happy. More people came out to vote in this election than have in well over a decade. So just stop with it. You're a developer, you're this, you're that. Who cares? Really? If that's all you've got to complain about, you need to get a freaking hobby. Do something for yourselves, for God's sakes. Frank, thank you for all you do for the village, because you go over and above every single day. It's snowing out, the lights are out, the electricity's out. Take care of this. It's a four-way stop. You're at the school, you're at the auctioning at St. Mary's, you are at every event, and you are making us a proud village. Thank you for doing all that you should do. And the rest of you trustees ought to look at him and thank him as well, because he is the reason that we are the village of Ballston Spa is the envy right now. Because it's none of your little bickering and grant writing and bickering about this and that, and he's a developer. It's because of Frank Rossi Jr. that people are recognizing the village of Ballston Spa. Whether you like it or not, the vote said so. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kristen.
Kristen Icalucci, 24 Chapman Street. I think the previous speaker really highlighted why a lot of us new people in the village don't like to get involved with these meetings. You know, I believe in the entire board and democracy, not just one person doing all of the work. I do appreciate the mayor's updates and his involvement in all of the community events. But I don't think he is doing everything alone. I think it takes a village, takes all of you. I appreciate all of you on the board. I, again, as my previous comment, really want to see you working all together. This meeting has highlighted a lot of meetings over the past year that I've watched where it devolves into chaos and devolves into bickering and devolves into pettiness. There's lots of, echoing previous speakers here who have pleaded for more civility and more kindness, and to get through these meetings so we can all watch our trash TV. I don't know how, if every single meeting, Mayor Rossi, you're not able to follow the procedures that we've all agreed upon. Maybe it's time to, I don't know, let the deputy mayor lead the meetings, or have a third party meeting facilitator. I've learned a lot about your profession and your abilities. You say you're a lawyer. You appear to be a great lawyer. You argue your case over and over and over and over and over again. But this is not a courtroom. It's a meeting. It should not, we should not be starting business of the village meeting at nearly 11 o'clock. So maybe we should have somebody that knows how to run an efficient meeting, run the meeting, and let you, argue your case in your allotted time as a lawyer or however you want to identify your profession outside of these meetings. But I just think we could all agree these meetings are not going well. They're not being presided over well. And it's really detracting from new people, new voices, new ideas, and inclusivity of all of our ideas in the village from participating in these meetings because of how exhausting and how contentious they have become under your leadership. So please consider handing over the gavel to our deputy mayor or someone else who can proceed with these meetings more efficiently and with a lot more respect and courteous than I've witnessed from you tonight. That would be my request. Thank you.
This is the 4-400. It's not possible. It's a responsibility of a mayor who's presiding.
Well, I would argue that, sir, respectfully, you're not being respectful and you're not leading these meetings respectfully. So please try to come to a meeting and lead the meeting and follow the rules because
I
we're
will.
all seeing you that you're not doing that right now. So that's all I'm asking of you. Thank you.
Cut her off next. When the rules procedure are under our control, I guess, to a certain degree, we'll see if we can do a better job creating a rules procedure set that makes meetings move the way they probably should. If everybody's in agreement that it's not working, then probably they're broken. Just a thought there, right?
Ray Otten, 16 Middlebrook Avenue. I come to these meetings every 2 weeks, twice a month, whatever it is. I got to say, I'm hoping that someday I'm getting smarter because I'm learning new words. I had to look up after reading a letter to the editor. I had to look up a word because I didn't know what that word meant. So I learned. I do a lot of volunteer work in this village and never ask for a dime for anything. And I work with volunteer groups. Jared and I have worked together on projects through Rotary. I hope when I grow up, I'll be able to control myself like Jared's dad does. One of these days, Mike, I'm going to be like you. I'm not going to walk as fast, but I learn at these meetings, and I do relish these meetings, even though you guys get into it. I feel bad for Bernadette because she's got the most control out of any of you, hands down. And I got to hand it to her. Did you see her tree, by the way? Oh my God, beautiful. Speaking of trees, we have a beautiful tree down in the middle of the village. And I was down on Front Street when they were putting it in. Almost got blocked in by that little buggy they going around putting up the wreaths. And it's a gorgeous tree. Well, we've taken care of some of the population. All right. I'm not a guy that goes to church, but I celebrate Christmas. I don't know that much about the Jewish faith, but I think that we should represent it in something a little spectacular, more so than a hand-built $700 scrap wood menorah that we had last year. And I see on the agenda that we got one we're looking at financing, and it's going to be a permanent one. It's not going to be there permanently, but it's going to be able to be put up every year and reused and reused and reused. So if we look at the amount of money that it's going to cost per year to do that and respect that other religion, I think it should be, there should be no discussion on it. It should just be passed. And one of the things I've always said in this village, when I ran community emergency, when I ran stores for the companies that I worked for, I never had to answer for every dollar that I spent. They gave me a budget. And as long as I didn't go over that budget for the year, I was cool. I don't understand why every single dollar has to be looked at and debated. Like with the fire department, they have a budget. If it's within their budget to do something, do it. Why do they need approval from the board on each expense? doesn't make a lot of sense. Give them their $100,000, whatever the number is, and say, don't go over that. As long as you don't go over that, spend what you need to spend. And it's all about the planning of the budgets and all that kind of stuff. It's like with the police department, all the hours they spend, they might. These guys do what they got to do to keep peace in this village. Do a tremendous job. Okay, they have a budget. They shouldn't have to come back to you guys and say, can I buy another badge? You know, it doesn't make sense. Same with any of the other committees that need money to run, the arts committee, whatever it may be, the park and tree. Give them a budget, let them spend it, let them determine what it's got to go for. Not you guys, just give them the budget. I don't understand it. So hopefully you guys will come together at the end of the night when we get to these motions. I would love to see that menorah so that we can have something respectful of the religion and have it on a permanent basis, as opposed to, like I say, a $700, throw it up with some plywood that was left over in a garage. Okay, thank you.
It was a nice start though for the first time to at least get one in last year. So we do want to thank everybody that was involved with last year's, to say the least. It was important.
Oh, and public apology. And I'm not being disrespectful. I said to Keith, Dad just got up and left, and he told me he corrected that. So I just wanted a public apology so that he heard. I did apologize to him.
I just understood what you said. Oh my. Anybody else? Chris?
Chris Dubuque, 6 Keeling Drive. Again, I agree with my wife. I'm a little bit different in that aspect. I sit through a lot of boring school board meetings, and there's not as much passion from the board members. You know, there's a certain point where passion, though, does cross over into childishness. It's late. Bear with me here. Because again, I want to get my kids a little bit more involved. Again, we've been very active. School board meetings, again, are boring. I can drag my kids to those, but you can get up and say till you're blue in the face, a public comment, you'd like to see something change in the school, and they've already made that decision before you've even shown up. It's more of just going through the motions. You know, when this public comment was shortened down to 5 minutes as opposed to the 6 minutes we originally had, 3 in the beginning, 3 in the end, and part of the decision behind that was 5 minutes, you can change, you can convince us to you know, how you would like to see us vote, because we're up here representing you as you know, your constituents. And you know, I'd like to see go back to 3 and 3. I think you need that 3 minutes. That's all it takes for us to get up here.
Just said that to her.
Yeah, that's all. You know, we're not the ones making your meetings go forever, and I know that was the excuse that was made why that was done that way. But you need 3 minutes. That's all we need. That's all we need to convince you why we think you should vote a certain way on anything on the particular agenda. But we also need the 3 minutes at the end to hold you accountable. Because again, we did vote you in the place, but that's once a year, you know, or once every couple of years we vote you in. But you work for us. We should be able to hold you accountable. You know, I work in public government, and there's a number and an email and everything up there that if the person felt I did not give them 100% service, they could write a letter to the governor, they can write a letter to their assembly members, and believe me, I will hear about it. So I always try to make sure it's just the right thing to do, that I'm going in there and doing the best for the public. That's where your taxpayer dollars are going. Again, you don't get a lot for this position. I understand that for what you go through. But again, I feel we do need that 3 minutes to hold you accountable for it. I come up with solutions. I think that's the first solution. You know, you need to have that threat. I hate to say it like that, a threat, but you need to have that shaming, if be, of your behavior, because sometimes things get a little bit passionate up here, and I can understand, and we act a little bit like children, all of us, even in the crowd, get a little punch drunk as late as it gets. But I want to really highlight, a lot of people don't think about it. And again, my family's gone through quite a bit, and I appreciate the last couple of meetings where I had a chance to get up here and speak. But I was just thinking, the night that there's going to be the lighting, when you think about it, you're going to have a Holocaust survivor. Okay, someone that thought they would never see the type of anti-Semitism again in their lifetime, ever. ever. They escaped enough atrocities. They never thought that their family would see that, their children would see that, their grandchildren might see that. And all I have to be reminded is of a teacher having to be forced and locked into a room for her own safety down at Hillcrest High School down in the city, just because she made a pro-Israel post on Facebook. I'm going to give credit where credit's due. I did speak with you, Liz, about the sidewalk. You know, that was a concern of mine. We finally got a little crosswalk in there. That was great. You know, we make do what we have. You cut across the soccer field, my kids know better. You know, could it be better? It could be, but we at least have that crosswalk there. But I also, I got to give the mayor a lot of credit. I feel safe that my kid will never have to experience that in the school, because I know you have a great working relationship with the school, with Duca, with the board members there, just being plugged in, actively involved in these communities. Same with you, Bernadette. I see you at a lot of communities. Liz, I saw you at the dedication for the memorial. Ben, I see you at events as well. Again, I may disagree with a good portion of you many times, but I know you're involved and you're plugged into the community. Civility at these meetings, yeah, that'd be great, but it's not what happens at the meetings. It's what you do outside of the meetings, what you do every day for your community. Another solution I'd like to see is maybe everybody just take a turn. You take a day and have an office hour where we could reach you. We could speak to you. I know my one son will be down there visiting probably every day. I apologize for that beforehand, but again, I want him to feel like this is a great place for him to stay and to raise a family, that their elected officials are accessible. I know he can stop down in the police department and usually chat with the police officer, even though they're very busy and there's very few of them on. But, you know, again, my kids feel safe being here, despite everything else that might be going on around them. So I encourage you, please, for that resolution, think when you vote on that with the lighting, but also more importantly, think about attending. You don't need to know anything about the Jewish faith. Just attend, support your community, support the few Jews you have living here, or from the surrounding environments that do come in, because this is one of the better, last year was a great menorah lighting. I'll admit, we've gone to many, many events, and the turnout here just from this village was amazing. That's what I said during that speech, you know, that it was good to have that kind of support. And it, you know, it was a little bit rough to see as many people attend that and not hear as much from people in support of what was going on. But I really just think people didn't understand. So now you have your chance to show up, show that support. And again, thank you for all that you are doing, but we can do better. Thanks, Chris.
Michelle.
Michelle Beshard, 14 Bath Street in the village. I have tons of notes here because this has gone on for the usual amount of time and none of them actually come into play anymore. A couple brief things. The things that affect my building's value, where my business is and where I live, is actually less than whether the trails connect to the village or the sidewalks or the county leaving. I will tell you, we are getting lambasted, maligned in the local papers for these meetings. And it goes across everybody and it goes into the audience, including myself. I'm a rule follower, but when I start having, you know, hearing people think they're putting words out there for me as a village resident, I'm going to respond. And that creates kind of the chaos that we hear. That's going to cost me. Because there's businesses, if I decide I want to sell my building, this is chaos. We all need to do better. We do. We all do. So there's that said. I had lots of notes about all the stuff that was being talked about tonight, but I want to go to just something more briefly important, much more important. Number one, Wreaths Across America. Gina, I have money here for you for a few plus some, and it's not, I'm not virtue signaling. I'm not doing anything. I challenge the people listening to this, give money to that. Because those are the men and women who laid their lives down so that we can have this chaos. And my father was one of them. And thank God he made it through. Here I am. And I go into this season missing him. And I go into meetings like this knowing we're fortunate. As bad as it gets, we're fortunate. So do a little thing. And then because I can't talk after the agenda items go through about the menorah and, you know, paying for it and everything, I only recently in the last few years found out that I have quite a bit of Jewish blood in me. It was a surprise. Hey, and that dad that I just talked about, he probably knew he wasn't my dad. I have it from the other side, and it doesn't matter because this is not going to be a political thing next week. This is going to be a thing to represent just people and their history and their religion, just like we do with the lighting on Friday night. And if this comes up to be another issue, I don't know what to say about any of us anymore. This is the place, we have this village. This is why we all fight like this. This is why we all get like this, because we love this village so much. We got to calm it down, but all these things are important to us. But you really need to start finding the really important things and stop doing the tit for tat and stop doing, you know, the label and I'm on this side and I'm on that side, because it makes people like me who just really want to do. I spent a lot of money on our sidewalks. We planted the trees, which Caitlin was lovely about on parks and trees. She was great. We're the ginkgos on Low Street. Nobody helped us pay for those. We're fortunate that we could, and we did it for the village because it looked good for our business, but it looked really good for Low Street. So try to get your priorities straight because 'tis the season and it's starting to get out there and we deserve a lot better as your constituents. And I'll try to do better when I'm here. I will. I know I get mouthy and I'll try to do better if you guys try to do better because it's only right. We have a really special thing here. We can't let this start bringing us down. This is why people love Ballston Spa. We got to do better. Happy holidays. Pass the thing. Do what's right. That's it.
Michelle, you actually deserve some credit because you encountered the red tape from hell when it came to the tree situation. And even Caitlin and I, we were talking, we're like, this isn't right. And we kind of revamped the system a little bit to make sure we could accommodate more on the fly with her committee by email when trees need to be replaced like that so that you can get solutions. Go ahead.
And I do just want to say one more time, props to Caitlin.
Yep.
She was lovely and gracious and helpful, and she saw that we weren't getting the answers we needed, and we were just trying to do a good thing, you know, along the street, and she made it happen. Frank, her conversation with you made it happen. Whoever was involved made it happen. Yeah, it doesn't have to be hard. There's the lesson for the evening. None of this has to be this difficult.
Right. Thank you. Anybody else? Board response. Either light up your light or raise your hand or whatever you want to do at this point.
Yeah, Sean. Just a few things. I agree with a lot of the folks that comment. I don't think anybody wants to see a meeting go like this. I know I don't. But I do feel like you need to make sure that you are representing the interests of the public, and sometimes, and it's anybody on this board can steamroll that. And so I think sometimes it gets contentious because we want to make sure that the public is properly represented. But I'm happy to do my part to try to make it less contentious. And I think a whole lot of less filibustering needs to go on as well. So, and that's all I'll say about that. I also just want to say, I know I will happily support the addition of the menorah. I think that's great. And I think in future years, we should also consider Kwanzaa. That's a seasonal celebration. And I'm woefully ignorant of the Muslim faith. I don't know if they have a seasonal celebration this time of year, but they should also be represented if possible. So the more the merrier. So
normally when it comes to this stuff, it took folks of Jewish faith to step up and ask us and to lead it. And then from there, we get people that all kind of
Mhm.
sign on to it regardless of denomination of faith. So if there are people that want to bring something like that forward, by all means, do it. And we are open-minded with respect to that. I just want to say that.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
just wondering if there's any law related to spending money on religious symbols. I mean, is this? is there
It happens
anything-
with trees all the time.
Well, often they call them like holiday trees, even though they're Christmas trees.
It's a holiday
But-
candle lighting. I mean.
Well, I'm just, no, I mean, it's a serious question. I don't know if you're ready to answer that.
don't know.
Right, yeah, okay.
How much is it? 1,300. You gotta check them tomorrow. No, that's not necessary.
And I want to say that our family's donating stuff that we're not looking to get reimbursed for, so I'm sure if money's a problem, the community will come together for that.
It's this. That's a legitimate question to ask. It's not even resistance. It's a legitimate question that we have the responsibility to ask. And you're giving us flack for doing our jobs.
Separation of church and state does not mean that you cannot purchase religious based emblems, et cetera, for community purpose in the park, et cetera. It means that essentially you're not going to dictate faith and vice versa. That's not what's happening in this.
It was an
just
open-ended
giving-
question.
And I'm trying to give you an answer from a legal perspective, because whether you believe it or not, I'm a lawyer. Yeah. Correct. That's why I just said, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. We would never refuse an offer or a request. It's just, it usually emanates from somebody, in that case, Jewish faith, to come forward and ask us to do it. And we're like, yeah, by all means, why shouldn't we do it?
Yeah, that's kind of why I said, if we show everybody, then we're not showing any favoritism.
Yep. I get that. Yep. So,
But it's probably worth making sure that that's okay.
Ben kind of had the microphone, so you want to just keep going, or
Okay.
Ben?
No,
Anything else, or I didn't want to cut you off on that.
No, I did want to ask you a question, Frank, because you said something in an email that I hadn't seen before, and so I was hoping you could just discuss it a little more. I stand corrected. You weren't involved in the first Walmart effort that your family did. You were obviously very involved in the second one, and when I said, sorry, I stand corrected, you were involved in one, your response was, I apologize to the community. And I'm just wondering what you're apologizing for. In terms of-
Read the rest of that sentence.
That's the whole sentence. There, you sent more, but that was how you started. And so I'm just wondering what your apology, where that came from. I'm glad to see it. But it was unexpected.
What day was it?
November 22nd. I'll read you the rest. It says, I apologize to the community, period. The byproduct was giving Liz, Sean, and you a platform to become members of local government. At least the community now has a Hannaford and a better government in a little more than a month. Frank.
Okay, I don't think there should be confusion there. What I'm saying.
When you said, I apologize to the community, I was wondering what you're apologizing for.
Because I disagree vehemently with some of the direction and some of the things you've been saying and doing. And so I take responsibility for helping folks learn who you were back when, because the Walmart basically had that byproduct to it. Whether we want to believe it or not, as much as you want to throw it at me, it very much put you guys on a platform and got you popular enough to get elected.
That's what you're apologizing for.
Yes. It's called sarcasm.
Okay. So you weren't actually apologizing.
I don't know if you noticed, the whole
second
thread
Walmart.
has sarcasm going in both directions. And so
All right.
you got what you gave.
So the whole developer, whether you're a developer or not, it's not that important in the abstract, but the truth is, and whether you are truthful is, and I'll just say, if you walk like a developer, you talk like a developer, you act like a developer, and you say you are a developer on social media, you're probably a developer. and it's safe to say that you're a developer.
What
So
land,
if-
what land do I
So
own?
if someone,
What land do I own?
what land does your father own?
What land?
So the point is, all right, yeah, I'll move on. That's fine. But I'm just saying, people, there's a reason people are confused about your development interest. One question I have is, does your family have any interest in developing or buying any more land in the village of Ballston Spa, say the nursing home or anywhere else?
Ben?
I can't even believe it. Honestly, that's not a blind question, honestly.
I don't think it
He
is.
can't even answer it because he's representing his client.
No, I can flatly answer it. My
Okay,
parents are
good.
85 and 86 years old, Penn.
Mhm.
They're done. Okay. If you didn't notice, we sold a piece of land up there because my father finally understood he's too old to develop it and nobody in his family is in a position to do it because you know what? I became mayor. And so I can't.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
I don't know. Excuse
That's
me.
very
Excuse me.
clarifying.
Allow me to finish my statement on this one. And I'm not trying to filibuster, but
Well, no.
I think under
Go
the
ahead, yeah.
circumstance on this one,
Go ahead. I'd like to hear your answer.
yeah, there's a number of things that I've actually sacrificed to get to this scenario and, dedicate myself for another 4 years to be mayor of the village of Ballston Spa. I have clients of, I don't just represent my parents, believe it or not. I'm actually a lawyer for other people too. And they've wanted me to handle land transactions in the village and I refuse.
Good.
Thanks. I don't need your affirmation. I'm just giving you the fact here. You have to basically understand, you sit there in judgment. I'm literally every day making sure I'm doing the right thing as much as I can see I need to do X, Y, or Z or avoid doing X, Y, or Z, depending on what it is. And I don't appreciate, I really don't, this notion, I'm going to assume you're lying, Frank, until you can prove I'm a liar in the first place. You're talking about my Instagram profile. I haven't changed it how long? And because I graduated in 2009, and as I said, still teach in the program. And so, yeah, I am a land developer in terms of trade of what I took a program for and teach. I don't actively develop land here. I don't.
People could be excused for thinking you're a land developer.
Okay, but you know what? is going
Because you
into
called me a liar, that's why.
is going okay.
All right.
Is
So, but Frank, I appreciate your answer and I do.
but why do we
And
have to
thank
keep
you.
doing the answering?
It's an elephant in the room. No, it is, whether I say it or not. And I'm glad I said it because it brings it out and you're putting it to rest. And I appreciate that. So thank you very much. The other issue, the other question I have is, your sister mentioned that your family had an interest in moving the 911 memorial into Wiswall Park. Is that still something you're interested in doing? Because it's not in any diagrams and it hasn't been discussed. Is that something that you have any interest in or not?
Interest in what?
In putting the 911 memorial in Wiswall Park? No? No, so you have no interest.
I don't even know what you're talking about right now. I really don't.
So a few months ago, maybe it was in the spring, your sister mentioned the idea that a possibility of moving the 911 memorial into Wiswall Park.
If the grant was gotten to redo Village Hall, finish the thought.
So you had, so
you're talking a year ago during New York
Yes,
Forward, if
that's
we were to
what it's
renovate, because we would need to
So-
put, hold on, we would need to put an elevator possibly in the side of the building and it would displace it. And that's probably what she was talking about. I never even talked about where it would go, but it could have been
All right, well, your
affected.
sister did.
I have no idea what she
See,
said. I
she's
didn't attend the
connected.
meeting.
All right, good. I'm glad to hear that too. She's connected to you. So that's why I was like, what's
But-
going on?
But can I ask
So-
you a question?
Yes.
What would your objection be if it had to be relocated to it going to Wiswall Park? in
Oh,
some
there's no
format?
room in Wiswall Park. No, because for one thing, it would either be a jungle gym or it would take out a
It would
big,
be a jungle
yeah,
gym?
people would climb on it, the kids would climb, or it would be sectioned off so no one could climb on it, and it would take a piece of the park that people want to use for other things. So it's never been it's never been an element in the conversation. There is a memorial park right across the street, and that would be a very appropriate place for it. So I just wanted to bring that out because we're in the final stages. So if there was any agenda behind the scenes, it would be good to bring it out. If there's any interest in doing things that haven't been discussed publicly before. So I'm glad that you don't, I'm glad that this is not something on your front burner. But what I encourage is if it ever comes to the point where you need to move a memorial, there is a memorial park area that could accommodate it, and that would be the appropriate place.
Ray, go ahead.
Ray, it's not
When
Ray's.
when that came to be, it was a Rotary project. Okay? They helped out getting parts up and all that. It was a Rotary project. And there were 3 places that it was gonna go. It was either gonna go next to the building where it is now, or Wiswell Park, or the Memorial Park. So that goes back to the origin of it. Okay, so that's not a new idea.
Well, it's in a place now, and the idea
It's
of
in a place,
the
and I
idea of
said-
moving it somewhere is a new idea.
No,
And
it's
so,
not. No, it's
I'm
not,
just
because it was
trying to.
Originally gonna be in one of
All
those
right.
3 places.
So Frank, I'm glad that you are not, are you interested in moving it to the
You
Wiswall?
are a condescending person, Ben. I gotta
I'm
be honest with you.
asking
This
you.
is one of the most condescending conversations I've ever heard you enter into, for the simple reason, my God, where is this coming from? Any of it?
Because
You're
we're
sitting
coming,
there in judgment at
I'm
everything.
asking open-ended questions that are
For
important to
what?
answer in
Ask
public.
me offline. What is it doing here? What is this?
Why am I not asking you here? Why shouldn't it be here?
Fair, this is public, this is not board comment, this is not grilling each other over stuff. You have insulted him several times tonight, and I appreciate you're kind of backing off on it, but I really don't understand, I know I'm not on mic. But this has got to stop, Ben, tonight, this has been too much tonight. I don't think anybody has intention of putting the memorial there in Wiswell Park. Yeah, apparently you guys are quite far along in your plans for the park. There doesn't look like there's much room. So I don't even know where we would put it. So let's move on. This is getting out of hand. I think you've said your piece.
Frank, your sister made an obscene gesture to me twice. Is that
Gina, stop making obscene gestures.
I think that should be reason for a little bit more than you just asking.
She did.
I did.
She didn't. So who you believe more, Ben? Oh, let me guess.
Guys,
Seriously.
we haven't even hit motion.
Okay. All right. Did you have anything else, Liz or Bernadette? I don't want to cut off your board response time.
I'd like to get the motions.
Okay, I was gonna say, because I do have a right to quick board response moment here, and we'll make it quick. The one thing I, to this day, couldn't stand about the first time an election occurred involving me wasn't even Keith's videos. It wasn't this villainization of me, my family, what else. It was when I was sitting in the audience after the election, and I was told flat out from a statement from Ben, the way the agenda was going to be set up, what we were going to be doing for the next 2 years, and I hope you sign on because here's the way it's going to go.
That's absolutely not true, Frank. I don't
actually-
talk like that.
It
Frank.
basically
Now you're
was-
lying to the public and to us and to me. You're lying.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
You read.
I did not say anything remotely like
You
that,
read a
Frank.
statement after the election, Ben, that basically said the way things were going to be and the agenda that was going to be followed. The stuff
Oh, I
you
did
wanted
read
to-
in like, this is the agenda that I and some others on the board have about what we'd like to accomplish.
So obviously I'm not lying. Thank you.
No, what you just said, rerun the tape. And what you just said is not what I
Well,
said.
perception matters, Ben, and that's the way it came across. Okay.
Yeah, I get to say what my priorities are, Frank.
And at the end of the day, it was wrong because it didn't even start things off on the right foot here. And fast forward now 20 months later, and I have every right to sit here and do what you did 20 months ago. And it's not appropriate. I'm not going to. Sean raised something in email yesterday about, basically trying to run roughshod or something like that. I'm not even sure where that came from. I gotta be honest with you. I don't know what you were referring to. So that said, no. Okay. Yeah. The will of the majority has been thrown in my face multiple times. And the will of the majority will now be possibly 3 other people ultimately, or whatever that majority ends up being. That's not reason to act the way that you acted 20 months ago or that you're trying to act now with the 1 month clock running out, whatever else. This is ridiculous. It's transparent what you're up to, whether you believe it or not. And, you know, again, I'm disappointed in Christine. I know she left. I'm disappointed in her. I'm disappointed in you guys that you think that this is the correct response to an election that just occurred and the results that came from it. I appreciate what Anna had to say. She points out the things that actually have made this job worth sticking around for, which is the community stuff and being around this community and helping out wherever I can and everything else. I had a blast working with Ray and all the ladies up front at the community dinner and the kitchen folks and whatnot, and kind of, you know, jockeying back and forth and joking all around for a couple hours that day. And I never dreamed of helping out with that event before I was mayor. And that was my loss, honestly, for not having done that. And you got to understand something, Ben. If you think that these meetings are going to somehow change me or change what I focus on, you're dead wrong. If you think that accusing me of doing X, Y, or Z when I'm out there trying to make sure I'm doing everything wholesome possible for this community, that you're going to somehow get to me in that respect, you're not. You're not going to change me. This is who I am. And as I said to Keith, and I'll say it to you now, enough trying to act like you know who I am. You want to get to know me? Call me up, grab a bite to eat. I will talk to you all day about who I am, what I do, why I was in Chicago this weekend, and what, you know, what my roles are in other aspects of life.
That's exactly why I asked the question about when you about apologizing to the community or the 911 or the land. I'm trying to get to know you, Frank.
You're grilling him.
Yeah.
Don't excuse this. You're being delusional. You have been grilling him all day.
There are legitimate issues that need to be
Do the
answered.
right thing. Sit down with him. You
I
and have to know
tried
each
to
other.
sit down with him and with you and
Oh,
refused.
come on.
No,
You have been nothing.
Yeah, you
but
have.
none.
no,
So,
wait a second.
Ben,
Did
I
I
was
not?
not finished with
Oh,
what I had
sorry.
to say, man. Ben, you and I have been working on arts committee. I got to know you. Please do him the same respect and try to get to know Frank.
He shows disrespect to us every time he sends us an email. Every single time starts
guys
with
engage in
insults.
that too.
He insults us
I can't-
every
I cannot
for
describe how wrong
paragraphs and
everybody is in those
paragraphs. It's
emails.
one insult after another. There's no way to build bridges with that kind of
You also
antagonistic,
engage in that.
not to the degree that Frank does. No
I
one does.
encourage you in the coming year to set this aside. I'm not sure what you're upset about. You're clearly upset. I encourage you guys to sit down. I honestly, the emails, if you guys could take a step back, the emails are awful. So we gotta move forward from this. This has gone too long. Please, Frank, for the love of God, let's do some motions, okay?
A motion approving the expenditure of $7,507.40 by the Ballston Spa Fire Department for New York State Volunteer Firefighter Cancer Benefit Insurance coverage for 2024. Any transfer that is required within the fire department's budget lines to A3410.04.06 is approved. As this amount is $1,007.40 over the budget amount for this insurance for fiscal year 2024. Trustee Fondenza.
Second.
Trustee Raymond, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. I don't think we're ready for B based on the conversations we had by email today and some of the stuff that was raised by Jared and by Maryland earlier, because they would be considered substantive. Do we want to consider making those changes before going forward with this?
I think the law is, I mean, some of those suggestions. You know, I don't think that's substantial to, have to change the law. Because I think.
That doesn't make sense. What are you saying? You don't think?
I'm saying that I think we can pass the law.
You were actually told today that we probably need a liaison definition
Yeah.
because you're actually in a weird realm with what you're suggesting in there versus what is the reality of what liaisons are.
Well, our lawyer said if we wanted to put in a definition, she provided her remedy was she looked up what liaison means in the dictionary. So if someone's reading the law and doesn't understand what a liaison is, they can go to the dictionary. I don't think it needs to be in the law. I mean, it's not bad to have in the law, but it's not a reason to slow it down.
How she wrote that. Do you have that email or am I gonna find that? Okay, Horatio. Oh, I've got it, I think.
I got it.
Okay. Carla's statement about liaison specifically, I said I'm genuinely confused as to what a village board liaison is. Generally, the liaison system is used by the executive to get assistance from board members in observing and reporting on committee activities. I know the activity I witnessed at Park and Tree last week went well beyond this role as of a liaison, but this section is abridging the ability of the executive to assign liaisons from the Board of Trustees to assist in those functions. As such, and if this isn't the intent, liaison should be better defined in a way that identifies what this is intended to handle. Her response.
Right, that was you writing that.
I said that. Her response, this could be rectified by the inclusion of a definition to quote liaison. Black's Law Dictionary defines quote liaison as quote communications for two entities or entity responsible for communications from one party to another. In addition, looking at the sentence again, it states that all liaisons have to be voted on by majority vote of the board. Liaisons are generally appointed by the mayor to a specific department / committee, not by majority vote. She went on to say in a later email with respect to whether it's a substantive change or not, the inclusion of a new definition would be a substantive change.
Right. So what I would say is, she said this could be rectified, doesn't say it has to be rectified by the inclusion of a definition.
You don't
Second,
want to fix it?
I don't think it has to be in there. Someone can look in the dictionary if they're
It
not
was
sure what a liaison
It was a
means.
law dictionary. It
Well,
wasn't just, like,
The
Secondly-
definitions in our codes, based on what the zoning committee is, they're all going to be redone and they can be.
No, they're
included.
not. Only the
Well,
things in
actually, the
zoning
rules,
are to be redone.
you know what, the rules of procedure
No,
that are
Marilyn, you're
gonna,
not going to anything but zoning
the
stuff.
rules of procedure are going to be redone in January. That's where we can define liaison, right there. And the other piece.
That's not, you're codifying now. Your code distills code.
It's mentions the word liaison, but does not define it. So it's not, there's no other part of the code or any policy that contradicts this law. In terms of majority vote by board, we resolved that a year or two ago. We asked Carla because we were concerned about how liaisons would be picked. If there's any law or motion or policy anywhere that says how liaisons are defined and picked. And she said, no, it's up to us to decide. So this law is saying we think the board should decide where the liaisons are. That's a conscious decision.
You're just contradicted yourself. The whole idea was, no, you can't abridge the executive's right to pick a liaison. This law states I cannot pick a liaison without board majority approval.
That's your position. I'm
No,
saying.
There is nothing in the code that says the word liaison. This is the first time it'll appear. So
And
there's no, just because the precedent before has been that mayors pick liaisons, doesn't mean there's nothing in our code that says that. So
Liz,
there's no issue in
If
changing that.
if I appoint a liaison from the executive that is one of you, this is stating I would have to get it approved by the board.
Only for committees. This law only
What-
applies to committees.
And that's what we pick liaisons for. What are you talking about?
No, you pick liaisons for boards.
Committees, boards, etc.
No, this does not.
Yeah, our
cover-
committee,
why the
Park and Tree.
Park and Tree is a board.
The wording is to make the liaison position chosen by board majority
Yeah.
Or committees.
for these committees. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not for boards and it's not for agencies.
It's not for the planning board, not for the zoning board, not for the ethics board, not for the Park and Tree board, and any other board we have.
And
But
not
when
for
you have a committee,
DPW.
yeah,
Committee on the Arts is not a,
it's a committee, yes.
okay,
The liaison to that committee would be picked by the board.
no, it wouldn't.
Why?
You,
Well-
you do not have the right to do that by law. You don't. So you're actually passing
mean
illegal
by
law.
law?
Because I have the right as the executive to appoint who I want to as my liaison, to a board or committee. You cannot abridge that.
Well,
Where does it
we asked,
state
yeah,
that
we
in our
asked
code?
Carla.
It
and
is
she
called my
disagrees.
freedom as an executive because
No, it's gotta be.
it's
written
not
in
defined.
it's
code.
not, tell me where, show me where.
It is not in code, so it doesn't exist.
Alex,
I also checked with NICOM. It's not in the code. I also checked, sorry.
no, Carla's statement was essentially general assumption and presumption is that the executive is,
But
Right.
presumption is not an explicit code.
Right.
It is a
And I asked NICOM when we were creating this policy, because this is not different than the
no,
policy.
it's not codified in our code currently.
When-
However, I as executive have a right to pick Bernadette, for instance, to be my liaison as a committee. And take,
Right. This is what has been in
but
policy.
I would state that there is no legal right to do that in general, because I can appoint Bernadette.
I
to
asked
be-
NICOM
excuse me.
about this.
And, okay, and what did
And they
NICOM say?
said for advisory committees, it's really up to the board to decide how they work and function. There's
You're
nothing in
telling
law.
me I cannot appoint
For
Bernadette
advisory
to be my
committees.
liaison for committee? Is that what you're
For
telling me right now?
advisory committees, the
Bull.
board would choose it.
Bull.
Where does it say that you can?
It's called the
No.
Constitution.
No,
No, it's not in the Constitution.
Yes, it is.
I think
The
you're
word
also,
liaisons in the.
No, it's not, Liz. It's basically rights and abilities.
I asked NICOM and
I can
they
appoint-
signed off on this.
Said we shouldn't do this.
They signed
Yes,
off
they
on
did,
this.
actually. NICOM told us not to do
yeah,
this.
but I think we're missing the definition. It isn't a mayor liaison. It is a board liaison.
Right.
It's not a mayor.
So
liaison.
now let's read back here what I just said. In the event that there is a village board liaison to the committee, meaning a board member is a liaison, the liaison will be chosen by a majority vote of the board, village board. Now, the problem is that you haven't defined village board liaison to not be that, and that's what she's suggesting. Go and define this in a way that doesn't look like it's bridging the executive, and that's
No.
what's happening right
This
now.
whole law at the beginning says exactly which committees are included in the law and which
Yeah, it's
are
already
excluded.
stated.
It's already stated.
In the event there is a village board liaison, meaning a member of the village board acting as a liaison to the committee, the liaison will be chosen by majority vote of the village board. I, as the executive, have the right to pick a village board liaison, let's say Bernadette or Mary or whomever.
Where does
ultimately.
it say that?
Liz, it is part and parcel of being mayor.
No, it isn't.
Absolutely.
Unless it's
No,
in
there's
code.
nothing.
That-
There is
Yes,
no-
it is.
All
No, it isn't.
responsibility.
I can-
Carla signed,
Yeah, she signed off on it, Frank.
Come on.
there's nothing
did.
illegal in this.
Yeah.
Unless you want to go against her attorney, then by all means.
I
Yeah.
just read you what the attorney stated.
Yeah, and she did
And
not
she
say
didn't
it's
say it
illegal.
was illegal.
She said it, she said it's, it's unorthodox.
Say that again, I'm,
The way I read this to her is that she seems concerned in doing it that way.
excuse me. Go ahead, Alex, I'm sorry.
I said, the way I read this email from Carla, and I'm just interpreting her email, obviously, but I just think she's noting the concern in doing that way because it's not, like, you just they appoint liaisons and whether or not this is in the narrow sense or not, I don't know, that conflict with ability. You guys to operate, I think it's more of a concern she's raising.
Well, she didn't raise it. Frank raised it. She's responding
Oh.
to Frank's concern. And we have checked this out with Carla and with NICOM.
Okay,
And they're
Carla's
okay.
here. Oh, really? Because Carla wrote today.
Well,
Well,
she's
when she-
responding to you,
She-
Frank.
When she says an addition, we have to send this again, it says that all the have to vote down by a majority of the board, these are generally appointed by me. When she says.
So they are
looking at this again, I
generally-
don't know why she would point out, taking a second look at it, and it's something she has to concern about. But that's how I read the email.
Why?
I'm not right, I'm not Carla.
No, but it's generally, that means we have to follow it. It's generally, it's not in code, and unless it is written down, it doesn't. hold
Liz,
any power.
Liz, no, I actually have rights as a mayor. I have rights as a person, and those that go into the state constitution and the national constitution, that I have the right to
So,
do this.
NICOM
So
says
you can't prohibit me from appointing her.
for committees,
Yeah, NICOM said, don't do this.
they said
NICOM said, don't
They
do this.
said,
Period. This whole thing, they
that
said, don't
it's
do it.
unusual to make this a law, but they said that for advisory committees, they can be function in addition, what liaisons are chosen based on what the board wants. There's nothing illegal about
Well,
that.
you realize,
look,
you
Frank,
realize that advisory
Frank,
advisory committee.
you're gonna have
excuse
the
me a second, you
majority, Frank.
realize you're-
Frank, you're gonna have the majority. You can pick
Liz,
what liaison you want.
Liz.
Come on. So let's,
Yeah, this has worked well. Well, what's the first step?
No,
What's
this
the
is,
motion?
this hasn't worked at all.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is new.
EIF.
The EAF.
No, it is. It's the same policy.
Yes, if you're gonna vote, you need to go through the secret process.
Let's go through the secret process.
Reviewing parts 2 and 3.
I don't, may I step in actually?
Yes.
So. Please don't upset me. We a little tired. Yeah, everybody's a little tired. Get some coffee before this meeting. So two questions. So Marilyn and Jared, I just wanted, so should specify who should be notified about, who should be notifying about meetings. You did bring that up,
Yeah,
correct?
I want to go back to what you both raised. So what was your main concern, Marilyn?
That there's no communication system at the village level.
Okay.
To inform village residents of opportunities to volunteer.
Okay, and Jared,
And everybody
sorry.
around the table pretty much knows that.
Well, that,
Because you do not send out notices to print media. You occasionally will put things on your website, but then it kind of falls off. You know, I'm a good example, and I've told you many times, I would have never known about the comprehensive plan steering committee unless, well, I would never have known unless I had seen that press release.
I hear you loud and clear. I'm not trying to cut you off. I just want to hear this too.
Well, just, let me,
No, I get it.
if,
You don't have to put all of that in there.
right.
You just have to adopt a posture to talk to the village.
Yeah, and that's,
Not just.
right, and that's
so
my
actually
response
question
is,
Then actually, my question was more to the regard of, you said, chairs, who should be notifying about the meeting? Was it chairs? Was it, so you brought that up, so I didn't know if you could clarify that for me.
The clarification is who at the village level has the responsibility, according to this, to post, or does it fall on a chairperson of whatever committee has been established to post to the website? My guess is that there's one person that has to do it.
right,
It's Jennifer,
that's right.
but that not everybody does it. When they're an official chairperson, they don't contact you.
All I get is all I get is
That's
what I
right.
get.
So she gets what she gets, and if it's 10 minutes before the meeting starts, that's it.
Yeah.
And that's not sufficient to move the village into the next generation, because they've all wiped the slate clean. They want nothing to do with all this nonsense.
Yeah, even in Park and Tree last week, I had gotten a text from, remember Paul from Colonial Hills, was here a couple meetings ago. And he couldn't find the location of the next day's meeting, and literally I had to work with Jen and Caitlin to find out where it was myself, because it wasn't clear, and it was actually in the same conference. room you
So
guys
my
were.
response to your concerns are, those are good concerns. They don't need to be in the law. They just need to be practiced.
Actually, that's all. I was just raising that. because it's-
Well,
it's
the
been
prob-
2 years.
If I can
No, you
point
can't.
out,
You can't actually, and
no,
hold on, I gotta get a little quiet on this side. Jared, what were your concerns too? I just want to get back to you real quick.
Well, I did attempt to reiterate Marilyn's point there. as
Right.
well, The need for publicization of everything through any media we possibly can.
Right.
But I did also raise a point about
Zoom meetings.
15.5. Sorry. It's a little late.
Yeah, you said you wanted meetings, it must have meetings on Zoom, both for at home and recordings.
Correct. The other point though, and
Which runs
I
in
don't know
conflict
that
with the
this
code,
is
though,
a
that actually
substantive
does.
piece, But in 15.5 paragraph C, it was a little unclear to me about what's odd, what's even, and what the desired number in a committee should be, and how that might then be defined. I don't know that that's something that necessarily needs to be updated, but it seemed like there was a little bit of.
And that will vary by committee.
Well, I think he's saying, is your goal to always be odd or not? Is
I
that
don't
kind of
think-
where you're in on that?
I question, do we want to be odd? Should we be even for voting purposes?
Yeah, I get that. That's,
but not all committees are contentious or require voting.
well.
Correct, yeah.
They're
Yeah,
advisory.
famous last words though, too, and then you end up with a
Yeah,
situation.
but I just wanted to point out for Marilyn, 15-6 committee responsibility. Committee meetings will be posted on the village website and on village social media accounts at least 72 hours prior to the meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
No, but it's in,
And she's
it's,
saying, well,
it's-
who's
So
doing
the
it?
chairs are
It's
not
an
doing that, we should
operational
probably
thing.
Right, but
say.
you-
You have to go into
Yeah.
the-
Chairs
But
are
here's the
not
problem, when you codify, either you've got to go put those things in the code, or you have to refer out of the code to state that you'll handle minutia. We'll use sidewalk code as an example. The reimbursement, we want to take out of the code technically at one point and say, we'll have a fee schedule that you'll, that the board will vote on from time to time. You kind of have to say, there will be an addendum schedule to the law that will be updated from time to time for other points like that, ultimately, if you're going to have that, because you want to make sure your code is self-sustaining ultimately, and if it's not, at least point to the document it's going to be operating next to it.
but that can be handled by policy.
No, it actually has to be written by
This
code.
whole thing could be handled by policy. And if we're not outlining to, you know, who's specifically supposed to get the information to Jen, like, we're already in a problem with that. And I started telling some committees like, hey, you gotta make sure you gotta get stuff to Jen. I mean,
It all amounts to training, and the comprehensive plan discovered that you don't do any training, at least at the time we had our meeting. People don't know their roles and responsibilities, and you have technology, but you have not allowed that technology to be used to its highest ability. And so therefore, you're doing things the hard way. You're not using the technology to communicate, to get the word out, to secure your system, the whole time.
Remember something, I voted yes on the public hearing last meeting because I wanted to hear some of the ideas and thoughts. So I appreciate both of you in this respect, because it educates us in this. All I'm saying to you is that ultimately, because it's being codified, we have to be careful on how we utilize, and let's say a document next to it that's like a procedure or policy. If this doesn't point to it, and then there's some kind of either conflict or ambiguity, what is the controlling document? When this says, go to that other document in this, for this information, that's where it's a well-crafted code or law at that point, and it doesn't do that yet. So just I'm trying to be transparent about a concern from something like that.
Does our lawyer think it's a significant, substantial change to make reference and say implementation of this law will be described in more detail in a policy document?
I mean, I think that takes on to having a definition, so yeah, definition. You're gonna take and reference something in there that you got to create.
What?
If you're gonna reference something here, say if it's great and the public's gonna have questions about it. Again, it's just.
All right.
The way I look at it as a definition, as simple as liaison, if that's substantive, then yeah, I think I think it's definitely.
Yeah, so there is no law that doesn't leave something to people to figure out how to implement. And so this is not going to spell out all the implementation. So for example, with the ethics law, the ethics committee chair made a big deal of, I don't know what sporadic recusal means. And that's like strewn throughout the ethics law. And so what are we going to do about that? And they took it back and they didn't do anything about it. They left it as it is.
She's a lawyer, don't forget. So
Right.
there's a reason she would
So-
have an issue with the wording.
But there's nothing changed. They recommend, so anyway, it requires some active implementation after it's in, and people will figure out how to implement it. They don't have to violate this law. So when it says, committee meetings will be posted on a village website, the chair and the committee is going to read that and say, okay, how are we going to do that? They say, oh, I'll do it. I'll tell Jen. It doesn't have to be spelled out in the law itself.
what if a chair's not doing that? Now this is
The
code.
committee has to figure that out. That's their charter.
No,
If
actually,
this
you
becomes code,
you
then
have
what
no
is-
penalty in the code either, by the way.
So if someone's not following that, not getting Jen the information,
It's an ethics violation.
Well, then you correct it.
No, it's not actually.
Nobody's
not
enforcing the
necessarily,
sidewalk
is it?
law. So what happens there? I mean,
You
it,
don't
It's not
follow your
defined.
code.
It's not defined whose responsibility it is. Therefore not an ethics violation. You can't define who to pin it
No.
against.
I think,
You can think all you want.
Then-
You
then
define
you-
it there.
let's really put the cards on the table. You want to delay this past my chance to vote for it, because you're gonna
You just
vote it
said for
down.
next week or the next meeting
No,
in
there's
December.
always something.
There's always something you bring out to delay.
No,
You're
this
gonna
is,
have
this is what happens when you
majority
rush.
in another 2 meetings.
So,
you
Li-
know?
so Liz, okay, here's the way it works. When we pass code, it costs us $375 every time we do it as a village, you realize, and not to mention the other resources, the eventual
know.
law costs or lawyer costs. If we have to change it, we have to put those other resources into it.
There's nothing missing in this code.
Yes, there
that-
is.
No, there really is
There
nothing
clearly
substantive.
is.
There isn't. I don't think there
That's
is.
a disagreement.
No,
okay?
it's not. Yeah, I could
Well,
argue,
because-
let's say I didn't have the majority, I would Article 78 you for the whole, whatchamacallit, question, and I would actually try
You're
to
gonna
force into
Article
mandatory.
78.
You absolutely, that's what Article 78 does, Liz. You challenge a law with an Article 78.
And you're gonna spend the money for an
No, I
Article
would,
78.
no,
You
I'm telling
would?
you, I'm
would?
telling you, I'm
What you want,
telling
Tom?
you what I would do if I didn't have the majority, yada, yada, yada. So I guess I just rest and repeal later. Is that what you would like to have happen? That doesn't make sense. Fix it here, fix it now. Maybe it's something we can keep on the books with no problem ultimately.
Oh, is that a promise, Frank?
I'm not promising
Oh,
anything. I'm just
uh-huh.
saying, I don't know what you're gonna fix and
Frank,
not
is
fix
this,
here.
if we put in these little changes, you'll keep it and not revoke it when you have majority?
Let's fix the things, add hers, add his, because his is actually in the code that's not technically in there correctly about Zoom, correct? That actually needs to be changed.
Well, I think the point of
Yeah.
having it optional with remote is because we don't always have the equipment to make it
We
remote.
actually are installing TVs and cameras right now in the front area of Village Hall and in my office around the conference table to finally allow for Zoom accessibility in Village Hall meetings to the degree we have to do it. And that was thanks to you guys kind of going through what you had to go through and me having to set it up and everything. We're working on that stuff actually because we appreciate.
Have we
this problem.
purchased that?
Yes.
So is
Mayor's
Carla
discretionary.
Is
Oh,
Carla
mayor's
gonna
discretion.
put in the changes and have it posted? Because we have to hold another public hearing on this next meeting,
I will ask her.
or, you know,
Sure, she's willing to do the work.
so let's go
All
over
right,
what
so-
the changes are.
Right, so we'll say odd number of people on the committee.
55 seats, yeah.
You know, actually, an even number of people really means they have to compromise.
Either that or.
We
you're-
should have 6 trust.
Actually, Portland has 8 city council members, but the mayor is the tiebreaker ultimately. So that's the weirdness of how this all works.
All right, odd number on committee, we're gonna say the chair will work with village staff to post meetings.
Yeah, for 15C. or
6B.
6B.
All right, so chair will work with village staff.
The liaison
We'll
definition needs to be
notify.
improved if we're going here too.
We'll notify village staff.
What?
Yeah.
Well, no, we'll work with, whatever, we'll work with village staff. What was the other, the liaison definition?
The Zoom question, right? Where was that one? 15.
Do we want to, do we want to require all meetings to be remote? Because that could be an issue depending on meeting
When-
availability.
When
available.
Available.
All right.
When you do the
At least
liaison-
you're pushing in the direction.
The more we could do, the better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always when available.
When you do the liaison definition, you should make it clear what it applies to and what.
Exactly. And that's what she was suggesting, that it's not meant to take away an executive's ability to do what they would normally do with
So what-
their own
But-
liaison. A liaison for me, but just so you understand, is basically, I can't be at every meeting. Okay, so, hey, would you please go out to this meeting and let us know what's going on because I can't get to everyone.
But
I
I
want
think,
to, but no.
I guess I think of it as a liaison to the board. Like I am telling the whole board what's going on with.
It's a liaison to the
Committee.
executive, but you basically, I'm supposed to be doing that, reporting to the board technically. Now you're standing in my shoes of doing that on my behalf.
I understand what you're saying.
Or I would tell them, oh, Ben went to this meeting and here's what happened.
But
at the meeting."
can you share some control with just the advisory committees? Just you know what I'm saying? Like,
No.
why not have the board help manage the liaison function for advisory committees? That's what we're advocating for here.
Well, I still may want to have somebody for myself, for my own eyes and ears to be there.
But you
that may
can
be on the
always
board.
go or have someone go.
Yeah.
But that was the whole thing, to say, hey, Bernadette, be my liaison to this committee tonight. Suddenly, the way this got worded, I wouldn't be able to do that because I'd technically be in violation. Or
We could add, we could say the board will appoint, and if the mayor so chooses, the mayor could appoint as well.
I think you just take it, I think Sean had the right idea. Just be better specific about what the intent was of it in a definition.
Well, the
that's
intent
all.
was to have the board have
You want a
input.
board type of liaison.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, great, you just don't take away the ability for the executive to have their liaison for the things they may have to do.
No, yeah, that's fine. But all right, so we're gonna have both for
I-
these
I could-
committees.
I
advisory
could name
committees.
somebody if I wanted to. Yes,
Right.
that's just the general principle. of
And the
liaisons.
board could also potentially.
Yes, that's,
Two liaisons?
Well, just to make this happen,
Well, the thing is. the
you may
liaison-
choose not to have one as a board,
Right.
basically, and I would choose
Right.
Bernadette, and you'd be like, oh, no. Yeah, well, I could. Hey.
Well, you know.
Sean.
I'm a DPW.
Unfortunately, the liaison position has been, you know, a reward or a punishment kind of thing, like the important ones, you know, I'll give to people.
I gave
in my
him
party.
DPW. What are you talking about?
well, can
No,
we do
but
can
I
we do
mean,
the
in the past-
compromise where we have both? We won't necessarily implement both, but we at least have the option
I
for
think
advisory
I-
committees.
You're preserving that. I'm preserving my general rights as executive by saying, just define what you mean about what you want here, that you want sometimes a board liaison. Okay,
All
specific.
right, so define board liaison
You
and
could say it does not preclude the mayor.
The executive from appointing his own liaison, whether or not they're a member of the board of trustees.
Definition for board, for a board appointed
right,
liaison.
or
Correct.
board liaison. And then we'll say something about like what Sean just said, does not preclude mayor from appointing his own or their own.
Whether or not they're a member of the board of trustees.
Does that make, it doesn't have to be a member of the board?
Right, I could, actually, I
Okay.
could say, hey, Chris, be my liaison for this
Yeah.
committee. I actually have the right to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. This certain person might be very qualified.
Yeah, exactly. Or there's just so many committees. Okay.
All right, so not on, right, okay, so what was the other thing that Carla, there's three things that you brought up, Frank.
Well, she had also suggested if we're making changes, maybe to make it clear that this does not apply to a mayor's advisory committee or a trustees individual advisory committee, that these are just board majority picked committees, because it was not clear technically the way it got written. That I can still have an advisory committee, I don't have to
I
go
mean-
through this function. You could have your own.
Yeah, I
for
mean,
this.
it does say, I mean, she sort of disagreed with you a little bit. She says, I don't see a constitutional issue with the way this is worded. It
Right.
says quote, appointed by the village board, not quote, appointed by a
Right.
member of it or a trustee.
Keep going, though. She does
If it
suggest
makes it
something.
clear, it could be revised to say, quote, any group appointed by majority vote of the village board. There should not be a substantive change.
So
I'm fine with that.
yeah, so she's basically saying, look, if it gets clarity, and I said to her, in 5 years, they may not know what the intent was. This makes it clear what the intent is. It's not geared at an individual's advisory group, committee, whatever. It's
Right.
it's aimed toward a
Yeah.
board select.
I mean, I think it's clear, but I don't mind. I mean, I'm fine adding that.
We know it's clear now because we're sitting here kind of knowing
Yeah.
what we mean, but 5 years, they may not know anything at that point. Well, who
All
knows?
You can leave anytime.
I wish that were possible.
Yeah. All right. And then this, well, the second one was.
Well, yeah, what was second one? I'm not on that right now.
Grant related committee for, whoops. Something about grant.
Oh, yeah, she wants that. So, yeah, I pointed out, and this is actually to,
Oh,
actually help you on this one, to be honest. G, 15.5G doesn't need the second sentence.
The point of that, I was thinking about it, is, and I think this happened once, where we had to create a committee very quickly.
Right.
Because of a grant deadline.
Right, so the
But-
village board through a majority vote may alter the above procedure due to time constraints and just, you can
But don't we
stop
need
that.
to say that they could alter it back, like, they could.
You can do whatever you want as a board majority, it's saying, so may alter the above procedure due to time constraints, the need for additional recruitment, or other pertinent reasons agreed to by the majority of the board. There's nothing precluding the board from going back to the policy at that point.
But does it hurt to add that? Just to,
Yes,
so
because
people might
here's the
expect it.
problem.
What?
I could call any committee a grant-related committee if there's a grant that may be applicable to that committee. I'm actually trying to help you here because you created a donut hole that wasn't necessary by doing that, because you really could sit there making a claim, yeah, that, oh, no, it's a grant-related committee, so let's abridge this.
But the point was that you'd go back and fix it after the deadline.
Right, but the grant might not be for 3 months for whatever reason,
So-
whatever. So she's saying there just isn't a reason for the sentence. Yeah, you've already covered it in the first sentence. Again, I'm not trying to actually hurt you here. I'm actually trying to tell you, you created too wide of an opening, something here.
No, I mean, a grant-related committee has to be funded by a grant.
Okay, there's always a grant. Again, you're assuming sitting here in 2023 with this, that somebody in 2028 is going to understand what the intent was. And they're not, because it's not anywhere to be found. The minutes, they maybe will reflect a little bit of this, but it ain't gonna reflect all this. So.
But do you think it's confusing?
Yes.
It is, now you're saying, I'm hearing you say, well, the committee that is funded the program, so like the zoning. But the way I read it, actually, I was thinking New York Forward, when we quickly had to get a team together, you know,
Right,
so
right.
that's the way but it's.
So just
little-
just
Yeah,
use your,
Just be a permanent reason then?
yes, it would. That's what her point is.
What?
Gives you the flexibility of just
The
striking.
first sentence already gives you the
line.
flexibility you need. It doesn't create a donut hole. Just says
Sorry,
the
trying to
board's being
find it.
reasonable and rational as a majority vote to abridge the procedure, so you can go do what you gotta do real quick. And then as a majority, go back to the regular rules.
Yeah, it doesn't limit you one time.
Yeah.
To change.
Alright. Armed using the next waiver is will go through the stamp process, described here, and once the grant is awarded from the date.
I'm just concerned about the timing on this, one of these changes. being-
All right, we'll put them in tomorrow and send it out to the
She's
board.
literally taking notes on all this to hand to her. I'm watching her cross things on everything.
Next meeting we do.
All right, so All right, so we're taking out that second sentence
Yeah.
on G. All right, so Frank, you're okay with this? I know you don't think it needs to be a law, and I know it doesn't have to be a law, but you're okay with it as a law with these changes?
Listen, Ben, at the end of the day, if you feel like this could be used against me, Bernadette, in the current situation, it could be used against you. So it actually has a reciprocity scenario to it. So
Yeah, I'm not.
have at it.
Yeah, just so I'm not trying to use it against anybody. What I like about this is it does promote publicity for this law. It does democratize the creation of the committees.
Look, we're making
Um,
determinations right now of what I have to fill in terms of,
Mm-hmm.
the organizational meeting. And I'm gonna have to put stuff out just for that stuff too. That follows the normal method anyway. Maybe I don't ask them to use a committee interest form. I ask them to send me an email with why you want to be X, Y, or Z ultimately.
basically what
But at
the-
least we're going out, asking people and sending out notices publicly. We need people to step forward.
But
I
this
mean,
this
that's
does
the intent
It
here.
would be great to have a pool of applicants.
Exactly.
Well,
This-
we already do have quite a pool that's really interested.
So this does say we have an interest form for these advisory committees at
And I
least.
get that, yeah.
Okay.
But you get my point is, what I'm saying is, this is the general procedure, whether or not it's through a committee interest form or not, for a mayor that's coming into the next phase
Mm-hmm.
of whatever, the organizational meeting. Every year, we've got people to fill. Every year, we want
Right.
people to give us statements, to give us reasons they should be picked. You don't want to just say, hey, you're my best
No,
buddy, I
that's-
want you on this
That's
thing.
the whole logic behind the form, to try to standardize the kinds of information we get from people. It's a very simple form, but it does allow people to provide that
We're
information.
saying the same thing at the end of the day. I think we
Yeah.
probably have belabored
Okay.
too far on that one, but. Okay, so we'll go to C then. Can I get a motion
All
to
right.
approve the
So-
attached annual financial disclosure form to take effect
So
on filing the
let-
ethics law with the New York Department of State?
Sorry, wait, Frank, I just want to clarify what's, because sometimes we end a discussion and we think one thing's going to happen and something else happens. We're going to make these changes we discussed. We're going to, Carla or someone will send us these changes. And what, in an email, we will say, yes, this is the version to post. Or this needs a tweak, or that we can do that in email. I mean, hopefully it'll be exactly what we all want. There's no changes, but that's the process we're going to follow is we all discuss in a public meeting the changes. So if they're not exactly what we thought they were going to be, we can clarify that. We're not changing things, but we're just,
Shared with us before it gets posted.
yeah.
I think that's fair.
And with the idea that hopefully it's exactly what we just discussed. If it's not, we will discuss among ourselves, this is what we thought we were doing.
Love tea, you'll be fabulous.
Right? And then get it out post before the next
We
meeting.
have another
Okay.
public hearing
All right.
next. So do we have to make a
And-
motion to hold a public hearing?
Oh, right, we do,
We do.
right? All right, I'll make a motion for what law is this? Law number 3, hold a public meeting on December 11th.
Public hearing.
What'd I say?
Public meeting.
Oh, public hearing on December 11th at 7:01.
I want to ask you to do it one more time because Terry hates when I do this and you
Okay.
jumbled there. So at least get
All right.
it one straight shot out there.
Motion made by, seconded by, to hold a public hearing on local law number 3 of 2023 on December 11th at 7:01 PM,
2023.
2023.
Motion.
I'll make the motion.
I will second.
Discussion. Okay, I hate to do this, but it is technically rightful. Anybody want to
Oh,
speak for 90
geez.
seconds on this? Sorry.
That's your rule, Frank.
At least I'm owning it. Anybody? Anybody on
Yeah.
Zoom real quick?
You know what I want to just point out? We actually were able to compromise in this, and I appreciate that. I appreciate, Frank, that you are open to this, even though, you're not really, excited about it. And that we,
These things don't excite me.
No, I know.
really, Ben, I
And
hate
it-
to tell you.
and that we also were like, okay, yes, we'll put this off. We'll make the changes you're interested in, Carl's mentioned. And so this is a good example, I think. Thank you. But anyway, I just want to point it out. I appreciate it. I certainly like working in this manner a lot better than, butting heads. So thank you for doing that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Having a motion to approve the attached annual financial disclosure form to take effect upon filing of the ethics law with the New York Department of State.
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Baskin. Trustee Cormos, can I actually recommend a change on this
Sure.
because it's been filed? Just to be a little bit cleaner about it, to change this to motion to approve the attached annual financial disclosure form with respect to the already filed ethics law changes that were approved on, give me date, what was the date of that meeting?
November 6th is when it was filed. What do you mean?
Uh,
Last meeting?
yeah.
November 13th?
No, the meeting where we approved it.
Approved the law?
Yeah, local law number 2.
You don't want to just reference when it was filed with the state? to become
I guess we could do that if that's the case. It's cleaner from our minutes perspective if we're referencing where we did something compared to where the state did something. That's the only reason why I was trying to avoid that, but I get where you're going. Give me a second. I probably can get this real quick.
It's probably the last meeting in October.
23rd, I think.
23rd,
Yeah.
26th. something like
Yeah, there's, approved by the board on October 23rd, 2023. That'll be the end of that change that I am suggesting.
that. That's fine. I
And who
approve.
seconded it? Was that your second? And you'll accept that? Okay, discussion, sorry.
So there was an addition I noticed. There needs to be a signature and a date at the bottom, and I didn't put that.
With an amendment that you're recommending,
Add a signature and date on the
a
bottom.
signature and date lines will be added to the bottom of the attached
Right.
form. And that's your, so Liz, do you accept that amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, Terry, you'll have 2 amendments to this,
Yeah.
basically.
Now, Frank, the other small thing,
Oh,
but
no.
in the,
But wait, there's more.
because in the law, we didn't say, like, this form comes right out of the law, what's in there. And we didn't say in the first piece, name and title. We didn't say title is required. So I put like name, title is not required. it's a little awkward in that form, but that's how it is now. We could get rid of title up front and just under the signature, say signature, name, title, date on the end. Do you have a preference? Or
I'm
just
so
let it go?
lost right now.
All right. So in the beginning of the form,
Substantive change.
it's
not
not
law. This is only a form. This is not law.
All right. In the beginning, there was. Um, So
Yeah, where is it?
at the beginning, it says the officer employer's name and it says the officer employee's name and title, parentheses, title is optional because it's not specified in the law itself. Should we just take out title as optional? Like, who cares? It makes sense to have title. Or the alternative is, as long as we're adding signature at
Is
the
title,
end,
is title at all addressed in the law? At all?
not under this financial disclosure that I'm aware of.
I don't even remember it in the law having a definition of title. That's the issue.
In the context of, if somebody is an official or an officer, right? Making certain, that's the only.
How about
So,
the officer or employee's name and
Position?
role or title?
Okay, that's fine.
And then
just
take
take
out
rid-
title is
yeah.
optional.
Yeah, yeah. Position, maybe.
Well, role, I would.
All right, roll. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right, so we're gonna take out.
Because
parent-
department head is technically a role currently the way it's written.
Okay, so we'll take out parentheses, title is optional, and we'll add name and role or title. Or title and role. All right, title and role. Officer, employee's name and title or role.
And removing title is optional.
Right, moving title is optional. Thank you. And then we're adding the signature and date at the end.
Okay, she already did that.
Yeah,
Okay, so the new amendment is to also change the sentence reading the officer or employee's name and title is optional to the officer or employee's name, comma, and their title or role.
Fine, good. Thank you.
Anything else?
That's it. That's all I saw.
That was agreed to by Liz?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And
Opposed?
thank you.
Motion carries. Can I get a motion approving the spending of $1,300 for a menorah display to be used annually in Wiswall Park? The amount represents a combination of funds in the celebrations account from unused family fund day money and specific donations related to the menorah from members of the community. Trustee
I'll
Pendenza,
second.
trustee Baskin, discussion.
So questions I have, that's like a lot of money. Do we have a description of what this, I mean,
Gina?
often we
Just,
have,
let's
yeah.
cut to the chase.
9 foot tall,
That's tall.
electronically programmable to light each candle each night. It's made of metal. It's metal. And I also want to say that we owe a huge debt of gratitude to Ray Otten, who befriended the rabbi and son who own the company that makes the menorahs. This is a $2,000 menorah, and he got them after telling what the village wanted to do, what we're about. He got the price down to $1,300.
Thank you very much, Ray. And it says that there's donations, like of the 1,300, or is the village paying the whole amount or how much?
We're fronting it.
One half a dozen of the other.
Yeah.
Putting the money into the village. It's all going into celebration.
Oh, so you're talking about donations from the Family Fun Day?
No.
Or, oh, okay.
There will be donations for the menorah apparently coming in for this too.
Specific donations.
Okay, so we don't have them yet, so we don't know exactly. Okay.
But whatever comes in goes into. the
But you had a, what, $3,000+ or $4,000, give or take. Yeah, so. you're
Okay.
protected there.
Well, thanks for organizing this.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion approving the use of Wiswall Park by the Mayor's Events Task Force on December 7th, 2023 from 7 PM until 8 PM for a menorah lighting ceremony? Trustee Pendenza, trustee Cormos, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Other business?
Yes, I have something. Sorry.
Okay, at 12:05 AM, go right ahead.
So can we go ahead and have the newsletter printed? Because I think we've all approved it and seen it.
So with Marilyn here, because I know that you were Guys, folks, yeah, I know. So the issue I want to cover real quick so you understand it. Back during budget, we approved postcards for the HDC to publicize to the HDC addresses that online, the PDF of their document, it's like 25-ish pages, give or take, right? Something like, yeah, 20 pages, would be available online, and that paper copies would be available in Village Hall. Keith actually spoke to this. There was the idea, keep it
I
green.
remember it vaguely.
Yep. And so we had put a fair amount for postcards in there. The idea came out here after some back and forth that wouldn't it be better to put it in just a blurb in the newsletter, which goes out to everybody in the community, so that it's not just pinpointed to HDC to announce this is available, because I think we got sent that today from Gary. And so we're posting on the website, so it will be available and with an address so we can publicize.
I mean, there's not much room in the news. You want to just add a half piece of paper?
Well, no, I could try to find something to maybe small the font or something like that real
We're
quick.
talking about like 2 sentences or a
Yeah,
sentence?
I don't think it needs to be that much, right?
No, I know the postcard isn't in the
No,
document.
this is just a little press release in a paragraph.
Right, so that's not gonna fit on the newsletter, though. Can we just put a second piece of paper?
Well, send me what you've got, basically. I haven't seen that, to be honest with you, what you would be putting on a postcard. Okay, so why don't we do this? Let me take a look with you, see if there's anything we can do with it to get it to everybody, because again, this would benefit more to have it out to everybody, ultimately.
I don't know if everyone needs, does everyone need to see it?
Well, there's some style ideas and whatnot that are relevant to anybody trying to redo a house with historic perspective, correct? Is that?
Yes,
Yep.
and it's part of what the comprehensive plan said we would do moving forward.
Right, so that's why I had the sight of that doing this way.
Legal size paper, because it's gotta go in an envelope anyway, because there's no room to put an address to send it.
That'd be interesting.
No, it's gotta be an envelope. So is that easier, cheaper than just a half piece of paper,
Well,
half
we
page?
can take an expedited look.
Tom probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, I would say we end up like $150 we could take from the postcard amount and apply toward this if it's a little bit more. That way, essentially, we're saved you money because you're not gonna spend $300+ on postcards, and we've gotten it out to the entire village at that point, not just.
Can we do it this week? Can we figure
Yeah,
it
that,
out? All right.
we're trying, and that's why I was like, kind of like,
Okay.
why would we wait 2 months? Yes.
One thing though, their thing is directed at property owners. Wouldn't it be better to put it in the water bill that goes to property owners?
I think
Because.
Print-
you're
print
gonna send it
ones
to
be done.
residents Who may not be the owner of the property. and
Well,
not have that address.
but often renters actually have some level of right to do certain stylistic changes outside buildings, so I don't see why.
It's winter. I mean, is there a rush?
Yeah.
Yeah, they want it out. I mean, that's been clear to me from the last
Maryland.
week.
Don't you think it should go to the property owner?
Well,
Instead of.
I'm just an unofficial.
Conduit.
volunteer Errand girl for my husband, so basically, I guess if you have questions, John Crowley is the person to
Yeah,
ask.
so that, I'm thinking.
But we were just asked by Jennifer to put together a blurb about
Okay.
the guidelines.
Let me take a look at it tomorrow morning. We'll work on getting you, again, the idea here is to push out to as many people that can see it, not just in the HDC.
Educational for nonprofit
Yeah.
owners.
So we can
And
finalize.
it's a great document, don't get me wrong, it's a heavy document and it's an expensive document to send out, and that's why we had avoided that idea of doing it back when.
I mean, again, I guess it does seem like it could just go to the property owners in a couple months, but I mean, if you really want to get it
Yeah,
out.
That's the other problem. It would take 2 more months before the water bills fully go out, so you don't necessarily want that.
So.
No.
Up to the committee, to see which they prefer, going out. I mean, you put a sentence on the newsletter, that's fine, but they cut a paragraph.
Well, like we
You
said,
have
we
a
may go
bigger,
legal. We could go
you have
legal.
a bigger, that's fine. So I'm just more anxious, like I wrote it several weeks
I know.
ago, just want to get it out.
I get it, I get it.
All
It's,
right.
it's.
So you'll do it this week?
Yeah, this was, again, when all this was going back and forth, I'm
Right.
like, well, we do have a device going out right now that might be perfect for it, and then
All
the
right.
holiday podcast.
All right, that's fine. But just that you think this week we'll do it?
Yeah,
Okay, great.
absolutely.
All right, good enough. Thank you.
Anything else on other business? Have to give you the gavel and throw at somebody if that would say. No need for executive session. Can I get a motion that the vouchers be audited and the meeting be adjourned at 12:10 a.m. Turn that into.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Baskin, trustee Raymond, discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you for the people who stayed the whole time.
You're sick people.
Get a life.
Yeah.